in this tournament. 250K across the board here, 70K for first place. That is no joke for this first section of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money involved, just like you mentioned for that first segment. That's the most insane part. The whole tournament is going to be $3 million, and then this is that $250,000 little, incentive to keep playing well, to not only fight for the seeding in those, LAN events, in the in-person events, but that is a lot of money, like you said, Shib. First place getting 70K. I mean, that's a nice chunk of change in the bag.
Yeah, and second place is no joke either. 35 going out to 25, and from the, just ascending from there on. But that is awesome. I mean, we talk about all the time starting off the pro scene with a prize pool of $3 million. It's almost unheard of for a first major tournament. And the game has only been, months into its infancy. I mean, there's a ton to learn about this game still. And a lot of these teams have been starting to learn maybe the new meta as we dive into the bracket of how these games have shook out. One of the major things to look at, the thing I like to call the fly quest. The Quest getting knocked down to the lower bracket in their very first game with a difficult matchup there in Ego, and then their quest to keep taking teams out as they progress forward all the way to the grand finals of Group A, and 100 Thieves doing what 100 Thieves does, and that is just popping off in these matchups and not losing a single map.
It's funny. A lot of teams were calling them side quest because, going down to the lower brackets was surprising from Ego Death, saying that, maybe the team wasn't on that, main quest journey, but maybe it turns out the side quests were Solaris, No Job, and Ego on the way to beating Envy, the final bosses in that lower bracket finals, but they still have to go against the 100 Thieves, which we will see, who the best team really is in this group, because we haven't seen 100 Thieves and FlyQuest play together just yet. On the opposite side of North America, Group B wasn't necessarily seen as the group of death necessarily, Shib, but definitely an interesting group in its own right. Some surprises, right? I mean, a lot of different things with Techie being able to qualify over Shroud X over Citadel or Nightmare, an unsigned roster. So another exciting sort of element of this playoffs, of this group stage, was that team succeeding in that underdog story in Techie.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about underdog stories and teams making a name for themselves. I'm sure this isn't the last time we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams as we head into future tournaments trying to requalify back into Ignite. But yes, we will be getting our eyes onto Sentinels and Nemesis today. I am very excited for that rematch. Obviously, we look there. You saw Nemesis 2-0'd against Sentinels. Sentinels, that new, dive composition they're running, not afraid to pull out the Panther. That kind of stuff got to them a bit. So we're going to see if they're able to bounce back and learn from that, maybe change up the banning phase and shake it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that we'll see how Sentinels adapts, right, to Team Nemesis in their ban phase, and see how many teams want to adapt and change things, right? We saw in EMEA, we saw some like Penny Parker stuff, a lot of insane things going on the EMEA region. Now in the North American region, a lot of people in chat can still earn their Twitch dropship in the Magic skin, in that Magic bundle. I know you've been co-streaming some of it. We have so many amazing co-streamers, and live streaming here on Twitch is us, obviously, at twitch.tv/Marvel Rivals. You too can earn this new Magic skin with those Twitch colors, so that's a specific thing just for this event. So make sure to tell all your friends that don't have the Magic skin just yet to tune in. We're wrapping up here in week 1, so you're gonna have to wait till Thursday if you want more of this Magic nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of these skin changes here with the Galactic colors. Honestly, we've gone through the gambit of some of the past heroes, the Magneto. If you'd missed that in the past, do not miss your chance to grab Magic here. Obviously, is going to change up the colors on Darkchild too, so really cool layout. But yeah, diving back into this conversation, man, we've seen some teams now. We've had some conversations with coaches where you spoke about Nemesis maybe shaking things up here. We talked to Ryan Guy, who said our goal as a team is now to become so diverse in terms of who we select that it's very difficult to ban us out in these early banning phases, a new aspect of this tournament that we think has played a major role.
Yeah, the ban phase, the ban protect phase has kind of varied a lot. I think Yoki was messaging me, the coach of FlyQuest. He said, don't judge teams too harshly on that map 1, right? Because it's domination, because, you're sort of feeling out the other team. So, use sort of that map 1 as like a poke and prod sort of stage, right, Shib? That's what it seems like a lot of these teams are utilizing that map 1 for.
Yeah, and especially as now we're getting into that best of 5 breakdown instead of the best of 3. Teams are going to be understanding and learning, and you're going to start seeing changes in the bans as they struggle with specific compositions. We do talk about the rematch coming later on in the day, but obviously 100 Thieves and Fly, that is going to be a brand new matchup in this tournament. So really going to have to understand the teams, really going to have to try to figure each other out in those early matches. And I think it could shake things up and lead us into a pretty decent matchup here, man.
Yeah, that's a good point, how 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest hasn't happened yet. And I think a lot of people expected Team Envy to beat FlyQuest, and it was the exact opposite that happened. You know, going into the tournament ship, I mean, we both know a lot of people were saying FlyQuest was a top 3 team, and then we saw them drop down to Ego Death early on. Everybody was in shambles, and it sort of changed the trajectory of a lot of people's opinions. But FlyQuest turned it around, now back here in that grand finals of Group A. So it's super exciting to see the fact they've made it this far out of the group of death.
Yeah, and we had that conversation with Spar Chief, obviously, one of the more interesting, funny interviews we've ever had, where he mentioned that initial loss there to Ego Death had him staring at the ceiling, just devastated. And we can all feel that just from the ranked ladder climb, when you have a win that you know you want and you just don't have it, and it goes the other way. Just that devastation, man. I could relate to that so hard that I'd be dying.
Yeah, and FlyQuest, I think the way they've done it, Shib, it feels kind of interesting because they've sort of brought back this Namor Hulk, right? A lot of people were maybe not the highest on those two heroes in together, right? With the Gamma team up, you obviously still have the Squids. So there's a lot of, power that was in that team up that nobody was really utilizing. Now, I think FlyQuest, more than any team, has figured out the strength of Hulk, the strength of the Namor. It just feels like these characters in tandem together kind of create a lot of space, specifically the Hulk, right? You put that snowflake on Luna Snow, onto the Hulk, onto the Vanguards, and they just don't fall, right? They don't become a casualty. And it seems like every time these Hulk players build up those ultimates, have a bunch of CC, just making sure somebody is removed from the team fight, whether that be a strategist, whether it be a duelist, booping them around in the ultimate itself. So Hulk offers a lot of versatility, I think, to teams, and I don't know if we've seen other teams really capitalize off that combination as much as FlyQuest. So it's going to be interesting to see how 100 Thieves react to it, considering how FlyQuest kind of dominated Envy with their variants and compositions and with their dive specifically. It seems to be dive is on top right now, unless you run this triple strategist composition, which Team Envy didn't really do.
Yeah, and I think they're not afraid to run those more unique comps. But then we look over to a team that is well known as being one of the strongest teams in this series. 100 Thieves have not dropped a map yet. These guys, you could look at all of them could be considered top contenders for their various roles. All are very versatile in their picks, and they all perform when need to. So this is going to be an intense matchup, man. I mean, we've seen them run the jack of all trades. You speak of Terra, is not afraid to run any duelists. Delena pulling out. We even saw Hela, maybe considered a lesser pick, at least in this tournament so far, compared to Punisher, popping off here on these early domination maps. So like we said, not afraid to use those more unique picks, similar to how Hulk is on the other side for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and on top of that, those unique picks, like you mentioned with the Hela, that's a great point. They also played the Bucky, so it's the first time I think we've seen a lot of Bucky was through them. Also in EMEA, there's been a ton of that character now coming through to fruition. And like you said, 100 Thieves are such a good team right now, and they personally were my favorite kind of going into these into the tournament. I feel like for 100 Thieves, this is their tournament to kind of win. We'll see how it goes in terms of ban phase, in terms of protects. I know Sentinels are still a good team, and Nemesis are as well. So are the other teams that are qualified for the playoffs. But I know for Team FlyQuest, like we said with Yoki, he said, they were more scared of Envy than they were of Team 100 Thieves. So we'll see how 100 Thieves does today. They still look like they're a very formidable roster, and we saw how dominant they can be in the North American region. Besides Sentinels, they've been one of the only teams to dominate as much as they have for such a long time in MRC and in other tournaments.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we need to mention, you talked about Envy being a super strong team, correct? Well, you look over, FlyQuest 3-1 them just yesterday, so they have the potential. 100 Thieves 2-0'd them right prior. So they're both on that same track of how they could plow through teams with confidence. We mentioned the unique comps that Fly can run. We talk about 100 Thieves. They haven't been running that composition that we've been seeing more frequently with the, Cap and Panther, Psylocke, nearly as much as the others, where they're not afraid to pull out those picks a little more pokey, such as Hela, like we had discussed prior with the Shield composition. So they still can run those maybe, considered older comps and play them at a level that will dominate these newer selections as we get into our ban phase.
Starting off, we'll see what they do. I mean, this dictates a lot, I think, map number one in terms of, just a baseline, right? We have the Emma bans. We saw this previously, how Emma can dominate on domination. It's still up for debate, who the number one Vanguard you should ban is, but the Magneto as Protect from 100 Thieves Shiv, this probably is going to be as expected, except the Wolverine ban coming out for Terra. Don't want to deal with that on this map. That's definitely unique, I think, a second ban Wolverine, right, Shiv?
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of that recently, but if you go back and just look at the match with 100 Thieves and Envy, right at the end there, an Eye of Agamotto pops, and then Terra pops that last stand, sweeps virtually everyone off the eye, and they clutch the W. Just so valuable, that last stand, how strong that character can be into Vanguards in general. I personally would want that off the board as well.
Then Human Torch getting banned outside. You know, that's sort of that duelist pick that kind of hard carries, although there has been some teams that counteract it in terms of how they play, you know, with Loki and stuff. Speaking of which, that's getting through at the current moment. We'll see what a protect comes through from FlyQuest. They protect the Wolverine on their side, understanding that maybe that character with the thing, you know, or with the Hulk could enable them, right, Shib?
That fastball special has kind of slipped under the radar for being a very powerful team up. It kind of always is in the back of people's minds. Obviously, Wolverine being able to get that much space that quickly without any cooldown utilization and then coming back like a boomerang with a Vanguard in hands is just so powerful. And they are not afraid to do that, as we have seen FlyQuest run that is similar to 100 Thieves doing the same thing in the past few matches.
And we see a group ban on the opposite side. 100 Thieves still keeping the thing in their back pocket, even though they don't have that fastball special, like you said. And, you know, the group ban makes sense. I think it's targeted towards FlyQuest. We talked to how FlyQuest and other teams will do target bans specifically against the team they're playing against. And you can see it's focused on towards FlyQuest, making sure they don't get that Human Torch, making sure they don't get the Lunar Snow, making sure they don't get the group. Maybe not having like a direct strategy of what to put them on, but at least you're getting them off of those original characters. And then maybe you can look at adjusting your ban and protect phase in the upcoming maps, because this is a best out of 5, like you said, Shib. So first to 3 maps will win the series, and you know that's not even accounting draws and stuff once we head to Convergence. So you know, I want to see if anything like that happens. However, this is going to be a very, very fun map number 1, right, Shib? Krakoa is a sick way to start off the day.
Absolutely, and we are going to see that team up with Hulk. And Namor Adios has been playing a ton of different roles and different heroes in general. We've seen Adios on things like Ultron, Torch, and even Namor. We even saw Jeff last tournament from Adios, so definitely a jack of all trades. But they do seem to love to run that Hulk-Namor combination with that Gamma turret. We know how strong that thing can be at just absolutely bursting teams and forcing eyes up in weird directions to clear it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think there's a lot of forcing of utility of in terms of just like your overall, you know, ability usage to try to force off those angles. And you know, a lot of teams struggle with that at a fundamental level, right? Dealing with those sort of flyers, dealing with that sort of thing.
And we've been seeing, and you mentioned this prior, we've been seeing a lot more Hulk in EMEA, and now we're seeing, you know, at least in the last few days, we've been seeing Spark on that Hulk, showing the value. Just the Exile alone is so powerful at the right time, similar to that shield, being able to shield up your team in various moments can help out with things like Punisher if you have the diligence to hold on to it for the right moment. But you see energy here sweeping off to the left side as we are going to set up for point 1. That teleport's going to give them some space here to kind of set up where they want to. And I can't wait to get some answers as to the choice of the thing, especially without that Wolverine.
Energy setting up that flank, and it seems like they don't care too much about it, but Delena also caught out. Energy maybe looking for that Hela in the high ground as the Hulk surrounds him. So right now that sort of chokehold has forced Delena back into the team, which 100 Thieves are grouped together, and oh no, Delena gets deleted.
Yeah, Energy does a great job here on Psylocke. Seen a lot of success here over these last few matches. This flank, just the raw damage, not even needing that team up to have the clone. Just raw skill and talent as Vest finds Harvey too. Terra going to turn that around on Vest though. Vest playing very strong in the Vanguard, rolled over this whole tournament. Honestly, a ton of value, a ton of final hits there, despite who they are playing, especially over there on Magneto. But playing Strange currently in this game. Terra going to elect to play. We talk about Bucky being more valuable, and he has taken a little bit of a backseat due to the recent nerfs to his ultimate. But you know, that double energy ball he could throw, knocking people out of the sky. And here comes the initiation with the Eternal Bond, trying to get some space on a point. FlyQuest already at 22% and climbing. Now goes the Kraken Impact. Smart Chief onto Harvey, down to 1, turning it around on them as we see him proceeding forward against Loki. This just allows for resets indefinitely. Up in the sky goes Meteor M, TTK onto Zelos, and once again another trade here.
Yeah, he's still getting those resets, like you said. Energy, oh no, Terra, what a play with that shift right back into him. He's still keeping it going. I mean, he's been here for like 30 seconds.
The patience is insane. Using these clones to buy time, keeping clones there for the future to have a reset whenever need be. Terra popping off here, taking out 2, but still being held here by FlyQuest at 51, and another Eternal Bond is out. The patience is insane, waiting to the last moment possible. TTK out of Spark Chief, and that does get the reset again.
4 seconds left to go. Gets Eye of Agamotto, but dashes away from it, so he's still immune to that, and he's still going. How many agains do we have? The chat room be spamming it probably because he just keeps going. He's like got 20 resets at this point. He's going to the spawn. He gets it again.
This might be world record time timing here, finding a triple, but holding on to this thing for minutes on end. And finally, it is going to end there, and they are going to retake point, but it does not bode well at the moment. 70% over for FlyQuest, who are going to try to come back in. They will not have ult advantage in this next fight, but that is a ton of percentage already. But wow, that was an insane thing to witness.
Yeah, I'm sort of privy to these like dive compositions right from FlyQuest with that Psylocke, with their aggressive plays that choke out 100 Thieves. But when Terra does that, I mean, what do you do against it? FlyQuest though walks in. They don't really have a lot of ultimates to work with, so they're gonna have to play it slow, force out these cooldowns maybe at 100 Thieves.
Got to show some love there to the strategist, allowing Terra to play super patiently with that reset, already ready for another Kraken impact very shortly at 82%. Helena gonna pop up with Ultron's Rage. Ultron pretty PO'd right now, not able to find anything just there. Looking at the high side, putting some damage out, just trying to build that charge back. Ultron can get that all back insanely quickly. Already at about 10. Finds a pick there. Well done by Delena. Trying to get back on Energy. Energy consistently finding these flanks, just applying pressure and turning eyes around. But Terra tries to hawk that down. Not able to get that done. Tries to have a pull there. Shielded off. Is forced in the back. Out goes the dance of the butterfly. The cutterfly, if you will, as Vest finds SJP. And this team is holding on again. FlyQuest trying to turn the TTK. Says, not in my house. Throwing that meteor right down as Terra finds another on Zelos. 100 Thieves now at 75%, but the ult advantage should be in FlyQuest in the next fight.
Yeah, 100 Thieves looking pretty strong at the current moment, playing around Delena on that Ultron. Be able to find those picks is massive. I mean, the aim definitely translates from Hela back over to that Ultron, and they're close to those ultimates again, like you said, Shib. Delena's already close to that Ultron ultimate, ready to go. Comes Energy on the backside, but they haven't been able to deal with it. The sustain has been too much for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and Energy he's doing a great job here finding these flanks, but just not buying enough space. They're just not focused too much on it and not worried too much about it, especially when you have those crystals ready for Loki. Out goes the Eye of Agamotto, finds a few, but Crystal's still up. Adios gonna clean up Delena. That's a nice pick early, as FlyQuest is gonna be evened out here in numbers. The fight proceeds in overtime. It is 99 for 100 Thieves. Out goes Energy again, 73%, just trying to get that ult ready. The Cutterfly ready to make some sort of play. Delena trying to find an off angle and return back, as we do see the drone here on Energy. You like to see that play. There is the knockdown, the reset again for Terra. Terra's going to find that pull, as we do see Sparchief now on Cap. Cap seeing a lot more play recently. Out goes again. Oh, almost finding that pick in the sky. It's yes, Vest is going to clean that up. Numbers now back in the favor of FlyQuest, who just want to get this point back. Clobbering time finds a few as TTK cleans it up. Energy back on SJP, and oh my goodness, this trades for days here. Back and forth. It's like a trading post. You don't even know who's up anymore, as Vinny keeps the punches up and down. Goes Harvey, Delena, and Vinny, and FlyQuest is going to retake this point.
Yeah, huge ultimate coming out there from Cooper in the copy onto his Cloak and Dagger. You saw that massive ultimate from Vinny with the clobbering time. I thought it would have maybe connected onto more, but because Cooper was there with that ultimate just in time, now 20% away, they want to fast fight. 100 Thieves do. Maybe with some ultimates coming up from TTK, they can get a connection on that Meteor M. FlyQuest have ultimates to have a rebuttal here, though.
Yeah, there's got to be a conversation. Seeing the drone over there on Strange. Strange can play around that shield. Obviously, a ton of HP there and an increase in HP recently. Eye of Agamotto goes out. Are they able to find anything? Crystals to die that down. Out goes the Meteor M. Also not finding much energy. Gonna pop out with the dance of the butterfly. Trying to take Ultron out mid-rage. Is it gonna work? Not able to clean it up, as Ultron has so much speed and movement in the sky. If you are good with that WASD and Z-axis juking up in the air like that, ascend and descend. Vinny keeping those haymakers out, trying to get that clobbering time back. Adios finds more value. Cooper onto Delena. Zelos onto Harvey. Will they be able to close this out, as they are heavily up in numbers now? It's all about this touch. Can they hold on, or will FlyQuest get the job done, as they want to get their experience from this quest? Well done, FlyQuest, on map 1.
Quest not complete, though. Unfortunately, Shib, they are 1 out of 2. Cradle next round for FlyQuest. And it was so back and forth, Shib, right? 100% like we saw. I thought 100 Thieves might have held on there with SJP sitting on that top left, just above the high ground, but then came in the strategists of FlyQuest in terms of Adios and Cooper. I don't know if you can call Adios a strategist necessarily, because he was, playing Ultron, and you play that character pretty aggressively. But regardless, 14,000 damage. Adios just doing so much on that hero on the opposite side. His counterpart, Delena, maybe not as much, but he switched to it halfway through, really got off that Hela, so it was a bit of a harder game. Meanwhile, Terra, another member of 100 Thieves, who was pumping out so much damage, so everybody's trying to play around, their star duelist player, but really at the end of the day, it's these Ultrons that can pump so much down range. Same thing with Loki in terms of Cooper. I mean, he found opening picks multiple times, has nearly 12,000 damage on Loki. That's kind of insane.
Yeah, there's nothing more scary, you mentioned this, looking up on the high side and seeing SJP or any Loki with clones ready in the firing line, just healing for days, Crystal ready to keep the team up and just pumping out damage and healing. You've got to keep your eyes up there and clear those clones as we see them right now. Vest actually trying to find a little bit of damage on clones on the reset on the right side. Not too worried about those positioning. You talk about Ultron not getting a ton of healing as they're already on point, but does find value onto flyers immensely, or things like Doctor Strange. You can keep that shield up and utilize that more paced healing. TTK trying to find an angle, playing around this middle segment, still electing to use Vinny on the Thing there. Not going to be playing any sort of shield tank. Got to check back on the bans, but I am curious about the value there. Obviously, the Thing has a ton of damage reduction, and that ultimate can be very powerful in the right hands, but very much gives a ton of healing toward your strategist, but also gives a ton of damage to the enemy duelist. So we do initiate here with the bond on both sides, just kind of stalling the fight out again. Meteor Ram, will it land? Waiting it out and trying to force out the cloak, but no, it does not land again. Adios on the high side, initiating again with the Ultron's Rage.
Yeah, meanwhile, Terra just getting those resets. Zelo's gone in that fight, and yeah, this is surely going to be a reset for FlyQuest. I was going to say how this map, I think, if any round than over others, right, Cradle, I think that the Hela gets so much value. I mean, there's just so much open space. There's less room for somebody like Ultron to hang out. I mean, you can kind of fly above, you know, try to play on those trees, maybe play around that middle point, but it's not exactly the best point for Flyers and for Ultron specifically. So 100 Thieves, this is their map that they did well on last time as well, earlier on in the tournament when they ran both the Winter Soldier alongside the Hela. But it's tough because sometimes in these early on matches and tournaments in the new patch, it's very easy to get baited comp-wise. Now FlyQuest have Shredder's ultimates to go in with. 100 Thieves have none to react to this with.
Yeah, I'm with you. You mentioned Flyers struggling here. A lot of that height is destructible, right? So that's the downside of running Flyers here, although you can still find value when you're running vertically on this map. You see them, these teams are fighting a lot more vertically than you would expect, maybe than you've seen in ladder. Trying to clear out some of these clones, forcing out crystals is good value right there. Out goes the Dance of the Butterfly again, not able to find too much value, but Eye of Agamotto is huge here, and they are going to sweep everyone. Insane play by Vest and Energy to just eliminate 100 Thieves and send them back to the spawn door while still having ult advantage. 48% for the side of 100 Thieves, though. They've got to gain that back.
Yeah, 100 Thieves try to live there, play together as a unit. Unfortunately, they were so close to their Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond there, but Harvey went down to the Eye of Agamotto from Vest. I mean, he was trying to build it last second. Did eventually get it. Everybody grouped up, but that just meant FlyQuest had an even stronger engage with their ultimates. And oh no, SJP before the fight even begins goes down. That's their only ultimate as well for this fight, so that surely means a reset coming into this one for 100 Thieves. But more tick on the board for FlyQuest, more ultimates to be built as well for both sides, though SJP gets rezzed by Delena. Nice elimination from him.
Yeah, and a lot of people may be out there, you know, not loving the way that Agamotto looked, where it was just kind of on the ground telegraph. But when you see cooldowns being used and you're playing Strange using that shield, if you count out those cooldowns, you don't need to do anything fancy with your jump. You can just press the Q button and get value. As you saw there up in the sky again, trying to hit the Eternal Bond. And great positioning there by Cooper to avoid that. Adios going to find SJP. Terra onto Spark Chief to even it out again. This is going to look like another one of those very... Oh, as we see Terra coming in with a cracking impact. I might have spoke too soon. Trying to find more value. Terra on a Vest, Delena on the Adios, and there we go. 100 Thieves is now looking more like themselves, riding the momentum, and they're going to run down the rest here and force out staggers, but no! Terra goes down, but Vinny going to clean up Zelos and Cooper.
Yeah, I feel like for 100 Thieves, the catalyst to them succeeding is Vinny in terms of his clobbering time. No more ults, though, in this upcoming fight. FlyQuest do have that Eye of Agamotto ready to go. 100 Thieves, you know how they play, right? They group up together as a unit around Harvey whenever he has those Storm, the Dagger of Storm ability, right? Whenever they can play around that aura. So whenever they have that, they're going to be grouping up as a unit. Right now, they have to play split. You can see Delena over the top side. They know an Eye of Agamotto is coming, and if Delena hits a few good shots, they're in a good spot. But now they're all grouped up together for this Eye of Agamotto.
And I hope all Hela players saw that position, because that was insane up there on the top of the trees. Out goes the Eye. Does it find value as Zelos takes out Delena. Cooper onto SJP. Vest really setting up these plays here with the Eye of Agamotto as 3 go down. Make that 4. Do I see 5? And they run them back to the spawn door at 75%. Once again, 100 Thieves just barely up. That's going to be a stagger there on Terra from Energy. And great play by Fly. We're going to push this thing to 99, and 100 Thieves are going to have to show up here and then likely teleport if they want to extend this thing.
That's what I was talking about. I mean, they had to group up together. Maybe they had to split, I think, to play differently. They just didn't play around the Eye of Agamotto. It's tough. Vels has been connecting so well. Now Adios comes in with an early ultimate. SJP goes down.
FlyQuest is just looking so good in these last few games. Adios on a Harvey immediately early on to that fight. That is terrifying. If I'm on the side of 100 Thieves, down go Vinny. Ult advantage showcasing here for FlyQuest as they're making everything happen. Down go 3. Terra going to turn it around on Adios. Find 1 to try to even the odds here. Teleport's going to have to come through. Talena forces the touch. Terra goes down. And that's going to do it as 100 Thieves take the entirety of map 1. Or, excuse me, FlyQuest.
Same thing. Green, red, colorblind. Green, red, colorblind. No, that was amazing. Great work from FlyQuest. I think that goes to show. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I think Hella maybe struggles on domination, so maybe we can like give it that sort of leeway. But maybe if we go to Convoy, maybe we go to Convergence, that Hella does a little bit better. But the problem is you're playing so reactionary, right? From what we saw, what FlyQuest is doing to them is surrounding 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves are just they're going into it, right? They're okay with that, and the only way they survive is when they're on like that triple strategist composition, when they have the Ultron, when they had Talena on that Ultron. Because right now, I mean, there's just no way for SJP and Harvey to keep the team alive when they're just choked out and slammed by Team Energy or by Team FlyQuest. With Energy going in from the dives with Spark Chief, it just feels like it's too much pressure. And, you know, that's kind of where the meta's going. It almost feels like the dive composition is doing really well unless you're against something like you know, Adam Warlock triple res compositions. Maybe with the Ultron, you can sort of live, but 100 Thieves just got played, honestly. Like, FlyQuest just kind of dominated them. The only time they were succeeding, I feel like, was when Terra was absolutely popping off, and Talena found some opening picks, and it was great. Talena's definitely a star player in his own right, but, you know, when it comes to 100 Thieves composition, relying so much on the Bucky, I don't think is going to be too super consistent. We'll see how it goes, I think, when we go to Convoy, but at least on domination, it was like the Terra show, and then sometimes Vinny hit a clobbering time. Whenever those two ultimates did not connect, or whenever one of them couldn't pop off, it felt like they would just lose.
Yeah, I'm with you. We mentioned, we've had this conversation, you and I, back and forth, of this new dive with Cap going in with Psylocke, and even having things like Torch, who are going to follow up on a lot of those picks with burst damage. It's been really strong right now, and you see 100 Thieves, their play here, I believe, is they're trying to counter it with something like Bucky, who, you know, has taken a little bit of a backseat in this recent patch. Obviously, still getting a ton of values. You see Terra had 12 final hits there, but I'm with you. I'm just not sure if it's enough. If a team's running this new, this new strategy, this new dive style effectively, can you really counter it with that? You know, they're running the Thing for that reason as well, the Thing and Bucky. I just don't know if it's enough, at least not what we saw in this match, as FlyQuest looked really good. And you see Cooper-tastic here with that MVP. 24 KOs, only falling 5 times, 4 finals, a ton of damage and healing, almost neutral across the board, and that's why Loki gets banned so frequently.
Yeah, Cooper does a ton, but it's also on the whole team, right? Cooper, well-deserved MVP, fantastic Loki, but the problem is that they're never under pressure, right? Cooper, the backline in general, they're so safe with that Ultron, and, you know, I know I reference EMEA maybe a little bit too much, the European region, but realistically, they're just first, right? So we see them in the morning, then we come back into our region, we see the top teams play. It just feels like in the EMEA region, what we saw was like Team Virtus Pro played that triple strategist composition with like a Mantis and stuff, and then the dive just could not get eliminations. They could not get those KOs, right? That was the biggest thing that was lacking versus triple duelist, which is, triple strategist, which is definitely a viable composition to play, that dive composition, but it can be countered by a team that has fantastic healers, fantastic strategists to stay alive and then kind of rebound back into fights. Now, 100 Thieves, I don't really think seems like a triple strategist team. I mean, they have in the past, but this team loves to play these sort of super, high duelist compositions, high damaging compositions, and maybe playing around that Wolverine was the way to success. So I think FlyQuest found, at least in the ban phase ship, a pretty viable opening.
Yeah, I'm with you. They took out Wolverine second, something we haven't seen much, if at all, in this tournament so far, at least not on map 1. And they really just played incredibly together. Energy 16 finals. We talk about that dive composition and how strong Psylocke can be. Obviously not matched on the other side. 16 finals, 31-3 there for Energy. Looked so clean and was always on that back line, forcing eyes backwards. And when the eyes are backwards from your vanguards, their shields aren't facing forwards, and that, results in teams falling over. So just really well done there.
Yep, really well done. We're going to do a short break. We'll come back for map number 2 in just a second.
for who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blinking, hoping your fries, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end, rising, hoping your mind. Hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you
Welcome back, everyone. And I have to address this now. It looked like that channel points prediction there was insane. A lot of channel points being sent over to the team, or the folks that put their bet on FlyQuest, who just got a ton. And now they're looking pretty even on the spread. So definitely teams thought it was going 100 T's way, and it shook it up. So this is going to be an exciting match as the first one goes to Fly. What'd you think?
Yeah, that's a close channel point prediction. I just see it. So what is it? FlyQuest had 172,000 channel points on it. 100 Thieves with 167,000. Pretty even across the boards as well. And I mean, that's interesting, shit, because I mean, people thought Envy was a really good team. Maybe that's why everybody's voting on FlyQuest, right?
Yeah, I mean, both teams played really strong in Envy in their last matchups, right? So they both have the power. And honestly, FlyQuest's momentum is insane right now. They've just been on an absolute tear. 100 Thieves has never faltered, right? So you've got both sides of those. It's totally why I understand why things have been pretty much shot right down the middle there in terms of bets and predictions and assumptions. Even I was curious as to see who would have had this. I would have put map 1 to 100 T, but FlyQuest, they are nothing to scoff at right now.
No, FlyQuest is a good team. Nothing to scoff at indeed. But I will scoff at you if you're not running channel point predictions on your Twitch stream. If you are a co-streamer, you are trolling if you're not doing that. But you know who's not trolling right now? It is FlyQuest. The 100 Thieves ship in this upcoming map. I'm curious what they do ban-wise. But right now, I mean, they have to react to FlyQuest to what they're doing, right? It's tough because it's like they're going to have to ban, well, like a part of the triple strategist composition or something. But then maybe you allow the Adam Warlock comp to come through with the Mantis. There's a lot of variation available, and you know, obviously Emma Frost is a problem for both teams, so they're both going to get rid of it. And there's the Wolverine ban again from FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We see the Magneto lock in again. TTK always performing there. They had 5 finals last time on that mag. Seems to always find value with those Meteor M's. We talk about the positioning and height when in dangerous positions, trying to find more height so it has more time to land so they can help burst through and wait the cooldowns out of various defensive cooldowns. So big brain there with the meatball in the sky. Luna going to be banned out, and Torch, me and you always say Torch gotta go if you're not running Torch, because Torch is incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, Torch is pretty damn good. I do think there's some counterplay to it. Like I said, when we saw EMEA, I think they did play some sort of like Loki composition against it triple. There are ways dude. Guys, Remix, what are your boys doing, man? Get them on a leash. Why did Harvey not ban anything there? What the heck? What the heck is he doing?
Oof. Yeah, we've seen that happen before, and it did result in an L. I mean, we'll see if it changes up here, but not having a ban is a little bit of crazy work unless you are that confident. I know this team is a confident team, and maybe we have this. Yeah, we have the conversation all the time that when a team gets beat up on map 1, there is the chance they took that Emma kick to the face and come back like the Hulk. So I am expecting to see Bruce the Hulk on this next lineup here for 100 Thieves.
You know, I like the Cap ban. I think, you know, Captain America is, you know, people say Venom is a replacement for Cap, and I agree, but I still think Venom has some counterplay on the Cap. Sorry, I thought they missed the ban as well. But the Thing ban on for FlyQuest, they know what 100 Thieves wants to do. Maybe without the Thing, that Venom can do a ton of work, but also that Groot went through. Right now that... 100 Thieves map number 1 did get rid of the Groot. In this map, FlyQuest, it's kind of like they knew what 100 Thieves would do, right? They know that the Groot would get banned that map number 1, and you feel good about that because you can play that dive composition. Now at map number 2, once you let that Groot go through, it kind of turns into that thing FlyQuest did before with their sort of comp they just kind of run at you with. So right now for FlyQuest, they potentially run that triple strategist composition on, or sorry, triple Vanguard composition on defense. But I would be kind of worried going against the Groot comp. I want to see, you know, especially with the Wolverine ban, how 100 Thieves does against the Groot composition. Because what we saw yesterday, Shib, I mean, it was disgusting how good the Groot comp is for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think you know, Spark's been running a mean Groot, always in that conversation at the top for someone that can just dominate. But, you know, I know 100 Thieves has practiced. They've scrimmed against stuff like this. I'm sure they have a solution. If they're not banning something out, oh, you know, and it gets tricky because they did miss a ban. So that conversation can get a little tricky, like I mentioned. But, you know, I'm sure they have practice against it. They know what to switch to if need be. As we start up here, they do also have the Punisher on the table. So that is one of Groot's biggest problems, just due to the raw damage Punisher can output just to burst those walls down. We see a lot of teams here holding tight on point 1. Adios in the sky. We have seen Adios up there on Ultron in the last match, really strong on Ultron. Ultron, more of an aggressive strategist. Does get a little bit of vengeance there from that support strike, if you will. And we are set up on the turret here, just bursting walls. That is priority 1. As you see, Terra doing a great job there with focus.
Yeah, we saw this Storm comp come through from one of the best Storm teams in Envy, and FlyQuest dealt with it well. We'll see how they do against the 100 Thieves in the Storm composition. And right now, I mean, 100 Thieves not buying any sort of purchase or getting any sort of purchase towards this payload. Right now, the objective is not pushing, not even inching forward. In fact, FlyQuest have that car capped. Ult's now up. Cooper gets the copy.
And we do see the dance floor out immediately. There goes Terra with the final judgment, finding Spark Chief early. Looking up towards the high side. Adios doing a great job juking there, just waiting this out. Only finding 1 there with the final judgment. Still good value as the Hurricane comes through. They're going to focus target damage on it. But no, the Hurricane's totally fine. Bubbled up their team, playing around each other well. But what a hold here already by Fly, who are up heavy in ultimate advantage on this next fight. Up in the sky we go. Energy tries to dunk it, does not work out. Out goes the Eye right after. In return right here, can DTK get the job done on the back line? No, does not land as well. Great rotation there by Loki to avoid and dodge. Cooper with great positioning.
I mean, this is taking so much time off the clock. Minute 30, they're still trading back and forth. You still have the Ultron above. You still have so much sustain. They're close to another Ultron ultimate. Crude ultimate out, Strangling Prisons here. The damage is there, and my God, they've not even moved 4 meters. 5 meters is about as far as they've gone. Not that's not an impressive length, but regardless, 2 minutes left to go for 100 Thieves, and they haven't gotten anything.
Oh my goodness, what a start here by Fly. Holding on with ult advantage in this next fight. Is going to be very close, actually. Looks like 100 Thieves in this next fight should have 3. Terra going to initiate here early with the final judgment. Oh, and stuffed by the wall is the Strangling Prison. Can Terra work through it either way? Great positioning and movement here to keep the team up. Out goes the blind and damage boost. Adios going to pop that. Ultron's Rage. Still not able to get too much, turning it into a healing ultimate as Spark Chief goes down there from Terra. This has been an insane hold, and 100 Thieves is having to burn everything to just get out of the door. FlyQuest is looking insane, like a Celestial with a huge out here by Vest on SJP. And Vest, these eyes make it 2, have been disgusting.
Yep, Vest has anime protagonist hair, and he might have anime protagonist powers, because right now Vest just so good on the Doctor Strange dilemma. He tried to get eyes on him, and he's still getting eliminations. Audio's going to go down to the 1v1. Another shot. Oh my God, he doesn't miss right now. With those eliminations, I mean, maybe that gets some space. Audio's going down is huge, because that was a lot of the survivability of FlyQuest, but they're still on this cart, and they pop Meteor, and they're going to need to find elimination to make this get any value out of it. And right now, they're able to get those eliminations, finally move forward. They're trading back and forth, though, and that's not ideal for your 100 Thieves, even though you have ultimates.
Yeah, and Deletta took that personally and pressed forward, found a few, and that allowed the team to get up in ult advantage and in fight advantage, taking the fight through and finally pressing out of the spawn door. But wow, I've got to show some love on that defense. Ult advantage should be on the side of 100 Thieves for this fight. They've got to turn up here and get some momentum, because now we're in final fight territory. It will be a teleport likely to try to extend it a bit, but out goes the Strangling Prison. Terra trying to hold them there, and a ton of damage out walls, keeping the team healthy. Vinny finds Cooper there, and down goes 1. Make that 2 as Vest falls as well. That's 3, 4, as 100 Thieves is now looking more like themselves. FlyQuest, though, it will have ult advantage in this next fight as Vinny cleans up energy.
Yeah, they might try to get too cheeky with it, with the try to kidnap the Hella strategy, but they're going to Jeff, by the way, to speed boost everybody to spawn. Cooper's going to swap back. Vest will be here to touch, so 3 fights is what the goal was, and they've accomplished it, even though Vest got deleted and the walls are here.
Did not miss the dome there. Terra, just a really good shot. Going to hold this positioning. Audio is going to initiate here with Ultron's Rage. Just using it into a healing. Not able to get a ton of value there. Terra going to try to find a second. Delena takes out Spark Chief. There goes the tackle. Doesn't get anything. Energy not able to find much there. Outgo the dance floors to hold on and extend the fight. Terra pulling out the shoddy, and that is going to be enough to push them through point 1. 100 Thieves has now found their footing, and they're going to start to sprint through the marathon that is FlyQuest.
Interesting that Spark Chief is down with that spawn to fall back, but at least he's getting some more charge for his strategist players. FlyQuest coming back 2 minutes in the streets phase. Now, we've seen a lot of teams struggle on the defense until about 3rd phase, so it's kind of hard to get multiple fights in the streets phase of the map. FlyQuest do have ultimates to come back, and Delena has a lot of space. We've seen how good he is so far, and Harvey's there with the follow-up into Cooper.
Yeah, just holding this height. Great off-angle positioning. Delena does this really well, always finding a way to keep eyes in a different direction than the cart. So we will see Delena relocate over here again. Vess has played a mean Strange in this series, as Terra is going to begin with a final judgment once more. Burst all the shields, get the cooldowns out, and try to still find one. But that damage reduction there by Spark is going to keep the team moving. And there's the clobbering time. It finds a few. Can they collapse off it? Outgo the Loki crystals. Terra finds Spark Chief there. Again, TTK taking out energy, and now 100 Thieves are cooking here with Grease, shoving through FlyQuest, who will still not have an ult advantage on this next fight, as it should be very close, 2-2, with SJP and Harvey, both strat lines ready to counter up.
Energy is swapping over to the Human Torch, and this is what Delena does, right? He just kind of off angles the whole time. Cooper's down again to TTK. Oh no, catching him out. And these angles that Delena takes, he was sort of the person to start doing it in North America with these hard flanks on Namor and Hela, and he's able to find that opening pick on a Cooper. That's huge moving forward.
It goes to show you something. If you're playing in ladder, do not just stand behind the tank. Take eyes elsewhere, and it'll help everyone, as the Vanguard is just trying to stay up, and down go 3. SJP switching it over to DPS. The boost there. TTK going to take out Cooper. And wow, okay, 100 Thieves. Yeah. Who needs 100 Thieves when you have 6? And they just shove through point 2.
I don't know what it is, whether it be map design or how the pro players play the game, but it feels like in the streets phase of maps, they just don't know how to hold. It's hard. I think that maybe the sight lines are attackers' favor. The chokes, I mean, there's like 3 chokes you can come out of, and they all came out of the top one. It's very easy to read, especially on those flank angles. Cooper, I mean, you could say he's sort of feeding a little bit on those previous fights, but it's tough because they're sort of caught out of position, caught with their pants down because of how Delena's playing.
Yeah, it's a momentum thing. Like you said, they try to get cute there off the rip there with the teleport, and it did kind of bite them, and they were playing so well together with momentum. It's heavily shifted as Vinny finds Spark Chief. Terra, how many times does he have final judgment in these fights? Consistently ready to press Q nearly every fight, as Harvey takes out 2. Well done there by one of the masters of Loki. Delena going to find Vest, and Vinny just going to place himself on the high ground, potentially wall off, get ready for a mean strangling prison here, as we do see some changes up on the side of Fly. We're now running that Venom on Spark Chief. Out comes the Human Torch, and we will see a bit of a change. Will it be able to work out for him? The turret falls early.
Yeah, it's interesting that Energy is the one on the Human Torch instead of Audios, because usually Audios is a really good Human Torch player. Not that Energy isn't, but he is a typical Human Torch player for sure. Now here comes the Meteor of the Sky. Nice dodge on the inside angle, allowing FlyQuest some space. Now they have ultimate advantage.
Yeah, this could be huge for them. Eye of Agamotto again. It is huge. Can they collapse? 2 go down. Will we see 3 Vests? These eyes have not missed. An absolute demon. Energy cleans up Terra, and there goes 4. Can I see 5 and 6? And well done by FlyQuest to find their footing again and turn this right back around with one more fight available for 100 Thieves.
Energy sitting on the flank, sort of hiding. You can see if he's too close to the wall. Wait a second. Portal block for everybody?
Oh, they were able to squeak out with 1 there for Terra.
They're trying. He can't. 8 seconds. I mean, Terra's gone as well. And Spider-Man, like you said, he squeaked out, but can anybody even touch? 3 seconds left. 2 seconds left. Nobody's there. 100 Thieves get stopped in their own spawn door due to some portal cheese, baby.
Yeah, this is a Strange map for a reason. Strange plays so well on these spawn doors, especially the double ones. There's multiple on this map. I believe 3 to just shut down the enemy. Incredible timing, great thought process, and way to get the job done by Vest, who holds them in there. They were only able to squeak out with a Spider-Man who got KO'd nearly immediately. What a hold by FlyQuest.
Can I say something, Shib? I am so tired of the people that say, get that out of the game. You know, like the Doctor Strange portal cheese where you block spawn and stuff. You know, it's like, it makes sense. It's annoying to play against for sure. Like, I don't disagree. Same thing with Black Panther. You know, all those Redditors that complain about how OP the character is. It's a part of the game, you know, and I love it. That's the Doctor Strange portals. That's a part of the, you know, tech of this game, even though it is like not that skillful for sure. I mean, if you just time it well, that's a skill in its own, but realistically, it's not like a mechanical skill per se. Regardless, I feel like it's, you know, a part of the game, and I think it's cool when, you know, pro players especially can take advantage of said mechanics. The Doctor Strange portals definitely make Marvel Rivals unique compared to other hero shooters.
Yeah, and to be honest, we've only seen it one other time throughout this whole set of this tournament, throughout all of Ignite so far, and it only held 1. That was a 5-hero hold, which was beautiful. It just goes to show you it's not as easy as it may look. It still requires insane timing and skill and thought. He had to click that button instantaneously, likely before everyone was even KO'd as they press forward, and FlyQuest has been showcasing how strong they are and the momentum in their favor. Can 100 Thieves turn this back to them and hold them early on, as they're electing to hold a little deeper?
Now, right now, they're trying to go for those early holds, and there's already, you know, FlyQuest as a unit sort of pushing them out, especially with that Hulk. So that's the deviation they're doing on their attack. Meanwhile, for 100 Thieves, they need Delena to find these opening picks on flank angles and stuff, and for FlyQuest, they're going to have to match them.
And they have this corner already. I do like when teams are forcing the 3, but this team doesn't feel like they need it, as that down goes 1. Energy, great tackle there on a Vinny. Groot's worst nightmare is the guy with claws. He turns into a scratching pose and just charges up, and he's just such a large body. It allows Logan to just make massive plays early onto a Vanguard, which is terrifying. You really, you know, you're forced to try to work in with like an invis to get that push and pull to keep your Vanguards up. It just forces out a ton of changes in your composition, but FlyQuest is already on the very end here. Out comes Terra's final judgment. No new sight here, as this has been something we've been seeing consistently. Out goes a ton of cooldowns. We do see the Eternal Bond there, keeping FlyQuest healthy as they're holding on behind the point.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing slow. Delena's on the flank, too. So Delena, meanwhile, trying to find those shots in. Everybody on FlyQuest pushing forward right into this meteor end.
Ooh, trying to find energy in the sky was a good idea there by TTK. Damage boost goes out as well. Harvey holding on to the dance floor. Ivakomoto, oh, that could have been insane. But you did see Terra turn into the turret there. Little known fact for those who don't know, you can use that as an iframe to avoid stuns, but they were not able to hold on to the point, and FlyQuest just takes it.
Yeah, Energy with a huge last stand, I think, to close it out for them. And, you know, Vest kind of created space. At least he gets to hold onto the eye. Oh, my goodness, by the way. Fastball into your face. Terra. I mean, unfortunately, it was Punisher with the dead dog. The wrong show. Regardless, Energy with a pick from him. I mean, that fastball special, like you said, Shib, it's huge. We see teams in EMEA do it as well. Insomnia are a huge proponent of running that Wolverine team up, and they're doing it again.
Yeah, no, that's just his whole family, not the dog. But anyway, we are going to see the throw here by Fly. Energy, again, just playing a mean Wolverine here on these angles. Terrifying force and finding a ton of tackles. Just hasn't missed any yet, but well played. Spark Chief is a mean Groot as well. We talk about Groot Hulk finding extra value recently. He just kind of fell off the meta just due to just lack of, I don't know, not lack of experience, but just maybe lack of utilization. People just kind of forgot about him, but he is still incredibly strong. The team is able to drop him as we talk about it. Out goes Cooper's ult here by Fly. Get the Eternal Bond, and it's followed up again by a mean eye. Will they find any value? Trying to get one of the strats, and great shield there. You can actually use Strange's shield to block off healing ults, and that is exactly what he did as SJP goes down. Beautiful thought process and comms there by Vest to allow the team to focus that up while shielding off the heals.
And now Delena's back over, or he swapped already early over to the Ultron because he can't find much value on the Hela. Now they move towards the Carp, having that Captain American ult. Also, people are stunning the choke point, but 100 Thieves, they're maybe opening things up. Energy went a little bit too deep.
Yeah, TTK finds energy there early. That is what they needed to get back on this point. Harvey is going to try to copy up the bond. Adios finds Delena as we have bonds on the ground on both sides. Zelos falling back, trying to retreat towards the team, towards Loki at least, and Strange. They are resetting well, and they're going to retake this fight with 3 minutes on the clock. A ton of time here for them to press through it, but this corner is very difficult to take. So we'll see.
Yeah, it is very difficult to take. Good point. Adios comes in with that Ultron ult, met by Terra again. He's gotten a lot of eliminations last time with his final judgment. He only... Actually, TGK goes down early, and unfortunately just finds nothing but clones.
Yeah, Vess has been really showcasing the talent on Strange here as we immediately are going to dive in here with Cooper. Cooper playing hyper aggro. Once you throw out that Eternal Bond, don't be afraid to stay in Cloak form because Cloak can do some strong damage. Sparchi finds Delena, and that is 2 down for 100 Thieves. Will they get shut down? Vess is holding on to this eye. Found a ton of value with it so far. Waiting out some cooldowns. Likely going to press Q here if need be, but they may not need it. Cooper onto Terra. Cooper onto Vinny, and that's that firing line damage from Loki. Just going to shield off Loki here as SJP goes down. TTK as well, and 100 Thieves are falling here as FlyQuest is popping off and taking point 2.
3 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Vess, again, like you said, on Doctor Strange has been nuts. I think FlyQuest takes advantage of Doctor Strange better than most teams, if not every team. And for 100 Thieves side, they have to come back and do it with 3 minutes. Vinny is on that Captain America, so he'll do some harassing in the back line. But unfortunately, when you don't have a lot of follow-up on these sort of dives, it sort of negates the value of the Doctor Strange. And oh my goodness, energy just comes in the back line from the Hulk.
Energy has been doing that nearly every fight, every neutral off the rip, and FlyQuest is up in ults again by 4. And now, excuse me, only 1 now as ults have just popped up here for 100, and that is going to be a pick again. Vess has got to chill with these eyes as Vinny goes down. Numbers advantage on the favor of FlyQuest, keeping the pressure. Terra turns that right back, though. Zelos goes down. Great final judgment here by Terra, who plays a mean Punisher up again with the turn. TTK onto Cooper, and they are going to retake positioning here, I believe, but Energy has that last stand. They're just going to let himself fall there.
Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. Well, he just AFK'd for a moment, but 2 minutes and 25 seconds left to go. TTK with a huge shot onto Cooper in that copy. So both Shredder's ultimates used, 2 Shredder's ultimates used, rather. Audio's coming up on his own. Sparkchief going to stick on that Hulk as well. I mean, there's 2 minutes left on the clock. 100 Thieves basically have 4 Shredder's ultimates with the Captain America, so they want to sustain, but it's going to be very hard to do so versus Energy. I mean, Last Stand can find eliminations even through Shredder's ultimates if it's placed well.
Yeah, it's all about bunkering down together here. This could be a huge pick if it is the correct Loki, but you got to find out together. Doesn't look like it was. Great ult here to keep the team healthy. We are going to see, what do you know, Terra with another final judgment for the 500th time in these fights, just dealing so much damage. Energy, great escape there. Adios may not be able to get away. No, down goes Adios, and 100 Thieves may be able to hold this with 1:30 on the clock.
And they definitely could. It's within their wheelhouse to do so. 100 Thieves also built up those Shredder's Ultimate's energy again. Where are you going to send him? Are you going to flank again on Hulk? It looks like they are. But they know it's coming because you can hear the Hulk's giant footsteps kind of running around these back halls.
Yeah, that's really true. And you know there's going to be a fastball in hand. Energy tried. Great bubble there to hold on and keep the team up by TTK. Delena now is trying to find a pick early and making sure that that heal does not get grabbed. But no, still able to grab that. Sparkchief going to head back towards the Strats. Hopefully give some all charge. But no, that's a great pick. Forcing into Bruce into that corner. At this point, you want to leave him as Bruce for as long as possible and then maybe find the pick, as it does just essentially take one out the fight. As Vess is taking the space back, out goes the Eternal Bond, up in the sky goes TTK and Ultron. TTK onto Cooper, there goes that Bond. Vinny onto Spark, SJP now onto Vess, and 100 Thieves is holding this for one more fight. Can they get the job done?
Yeah, and they don't have Doctor Strange, so there's no portal blocking going to come through onto FlyQuest this time around. They've swapped over to the Thing, wanting to play close together as a unit. 100 Thieves don't have a ton of ults to work with, though it will be Terra with that final judgment. We've seen him before. He will counter Vess's ultimate as well. The Agamotto cannot connect onto a final judgment, but he's going to have to build that ultimate and get CC immunity in this fight.
Yeah, it's all about this fight. Ult advantage for FlyQuest. They need to do it here. This is everything for them. Can they find value with each one of these Qs? If they do, it's game over. Crystals are out early, and they find one. Down goes Harvey. Down goes Terra. Will this be enough for them to take home the W? They're pressing in now. Oh, and Adios on to Vinny. Numbers up heavy now. 6-4. Make that 3, and the portal wall is out.
It's out. And it's over. I mean, there's no way they do this. I mean, they do have one coming out. It could be potentially doable. I mean, that's over. FlyQuest against the clock in this case, Shib, like you mentioned, they didn't have a lot of time left at the very end, but they had so much going into third phase. Get it done on that map, up 2-0, put themselves on map point to get that #1 seed in Group A.
Wow. FlyQuest is looking so good as a unit. We talk about the individual talent. We talk about them playing together as a team. It seems like they're having a ton of fun in these interviews and their discussions about being more versatile and not allowing themselves to be banned out. 100 Thieves, an incredible team known for clutching up in moments. Obviously, look at the stat lines across the board. It's difficult to pin blame if you're even trying to. It's just all about those fights, those neutrals, and finding a value with those cues.
Yeah, the problem is I think a lot of the carry does come through energy and through teamwork, just like whittling down the opponents. Like you said about Terra having 55,000 damage. I mean, double the amount of the highest damage dealing characters on the other side. I mean, with Vest with 27k. It's, was that 54k? So that's not even the same amount as Terra in that damage. But we saw that as well on Domination some maps, right? It depends. When you have a Storm, when you have a Punisher, of course, we're going to do high damage. Of course, you're going to do all of that damage. Like you said about how Jeff players will get MVP sometimes. They'll be like, guys, I did so much. But it's just because of the algorithm and stuff, you know, that the support players, strategist players get MVP. But regardless, it's not all about stats. It's all about team play, like we said. FlyQuest playing around that objective very well. We saw how long that first point hold was. And sure, you know, the stats may not show that they were completely dominant compared to Terra's stats, but I mean, it's Punisher. That's what he freaking does. He does damage. Like, what do you think is going to happen when a Punisher's in the lobby and there's nothing to really match him damage-wise?
Yeah, we've got to readdress, like you're saying, that first point hold. I mean, they got them to 30 seconds, and that may have been the deal breaker for the team not able to push through point 3 completely, as Fly had a ton of time there after the second point, at least, or, you know, 2 minutes 20 there on the third point, and they just kept finding success in these fights. It was insane to witness, and like you're saying, energy, these early picks nearly every time, as you see right here onto Terra, which is a massive W. If you find Terra early like that, just the raw damage, we talked about, what, 55k, 13 finals there for Terra, who had about 5 billion ultimates, so just an incredible team play across the board. Got to show some love again. Cooper-tastic, Loki. You know, we talk about how strategists that deal damage, definitely a favorite for the MVP, but you can't joke about 29 KOs with 20k damage and 50k healing.
He is really good. He is really good, but I feel like we both agree Vest was probably the real MVP just because of, you know, the Eye of Agamottos and stuff, and the whole team just played super well. Cooper-tastic definitely deserved this. We talk about, you know, maybe they got to change the algorithm again to make sure these strategist players don't get so many MVPs, but, you know, fair play. Listen, I love strategist players. I love good strategist players, and Cooper-tastic is definitely one of them.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Vest with top damage on the team on Doctor Strange, 27k damage, 8 finals, but you got to mention the setup, right? Every single one of those eyes. He was not the one getting all those finals. It set up 3, 4, even 5 sometimes final hits there, which were taken by teammates. But wow, what, you know, it shows you the value of Strange and how he's very much still prevalent in this meta.
Yeah, Doctor Strange is still super good. That's what we saw, you know, going over to the Hydron show for Nightmare 2, Shib, right? I mean, he was a hella, not going to say one trick, but definitely a very good hella player, definitely a good hit scan player, swapping over to the Doctor Strange, swapping over to Vanguard, taking over your role, maybe, Shib. Maybe these duelist players can come over and do well. I mean, Vest proving that, you know, he's a Vanguard player, true and true, and there's a lot of Vanguard players that also switch as well to duelist. Is that something unique about Marvel Rivals, the fact that you can switch back and forth so frequently?
Yeah, I think it just has to do with, I mean, and it's up in the air what their decision may be, but if you take the Vanguard aim out of the Vanguard, that is sure trouble, and FlyQuest has sure been looking like trouble out there. I can't wait to see this next match after this break.
This is my unnatural selection. Extermination!
법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 손들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나나 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 손들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러
Welcome back, everyone. FlyQuest on a rampage. Can they pull through? What do you think, bud?
I mean, they might get the job done today versus 100 Thieves, to take words out of your mouth from previous days, something behind the scenes. Maybe we could talk about it a little bit. But I mean, yeah, they look really good right now. I mean, 100 Thieves, they're going to have to figure something out moving into the next map, as yeah, not ideal to go down 0-2, but we've seen it before. We saw reverse sweeps come through. It's really hard in this game, though, I feel like, because, you know, every team has their best maps, right, Shib?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely correct, and this is going to go back. Actually, you know, since they did lose, they should be able to choose this map again. So we'll see if they change something up here for 100 Thieves. But I think we just need to see something vastly different in terms of team comp. They've been trying to run this comp, it seems like, for a little bit here. They didn't find a ton of success there with the Thing, which I think is kind of a reoccurring thing. I'm curious to ask the teams about their choice of running Thing over something like Groot, Mag Strange. And so I'm excited to hear more about that. But wow, I mean, the momentum is heavily on the side of Fly. Like you mentioned, we have seen some comebacks here.
Yeah, we have seen some comebacks. It's hard because, you know, right now it seems like FlyQuest is good at adapting to the meta for sure. And, you know, we heard about Spark Chief, what we heard through, you know, Nevix earlier. It's tough because in this new ban phase, you have to, you know, play everything besides just a mere composition. So because you can get target banned, it might put you on a comp you're not as comfortable with. So flexibility is key, and FlyQuest has been known as one of those teams that can flex to the highest degree. So same bans as well coming through from FlyQuest, and you can see that prioritization of the Wolverine again. 100 Thieves ignoring what's happened so far and just going with that mag ban again. So we're going to see some pretty typical bans coming through with the first 2 protects and 3 bans, but maybe things will vary after this. But Luna Snow banned again for 100 Thieves. I think we know where this is headed.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm curious about the fact that they're still banning Emma off the rip. We've seen other regions now electing to not do that and not too afraid of leaving Emma, although Emma's very strong. Trying to find maybe the problem child of the other team, whoever's been giving them the most issues, just eliminate that relatively early to try to give you a better chance here. But that is not going to be the case, as we see roughly the same bans. We get to Cap. Cap out of there is a good change of pace here for 100 Thieves.
I think they did that last time, though. Like last round.
Oh yeah,
they played Hulk.
End. Yeah, true.
So, I mean, the Ultron ban, that's at least forcing them off of that Ultron composition. We'll see what FlyQuest does to adapt to it. But we, you know, from what we've seen, Shib, I mean, Triple Res is still available. They go for that Wolverine, or that, not Wolverine, that Punisher Protect, Wolverine Protect up on the top side. I don't know. I mean, not crazy adaptation from 100 Thieves, but it's something, right? And that's kind of like you said, that's what we want out of this team.
Well, we got to draw attention to the fact that there was a missed ban last time, right? So that is also
true.
we got to mention that. That is definitely important, and that definitely impacts performance as a team, where the other team, gets a slight advantage and more options where they can switch things up if things aren't working. And we saw FlyQuest make some changes throughout the match. So we'll see something different here as we go to Holiday Jalia, and I'm excited to see another domination.
Yeah, I am as well, and I'm curious what FlyQuest opt to do as well. I mean, we've seen them play Hulk and not a lot of Namor, which is kind of interesting. They're playing instead that triple with the Wolverine, not playing towards that Namor again, maybe opting away from that hero, at least versus 100 Thieves, depending on how the bans go. Maybe certain strategists and stuff, hard to play the Namor against, specifically, I guess, if you mentioned Loki, because you can just pop crystals, counter your entire ultimate, so that could be definitely a reason why we're not seeing the Namor necessarily. Also, with the 100 Thieves composition, maybe the Namor doesn't fit against it, but we know that's in their back pocket. We'll see what they do on Hall of the Jalia, like you mentioned, and right now, 100 Thieves definitely have none of the wind in their sails. So, FlyQuest, this is the final boss in the group stages. We'll see if they can accomplish this goal, this raid finish. And right now, they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, to quote something like Hawkeye, you got to pull the bow back before it can loose forward, as FlyQuest loses that first match against Ego, and have just been progressing forward ever since. If they take 100 Thieves out here 3-0, I cannot imagine the momentum as we go into the playoffs next weekend.
I just like how that Black Panther statue, just reminds us of FlyQuest losing to Ego Death in the first round. So pretty funny how that's sort of been a recurring theme with FlyQuest hovering around the Black Panther, understanding they lost to it. They're not afraid to admit it. And right now, 100 Thieves teleport around the backside, set up Delena with the team, which is maybe not where he necessarily wants to be just yet, but it's at least a starting point for 100 Thieves to make up FlyQuest feel a little uneasy.
This is one of the cool things about the tournament, seeing strategies different from what you may see in ladder, just to kind of shake up the pace and force eyes in a different direction, playing at a different location. The whole team is now stacked under this bridge, which is a pretty strong defensible position. So smart play here by 100 Thieves, and out immediately goes the Eternal Bond in record time. Out again goes the Invisible Boundary. We're going to see Q's popped everywhere as it is just back and forth. But who is the first to go down as another Eternal Bond is out for the side of 100 Thieves, and it's matched by Zelos, who does fall. Well done. Adios to clean out Delena there. Delena again gets a pick, and it's just back and forth.
Oh my goodness, Fest did connect the Meteor M past the shield, but it wasn't fully charged, so Terra got to live. Also, that HP buff. Oh my goodness, I forgot. Terra literally had like 42 HP. If it was old Punisher, he would have been gone. So they're trying to portal back. They do have somebody to touch. FlyQuest, they're trying to retouch.
And there is the retouch, able to drop in here. We'll see how long this lasts for. You can't leave the point for too long, even on height there. Again, TTK trying to find one, does. Down goes Zelos. Delena dropping Vest. There's the res, though, but it's not going to be enough to touch. It's just going to force a stagger unless they can, right off the map goes Spark. Smart decision there to regroup as a team. You do not want to wait, because when you wait, the next fight is down a number, and then the odds go in their favor, and it's a steamroll from there as we see Cooper fall there, and down goes Vest. So talking about staggering, there it is.
Yeah, these are some good staggers. And this is what we talk about, too, with, if you're wondering why a tank player, a Vanguard player swapped to Rocket Raccoon. It's to retouch the point. There's certain heroes you need to retouch with Doctor Strange. Rocket Raccoon can be seen as one of those to allow your team to constantly pressure the point with the BRB. You come back through with somebody else on Doctor Strange. Just whoever goes down first, whoever's the first casualty wants to swap. Now 100 Thieves pushing forward. They do have Vinny now on that Doctor Strange, so that could be the change they need, but Energy with a quick kidnap onto TTK.
Down goes TTK Energy, always finding value with these Wolverine plays. Looks to the high side here on Terra. Terra with a good escape, with a nice smoke screen flying backwards. Another tackle here onto Vinny. Will they be able to clean that up? Up in the sky goes Vinny. Vinny tackled almost again. Good idea there with the right click from Wolverine, but not able to finish that up. 100 charge, ready for damage as Adios finds one. Down goes Vinny. FlyQuest again up in numbers and holding on and finding their footing, but Terra taking the space right back.
Yeah, it's tough. You just don't want to be taking easy eliminations like that. The neutral giving momentum back. Delena, oh no, goes down again, but maybe Terra can equalize it with this final judgment. They come back in with that Eternal Bond, and he gets tracked. Oh no, Cooper. Too easy for Terra, the Canadian beamer. Terra with some fantastic shots in the ultimate.
Yeah, it's all about patience and focus. You can definitely burst through that with the Final Judgment, and it is going to be launched here by Zelos of Fly to hold on to the point as Cooper did fall relatively quickly there. Spark Chief on a Terra. That's a nice start to the fight for FlyQuest. 100 Thieves not afraid of fighting 5v6 if need be. Vinny got to take out Adios and make it 5v5. Crystals are out too. And there is, the Goddess of Death up, but here comes the Meteor Ram. The meatball into the back line, not able to land as shields were up. Helena trying to get some value, still not able to do so just yet. Forced back, great positioning again. Spark Chief pops the Q for Hulk, and down goes TTK. And once again, FlyQuest retaking position. Great lockdown there, trying to find two. Down goes another, I believe. No, still held up by Crystals. Well played. And there's the follow-up by Energy. There goes two, make that 3, 4, as FlyQuest sweep the rest of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, this composition makes a little bit more sense for FlyQuest to have Adios on that Human Torch. It's probably back into like a comfort pick for him. Energy, though, the ultimate flex player onto that Wolverine. It's very important to have these duelist players who can flex to characters, whether they be Hitscan, whether that be Wolverine, whether that be any melee characters. Right now, FlyQuest transitioning at the right time. 100 Thieves, though, swapping Vinny over to the Captain America to open things. Zelena also onto that Ultron. This composition hasn't worked out for them previously, but they do have 2 minutes to work with. We'll see if something can change.
Yeah, just kind of a neutral situation here. We're going to have one ult make that 2 on both sides, and starting off initially with the Bond. Out again goes the last stand. Terra trying to sweep, not able to find anyone just yet. Off angle, Zelos, great hiding there with the cape. Going to reset again, and here comes Energy. Energy doing what Energy does. Good tackle on the TTK. Great bubble there by TTK to stay healthy. Adios is going to find one onto Harvey. Nice pick, and again, TTK finds Cooper in the back, just weaving it. 3-point shot from distance. Adios gonna try to find another Terra onto Spark Chief, and the numbers are traded, but it looks in the favor of 100 Thieves. Ults up for Fly, still not able to get anything there. Adios just dancing here, super mobile in the sky with Johnny, and down goes Adios.
Yeah, right now, I mean, TTK was putting the team on his back. Found another one. Best found his counterpart, and they're just able to push on forward. 100 Thieves. This transition to this Ultron composition has definitely panned out. I mean, you have to rely on, that Meteor Ram from TTK, which is just a great shot. So for FlyQuest's side, maybe they can, come back, at least kind of come into the third phase. But right now, 100 Thieves have looked better than they have on the other 2 maps. Right now, they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, one of the things you'll notice players that play Magneto at this level is you need to have an ascend and descend button ready while you're playing Magneto or honestly, any character that has the ability to fly, because if you can descend while, when you initially use that ult, you start upwards, you can actually descend low, so you can weave that Meteor M in unique locations and spots that people may think that they're safe. So great pick there. Down goes Spark Chief as Terra finds one, looking for a second. Terra nearly has this ult every fight. Goes to show you how strong Punisher is in this current meta. And Adios playing Torch, another very strong hero right now.
100 Thieves doing this well. I mean, just able to take down Adios, making sure this Torch is uncomfortable. I mean, that first little bit in this third phase is harder for these flyers. So once 100 Thieves break through this choke point, it'd be a little bit worried for FlyQuest, but they do have a last stand available into this Eternal Bond from 100 Thieves, so you know where they're all going to be.
And out goes the passive there for Energy. Energy is able to get some HP back, trying to find one TTK. Oh, great attempt there, not able to make it happen. Zelena up on height now with the Ultron. We talked about Ultron being incredibly impactful as a strategist right now with raw damage, especially in triple comps like this. So Zelena going to keep the pressure on. Great movement. When you use that dash, you do get, I believe, 8 seconds of raw speed. And there comes the ult. They're holding on well. Adios takes out Harvey. Harvey goes down. Terra goes down. And you can find value here with Torch when you use that Supernova, which may be a little bit on the lower side of the tier list for ultimates.
Yeah, this character has a lot in his kit, right? With Human Torch, you mentioned it, Shib, to me, how when you melee, that character's flying all over the place, hitbox wise. So hard to hit this character when he presses shift, goes incredibly fast as well. So Human Torch, one of the most mobile characters and highest damage dealing ones as well. FlyQuest taking full advantage of it. Vinny already popping that freedom charge coming in. FlyQuest also having to deal with the speed boost on top of it from this Punisher, but will they find any eliminations?
Yeah, Terra trying to find one, instead just buying space. And there goes the Meteor. Sparksheep. Great cape there. Sparksheep finds Delena. Terra on the vest, and out goes the Bond for the side of Fly. Zelos just going to dance at around point. Sparksheep throwing out the bubble. Just going to start pummeling the front line, but only at 16% for the ultimate. Cooper popping that ultimate off as well. Now it is a neutral as nothing is left. The cooldowns are burned. Can FlyQuest hold on, or will 100 Thieves do 100 Thieves things? Energy finds 3 as Zello sweeps Harvey, and that could be it. Good tackle here on the Delena. Energy, an absolute demon here on this Wolverine, and you might want to pick him off the picking pool, and that is going to do it as FlyQuest holds on for 4.3.
Yeah, clean game from FlyQuest at the moment. I mean, they had 2 minutes third phase, 100 Thieves did, but could not capitalize, lose 1 or 2 fights, and it's over. So, you know, FlyQuest right now with this Wolverine composition, their priority of that hero alongside having the Human Torch, it feels like they keep getting whatever they want. I mean, unfortunately for 100 Thieves, they've not necessarily banned out the wrong things, but it feels like FlyQuest, you know, they're so versatile. They're able to flex to so many different versions of the same composition right now, alongside being able to play Groot, being able to play Doctor Strange. So, I mean, this is looking like a scary team. I'd be a little nervous playing against FlyQuest right now after they've made that lower bracket run.
Yeah, I will say I started to see 100 Thieves looking like their old selves there on some of those pushes, especially Terra 11 final hits. Obviously, a lot of pocketing going into this composition. It is a protect the Punisher during Final Judgment composition, but Delena now going to be making a switch here to Psylocke as we do see a bit of a change. So things will be shaken up here on this first point. We see Adios on the Penny. Not sure if that's going to be indefinite or not, but I think it is just for the lineup. It's likely for the lineup.
He got SJP.
Did
got SJP already.
The lineup off the rip.
He did it. He did it. If you don't know, there is the Penny. I mean, everybody knows at this point, but if you don't know, Penny Parker has some lineups in your own spawn towards like the main point on Hall of the Jalia. Aim that towards the objective. SJP unaware, got smoked and rolled. Now FlyQuest on their attack. Have the Doctor Strange portal available. They're going to go and set up behind 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's worth portaling quickly to see if you can get in there before the return of SJP. But what I will say is if you take damage there early from Penny and you do not get KO'd, tell your strategist to hold off on healing you until the map starts, and they'll actually get alt charge. Little known fact. So way to turn that back in your favor as we hold on here and start this first push. And tackle again. What do you know? Energy, just a monster, just built different here on the Wolverine.
It's getting a little bullied right now. 2 eliminations early on. Now FlyQuest just walking towards the objective. Really just kind of controlling space right now is Energy's game plan, but they're against Terra with the shotgun. However, they will be missing a lot of their healing in the Cloak and Dagger walking back from the spawn.
And Terra pulling out the shotty, just trying to buy some space. Energy again onto TTK. These tackles are so impactful. Invis might need to be pulled out here. I'm not sure if it was banned out. I have to check back, but it is so difficult to escape the cat when the claws are out. Energy finds 2 more, and FlyQuest on a mean assault here takes point 1.
Yeah, that was mean indeed. And 5 minutes in the streets phase, 100 Thieves, they got to figure out something, man. They got Delena going over to the Psylocke, so at least they have something to back up Vinny's dive. I mean, that could be the variance they need. But the Punisher now going to be left alone on the main. I just wanted to see, I want to see how 100 Thieves reacts to FlyQuest in their ultimate in the upcoming fight. Right now, FlyQuest looked like the better team, but maybe string together a few fights together, 100 Thieves can finally get a map win.
Yeah, alt advantage going to be slightly in their favor as they should work up 4 here. Terra going to find Sparksheep early, and that's a great pick on the defense, forcing them to reset likely unless they want to commit with a tackle. Could buy time, but not able to get that landing there.
Yeah, they're sort of playing it back right now. Copy comes through from what looks like Cooper on the front line. Also, Audio's committing from Supernova. Matched on both sides by Harvey, so both Lokis committing their copied Cloak and Dagger ultimates. No eliminations necessarily just yet for Terra, though.
Yeah, it seems like teams are playing patiently with the Qs right now. Don't want to commit too much while the Eternal Bonds are out. You can use Final Judgment to find value there. Sparksheep going to take out Harvey, though, and that's a great start for the side of FlyQuest. He tried to see the dunk. Unfortunately, that's not able to make it happen. Up goes the last stand, and it takes out a Feelers. Adios cleans that up. What a combination. Sparksheep on a TTK. FlyQuest getting so much value out of energy here. It is absolutely insane. Delena going to take out Cooper, though, but it's not going to be for long as he goes down as well. Energy is showing up in the lights. What a star right now.
100 Thieves, I think they're not matching well against this Wolverine indeed. I mean, Energy last hand connected flush, huge connection onto 100 Thieves backline, onto their Vanguards as well. We'll see how they react now, but like you mentioned, I mean, Invisible Woman could help them maybe deal with the Wolverine bubbles out, though. TTK has to try to recover, but he just can't.
Yeah, Cooper going to take out TTK early in the fight. Again, these early picks are so valuable. Being numbers up going into these neutrals, or at least these very few ultimates ready fight, is just such a problem. Another pick goes out, but this one on the side of 100 Thieves. Here comes Terra. Terra does not miss. Eyes on great burn down there of the crystals, keeping focus forward and driving through the entirety of the space as we see a chase down there by the front side of 100 Thieves. Not able to find anything. Vinny on the cap, just taking that space and annoying the back line, but is able to retreat there, find his team, get healed up, and here comes the initiation by Cooper.
Yeah, FlyQuest so practiced, so well versed with dealing with those Punisher ultimates. Now they're under the back line. Green's out as well as early Cloak and Dagger ults, but oh no, Harvey got grabbed, stunned, and he's down even in the coffee. Oh no, Spark Chief and FlyQuest find two, and I mean, you're just gonna have to stall now 100 Thieves side, but that's so bad. Harvey's ultimate now negated, removed. We're in the third phase of the map with Shib. So much time on the clock, 4 minutes here for the Wolverine on this attack.
Energy getting a pick and an ult cancel in a millisecond is insane. This man cannot be stopped. 98% to another ultimate as Zelos and Adios are ready. If they can get this ultimate combination with Adios landing on top of them with Human Torch, that is quite the combination.
Guys, we just dead. We're not playing against Wolverine well. I don't know what to say. It feels like 100 Thieves are walking into Wolverine's claws, and it also feels like FlyQuest are taking full advantage of the space they're provided.
Yeah, and we talk about Terra being one of the best Wolverines in the game. They take that off the field with a ban early on every time, and they just run it themselves. And Energy looking like he's up there as well with one of the top Wolverines. And as I'm saying that, another two-piece onto the squad as Terra and TTK go down. Is that enough space to push them? It's got to be very close with 3 minutes on. At this point, we are in any fight territory for FlyQuest, who will be almost evened up with ultimates in this next fight. This is insane.
And they can't portal. I mean, you have him again. Oh, jeez, man. I mean, TTK, are they going to commit any Stratus ultimates? They commit Delena, so they come back through, half the touch with 2 meters left to go. And they're able to get Energy. Greens were also forced as well, so that's nice. That's a nice pick for Team 100 Thieves as FlyQuest just play around the corner, waiting for Energy to come back.
And just for those who didn't notice, you'd see Terra being very patient with the Q there. When you're in a situation like this, that you're very close to losing the game, you cannot overcommit your ultimates, because if you do, it's game over. And you can see the hold there by TTK and Terra to not just follow up after they were ahead in numbers. No reason to burst those, but FlyQuest trying to gain those ults back and try to win with one big fight. It's everybody presses Q in one fight, and it could be game over. Up in the sky goes the Meteor to keep him healthy. Terra now going to press Q and look for something on the back line, but great focus, great return and hiding behind the Vanguards to buy yourself time. And here comes the Eternal Bond on the side of 100 Thieves. No ultimates left besides Cooper for Fly, who will have the last second with Adios using that Human Torch as well. Will we be able to find anything in this potentially final fight? And out go the Hurricanes, the Tornadoes for days around the point to look for damage on Cap. And that is a good escape there by Vinny, who is able to get out. TTK and this, oh, excuse me.
Oh, the Cap!
I did not touch point.
It was just Vinny with the drone touching, and maybe you would have had Cloak and Dagger touch, but he had the dash back, so we didn't get eliminated by the Meteor M. 100 Thieves get stopped. Chat, maybe you were right in the first prediction with FlyQuest, and they 3-0 100 Thieves. Man, FlyQuest looks damn good after losing that upper bracket chip.
Come and get your loot. Come and get your experience. The quest's complete until the playoffs, all the way from the bottom side. The first match getting knocked into the loser bracket and coming all the way through to now being one of the top seeds in Ignite, heading into the playoffs. Wow, what a play, and what good play across the board here by, I just can't believe it. FlyQuest is just popping off. Energy is an absolute demon. Adios here, 34-2, 35-4, 17 finals, 11 finals. Terra doing what Terra does with 12, but it just was not enough to shut them down.
Yeah, I think that we saw the sort of answer to this kind of play style in EMEA with Insomnia versus other teams, but the real answer, I think, is Rad that beat him, sent him to the lower bracket. The real thing, the problem is when you play this Wolverine composition, you can't really deal with flyers all that well. But because you're given Human Torch, because you're given that Wolverine alongside the Hulk or the Thing if the Thing goes through, it feels like you are mismatched, right? On the ground, 100 Thieves just constantly having to walk up, take space, but the people who take space get Wolverine grabbed. So you're just constantly under pressure. So much damage from FlyQuest, so many kidnaps from Energy, the follow-up from Adios. It just feels like FlyQuest got whatever they wanted. I mean, the only downside was Luna Snow was banned, but it doesn't feel like Luna Snow would have really changed much for FlyQuest. It just felt like they could play Cloak and Dagger. They could play the Loki as well, just live, disengage. The discipline, the play of FlyQuest also can't be understated. I mean, they just disengaged after Energy went down on that third point. Everybody together, nobody went down. So this team is so well practiced. You can tell that FlyQuest, their heads, well on their shoulders. They have a good head on their shoulders, rather. And right now, I think that they're going to be the team to beat in North America unless Sentinels versus Nemesis goes the distance. I mean, that would be a fun series as well, and that will be a fun series in just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, another MVP here by Cooper, who is just playing really clean on the Loki. Man. But yeah, you got to show... Yeah, they got to show love to Energy, got to show love to Adios. The combination, one of the things that I don't think I've seen much, and I'm curious on your take, that combination of Last Stand into the dive by Human Torch to provide so much burst value on a ton of heroes at the same time is a super unique thing that I haven't seen much of, but was a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, it was disgusting, I think. I mean, letting Human Torch get through, letting Wolverine get through is tough. I mean, this is why I think that in terms of ban phase, we see, an adaptation to ignore the Emma sometimes and try other bans. It just doesn't feel like 100 Thieves tried out enough, but, behind the scenes, I'm sure Remix and them are going to look at these VODs, considering it's just the group stages, right? They will be going next week into the playoffs, and then it'll be do or die, right? So this team, to me, 100 Thieves, I'm not sure how scrims and how practice is going. As far as I'm aware, I thought Envy was doing pretty good in practice, I think, leading up to this, losing to 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves probably also doing good. And I think what can happen is that you get baited, right? If you do too well in practice, if everybody else gets smoked, right, you can sort of think that some comps are worse or better rather than they actually are. But let's go talk to Energy in the interview room with FlyQuest. What a game that was from him and his squad. How are you doing, Energy? Good. Congratulations on the win, man.
Thank you. I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing good. We got to get some of your jerseys, by the way. Can you show that off real quick? You want to stand up for the crowd?
Yeah.
I love the jersey, the FlyQuest rep. Okay.
Let's see. There you go.
Ooh, looking clean.
Looking good.
Looking clean, man.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, first of all, for you, I mean, it was definitely, you guys are so versatile, right? You guys as a unit. I mean, how do you feel like in Marvel Rivals, the fact that, you're able to flex that Wolverine, then go to, potentially that Human Torch or, at times even Ultron? Like, what does it feel like playing this game when you have to be as flexible as you are?
Feels good, to be honest. Like, it feels weird because I think there's a lot of good options. So that second map, I really wanted to go Torch, but Wolverine is just nuclear there. It got Vinny off Groot pretty fast, I think, on attack. So I think having those options to swap is really, really good. But it's just about knowing what's best for not only just your team, just you yourself. So.
Yeah, I know that your team has been just riding this momentum, so I've got to ask you, what do you think changed from game one where you guys were taken maybe by surprise, and now you're just on this tear of taking out the top teams?
From game one, as in the beginning of the tournament?
Yeah, from the Ego loss.
Yeah, I think we went in with a good amount of confidence. I know Vessel said that before, but we just had to lock in after that. We knew it was do or die. It was a big tournament. Big things on the line. So after that, we really prioritized our scrims and what we were doing in them. It's really important.
Yeah, you guys look so good.
Yeah, they have, and I think it is kind of it is pretty funny, and I think it wraps the bow pretty well on this group stage with that. We go to the Hall of the Jolly to end the map, to end the series as well. I think we had a picture of the statue, of the Black Panther statue as well, and I know you guys like to lock that character in before the game starts, so. I don't know. I mean, what can you say anything on that? Is it about channeling that loss kind of moving forward, or you feel like you maybe lost at the right time so you guys adapted and figured out the correct meta?
Yeah, so that Black Panther loss, I don't know, at least for me, it scarred me. Black Panther's, I'll always say, Black Panther's broken. So we just hovered. We hovered in the ego death because we knew we were banning it, and then we started winning. We were like, all right, we're just going to do this every game. We just do it every time. That last map, Vessel was in the bathroom at the beginning, and he didn't get to hover. We were a little scared, So... but it was good.
Oh,
It's
if
funny.
it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah.
Your Wolverine play, just discussing. What do you think is the solution to that? Did they need to ban it out, or was it going invis? I don't think you banned invis out. So curious for your take of how do you stop the cat, the Wolverine?
I think invis is like pretty hard. Wait, hold on, ma. One second.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Wait, what was the question? I forgot.
How do you stop Wolverine?
I think invis is really good. I know in our warm-up we did specifically ask to play against Wolverine, but yeah, I think invis is like a pretty good counter, especially if you have mag banned, then you can't bubble the Wolverine from the pool or just anything. I know the thing is a pretty good counter too, just because when the wolf goes in, you just kind of ground him and he can't do anything. So
yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And, you know, looking back at your guys' run through that lower brackets in the upper bracket, it's definitely reminiscent of some other hero shooter games that we can't mention. But, I mean, I think you guys for sure look amazing. And you're going to be going up against a very interesting team in Tech Yanksy, an unsigned team from Group B. I mean, maybe could you talk about them, or you know much about them, or are you just going to go in full-blown confidence in the playoffs next week?
Techie, yeah. I mean, I think they're a really good, like, underdog team. I don't think they're the best team. Like, I don't think they're top 4, but I think they're a good team. So we're not going to go in like too cocky, like the same way we did with Ego Death, but we're definitely going to go in with confidence, you know, especially after the recent games we've had against the upper teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like you've adapted and evolved. I saw you had some food coming in there. I don't want to hold you up too much there. I'm sure you want to celebrate. Is there anyone you want to thank or shout out before we say goodbye to you? It's been a pleasure.
My team, managers, coaches, everyone, especially my friends that, you know, watch party every day. We have a little server that they watch party us, support us, so it's really comforting. And my mom, you know, she supports me too, so
for sure. Awesome, man.
Yeah, appreciate your energy. Yeah, have a good rest of your day, man. Have a good relaxing evening.
Thank you.
All right, that's energy from FlyQuest and how FlyQuest played, Shib. I mean, it was so smooth. I mean, there wasn't really any hiccups.
I think he deserves some MVPs there. If he wasn't on the stat board MVP, he was my MVP. He looked insane in a lot of those fights.
His mom's the MVP, man. His mom's the MVP. You kidding me? Bringing him food after your game? What a way. At least he's celebrating like a king.
You got it, right? You got to celebrate after that, especially with the team, a little food in you, but well-deserved. It seems like they just learn from their mistakes, and they are one of those teams that can just flip it around fully and ride that momentum. And what a just incredible play. I think he started off nearly every fight with a pick, so well done, energy.
Yeah, well, 100 Thieves going to have to go to the drawing board for sure for their playoffs, but the takeaway is for them, I mean, that is a top 2 seed, so they will be the number 2 seed. So while FlyQuest is going against Techie on the opposite side, Shroud X will be meeting up against 100 Thieves. That'll be an incredibly fun matchup. I know we've seen that series, that matchup before in previous tournaments as well, so that'll be fun. And I think, you know, it's kind of... maybe not as exciting as if FlyQuest lost, and then maybe they would have to go into Ego Death earlier if they were to win their series, but we'll see how teams adapt moving forward going into next week. We have one more series for you guys coming up in just a bit. We're going to go to a short break. We'll come back for that Group B matchup in just a moment.
Nowhere to hide. Woo! I never miss. Today, the age of Ultron begins. Termination. Challenge me, you animals. Average protection. You would have failed without me. The virus takes hold. Extermination! All targets eliminated.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just witnessed FlyQuest do what may have been considered an underdog story, going all the way from the bottom through their bracket and taking it home as we press forward in these stages. What a dub.
Yeah, what a W indeed. FlyQuest look like a freaking good team. So, I mean, as it stands, that's going to be a team Sentinels or Nemesis are going to look at, because one of these two teams that is coming up in just a moment is going to have to play against them next week in their first matchup. I mean, that's going to be the real kind of test of a lot of these teams. I mean, obviously getting top 4 was huge, but then entering the playoffs, we have the seeding done almost. 2 more teams to be decided after all of that. Like, we've done 2 weeks of this tournament so far. This is the end of the second week, and right now, I mean, just down to the wire between Sentinels and these other Nemesis, rather. So FlyQuest versus Techie will be that matchup that we'll see, and then 100 Thieves versus SDX also another matchup we'll see. And now Envy and Ego Death both waiting for their opponent in today.
Yeah, one of the more unique things about this matchup is this is going to be a rematch. Last time Sentinels took home the dub 2-0 into Nemesis. Nemesis, have they done their research? Have they watched the VODs? Are they ready to turn this around? Because they have struggled against this dive comp that we've seen Sentinels pull out. We had the discussion in the Cozy Cast with Aramori, who said there's a new hero out there that should be taking over the meta. All of us were speculating, and we found out the hard way. Rymazing pulling out the Black Panther and just going through teams with the Panthers. So that dive comp has been threatening. Will they be able to shut it down?
Yeah, and looking at I mean, we'll see if they can shut it down. I think Sentinels, they had to switch off of it at a certain point due to certain things that happened in the series with Nemesis. But this is going to be a fun matchup. I think that Hell's Heaven, not exactly the best map for Team Nemesis as it stands. I mean, I think Yoki said give teams a break, on map number 1 because it's just domination. Anything is possible. It's like the feel out stage for sure. And now that we're in this best out of 5, it definitely is even more so of a feel out stage. But regardless, looking at those maps, I think that Sentinels looked like the better team on Hell's Heaven than Nemesis and also on Symbiotic Surface. So we'll see if any changes come through today. But Sentinels, I mean, this roster still as good as ever. I mean, they were one of the original winners of the Marvel Rivals Championship and in the Ignite series. Still look like a very good team.
Yeah, and got to show some of the Crimzo who's been pulling out the cap. He was playing a ton in the past, and this cap has been making a large appearance here, maybe forcing out a ban. We might see something like that coming in the future. Amazing, obviously insane on Torch, but played so successfully with the Panther. The entirety of this roster has what it takes to just be hyper aggro in these compositions and play virtually anything. We've seen Res Comp, we've seen Dive, we've seen Poke. They're not afraid to pull out whatever is necessary to essentially get this W. So Sentinels have looked really good in this tournament, but they haven't had as many games. Maybe there's something to say about Nemesis, who in that recent interview with Ryan Guy displayed a ton of confidence and mentioned they want just a ton of flexibility so they cannot be banned out.
Yeah, that's the important thing for sure, is having that flexibility, like you said. So Nemesis is that up-and-coming team who does have the flexibility similar to FlyQuest, and for Sentinels, they also have it, right? I mean, for 100 Thieves, I thought they did as well, but they just didn't really adapt. You mentioned earlier how maybe you would have liked to see the Invisible Woman swap, against the Wolverine. I think that was a great call out from you, and then it got pointed out again by Energy in the interview. So we'll see if any Wolverine is even being played today. Maybe FlyQuest is the only team sort of on that hype train of that Wolverine team up alongside the fastball Nemesis. This team has been on the come up for a long time, but can they finally overcome another top team in Sentinels? I mean, they have the lineup to do it, and they have definitely a lot of interesting strategies in their back pocket as well, Ship.
Yeah, we talk about the versatility from Ryan Guy in this discussion, talking about the team's comms and who was leading it, and they definitely got 2 leaders there with Scatter and Ricky carrying those comms for the most part. They kept winning the ult advantage fights, so I think it may seem like duh, but that is not always the case. When you have ult advantage, sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and that is a huge net loss when you lose an ult advantage fight. But this team just kept pulling through in those fights and finding a ton of values. We see a mean Meteor M right there from Scatter. I just know this team is now also looking up. They've been playing strong together, and they're finding some momentum as well. So I'm curious to see how the first map looks, which I think it could dictate how this whole series shakes out.
Yeah, you're right. That first map could change a lot of things, especially if Nemesis looks good on it. We'll see what the domination map is. I think for Team Nemesis, they just want to get away from Hell's Heaven. I think they've sort of low rolled. It's been Hell's Heaven every time, and I know it's not a big sample size for sure. Like I know, practice and stuff, all these sort of things can dictate what maps you're best on. But just the fact that you're going to Hell's Heaven pretty frequently which is not your best map in terms of official matches played in the Ignite series, it feels kind of rough. So, I mean, you just got to pray that the dice roll goes your favor for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I think Hell's Heaven plays well into that dive composition that we were saying they struggle with, at least so far. And it seems to be their new go-to for Team Sentinels, who Sentinels have, they've got a ton of talent. And one of the things I'm curious to bring up to your attention, which we haven't had the discussion about yet, is seeing Kalova, an absolutely disgusting Adam Warlock, now making the shift to Luna, who plays that hit scan role at range almost nearly, if not better, than Warlock now with the raw damage output. So I'm curious to see, it's funny now that the new hit scan or the essentially the strategist too that's playing more technical heroes are now playing Luna just due to the raw damage output and finding a ton of value. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I know he just loves that hero. I think it does so much damage, like you said. I mean, there's so much value to be had in that hero in terms of, the damage output, like you mentioned. And I think we've seen, how good Luna Snow ult is, and people have mentioned how clunky, Luna Snow Dance Floor, Fate of the Worlds can feel in terms of the fact that, you have another 500 ultimate charge you need to build to get that ultimate. But it is, like you said, that neutral that kind of can change and dictate a lot of fights. Luna Snow does have that damage potential, and I think he can carry on that hero too. So we've seen the value of that hero. We've also seen how prioritized that hero is in terms of the ban phase for teams. In terms of 100 Thieves, I think every time they banned out the Luna, it didn't work out obviously, but I think a lot of teams are scared of that hero. Coming into today, though, the Loki and the Mantis are banned for Team Nemesis, or from Team Nemesis side. They don't want to play against Sentinels in that triple res composition. We've seen how good they can be, and they protected Cloak and Dagger. I know Nemesis loved that hero with Mr. Dinks.
Yeah, Nemesis, for those who don't know, actually old Team Shikigami, and they are known for running that Cloak and Dagger and essentially inventing that rush strategy of using that ult incredibly quick to hopefully buy you the first fight, and then honestly, by fight 2, almost has ult back again. So it is a smart strategy. As you see that lock there, the bans and picks were virtually the same across the board, but there we go, as we see the lock-in there for the side of Sentinels, and that's going to go to Crimzo.
Yep, and just to reiterate again, for if you're just tuning in for the first time in these grand finals, it is an asynchronous ban phase, right? So the blue team gonna have those protects a little bit earlier than the other side, than the red side, who gets 3 bans in a row. It just syncs up on that third phase, right? It's ban at the same time, then a protect, then a ban, and then another double ban, and then it's kind of the same thing except flipped, on the other side. So if you're wondering how that goes, and they're not global bans. So as you see, Team Nemesis cannot play Mantis, Mantis, Loki, Human Torch, or Emma. Opposite side for Sentinels, same exact thing. However, the protections were at least a little bit maybe interesting in terms of strategies revealed with the Captain America protected alongside Magneto for Team Sentinels.
Big fan of Krakoa as we head into the Sentient Island, and I'm excited to see how this shakes out. Potential portal play off the rip again to get that space. We've been seeing that a ton at this level of play, just getting that space early and then bunkering in and locking down Nemesis. We've had the discussion, not afraid to run more unique things. We'll see if anything changes here as we press into the rematch in the final breakdown of this bracket. Will they get the higher seed?
Yeah, I think they might. We'll see what happens as we get a little bit of a perspective on both spawn doors. Going to be starting out on the waterfall map here on Krakoa as we get another little view of the boy. I love getting the perspective of those little guys around the map. It's always fun. But Sentinels rocking out with that Iron Man alongside a triple Strategist composition. They love playing triple Strategist, and I think it is good right now from what we've seen ship.
Yeah, I think triple, as long as you got the Ultron, right? Ultron, just so much burst damage, and we will see success here. I'm sure Nectar, last time I had eyes on Nectar, 30-1 with Ultron. Incredible positioning. When you have the least of times of being KO'd, it's all about where you're stationed, and that's everything at this level of play. Mello on height. Mello, a mean Psylocke as well. One of the shining stars of this team, trying to get that dance of the butterfly early, right? Amazing on the Iron Man. Saw the switch on Iron Man and Clintar last time with this matchup, so that is interesting. Like we said, matchup last time went in the favor of Sentinels 2-0. Mello on the off angle here. There are a lot of pressure as Scatter finds Ryan Amazing out of the sky.
Yeah, huge pick on the Ride. They're trying to sustain build up towards that Ultron ultimate, but they just cannot right now. Mello perfectly timed with that dive. Also has that Snowflake and Madian also on the Nectar. And this is probably the best round, I think, for this Hella comp. As you can find those picks, you can kind of play in the open. Sentinels, they wanted to build ultimate quick there. You had the team up as well with the Ultron to give a little bit more healing towards that hero. But Ryan Amazing is going to swap over to that Bucky for the counter dive. We'll see if that's the adjustment that pans out for them. I mean, we saw on the other side, 100 Thieves tried something similar versus FlyQuest, but FlyQuest is also running triple on their side. Team Nemesis are just doing a typical 2-2-2.
Yeah, Nemesis is very close to a 6 stack of ultimates. Out goes the Meteor from Scatter. Does not connect Nectar, launching the Ultron's Rage as well. As that is out, is that find value? No. And the team is now pressing forward with the dance floor. Sentinels just trying to get this space back and own the point. Not able to do so yet. 45% on for Nemesis. Does the Meteor land? Great iframe there with the Goddess in the sky. Starting to put a ton of damage out. Will they be able to follow up? Not quite yet. More damage from a Madian, like we said, great iframe to avoid the Meteor M, putting some damage onto the Vanguard line of Sentinels.
Back and forth. Madian eventually going to Techie. Nice shot from him. Here comes the Kraken impact. Frozen. What a freeze, by the way. But didn't end up mattering. Just slowed him down temporarily as it looks like Sentinels as a unit walked up with that freedom charge. Found the eliminations required, and Team Nemesis are sent back to spawn.
I'm not upset with that if I'm Team Nemesis. Forced out nearly every ultimate. Obviously, Ultron getting that all back incredibly quickly. Ready again almost in the next fight. But Nemesis, 75% in the first take. And now they're going to be roughly even on ults besides that Ultron, as discussed. So fight's now pretty neutral. We'll see how this works for them. But if they get that ult advantage and win one more fight, it's a teleport play away from a W.
One teleport away as well, for sure. And now Sentinel's just gonna play it slow, give up a little bit of that space top left high ground as Nemesis. They're trying to like group around, right? It's sort of easy to take these flank angles like Pros mentioned, so Sentinel's sort of forced to group up as a unit, and now here comes that dive.
Yeah, Mello consistently on off angles. Something to learn if you're playing Duelist and Ladder. Scatter on a Crimzo. A nice early find again by Scatter. Back-to-back in these fights. Meteor M did not find any purchase. Nectar trying to battle back from this Bond. The Bond still going to stay up as Scatter finds another. Mello onto Nectar. Craze onto Amazing. And Nemesis looking like a fresh new team here. About at 90. We're going to win to 90%. And Sentinels are going to have to teleport in with Techie.
They are. I mean, right now, it's looking like the only way to really counter the dive with a triple Strategist composition is with the Mantis to kind of run around, disengage. Also with another fantastic Strategist ultimate. Unfortunately, Ultron's ult, not enough to live here. Here comes an ultimate as well. Dance the Butterflies from Mello as the portal comes out. A lot of damage coming through on the Sentinels towards the objective.
Yeah, Mello, great damage there, but it does get negated by the crystals, getting run at by Cap. Cap, just a very difficult hero to drop when cooldowns are off. In the sky, onto that Cap, as discussed, dashes right back into the dance floor. Team is trying to group now. Once again, Nemesis holding at 99%, armed and dangerous. Here comes the Kraken impact. Will they be able to find anything? It is reset as Dinks goes down, and that's the key. If you can hit a ton, as long as anyone hits that threshold, they will get KO. Down go two, as Amazing finds another, but no reset there. But will they get the point? They're holding on to the point there.
I mean, they definitely could have used it, but luckily Ricky was in that spot towards the left side. And right now, Sentinels are going to reclaim the objective. Like you said, Shiv, they just kind of got separated, got smoked by Amazing in that ultimate, and right now Sentinels are sitting pretty on the objective, but they have to worry on their defense now as they only have that Ultron ult ready to go. Team Nemesis again are going to do that surround play they did previously, and in the neutral, I would say that definitely has an edge. We saw over in EMEA, VP did very well with the Mantis, with the triple res, with the Atom. Felt like it was easier to sustain with that composition. At least with the Ultron, Luna, and the Loki, it's definitely hard to find those eliminations with the damage boost and stuff to deal with people like Mello and Kraz just constantly diving on you.
Yeah, I think I still gotta give some credit. Sentinels winning that fight, building up an ultimate charge. It was a testament to patience. They did not stress over the fact that the point was still capped by Nemesis. Sentinels waiting it out and then turning around. Mello once again trying to find this early pick. A ton of value as the damage is pouring. Roughly 80% there to ultimate. Nectar getting eaten by Meteor M, not able to weave that under that door. And Aramori finds Craze early, and this could be good for Sentinels now up in numbers. Aramori popping that ultimate. Out goes the Bond to match. Amazing holding on with Crimzo, and it's alt advantage for Sentinels. Will they be able to hold this down and take the first map here as Amazing is ready? Not able to get anything just yet. Out goes that. Oh, Dance the Butterfly. Mello, I believe, did not find any value there either. Did force out some cooldowns, but not enough to get a pick. As we see, oh, the Eye of Agamotto here. Oh, gets canceled.
Oh, we got what a cancel there onto that Eye of Agamotto there. And now Sentinels playing around their dance floor, able to find a Madian as well. Goes down the Hella player. That's so much damage removed. Right now, Sentinels were trying to get eliminations through those shield cutoffs, but could not from Techie. It was really well avoided. But right now, Dinks is chased down, smoked by Techie, and all of Sentinels are just on this objective. Team Nemesis, they have to rely on a portal from a Madian last second, but it's not there. Sentinels win round number 1 on Krakoa.
Yeah, great patience, great understanding of the game, and alt charge across the board. They really just were not stressing, although they were down heavy. That, you may be saying, how did that cancel happen for Strange? Believe it or not, it was actually a hella mini stun, I believe. So maybe a lesser used part of the kit at this level of play can be used for things like that to shut down ultimates. Well played again, but Sentinels, that patience really showed up for them, really panned out for them, as they were not able, Nemesis was not able to take that back.
Yeah, it was very close. I think I was a little worried for Sentinels because it felt like they were getting old utility force super early in their abilities, right? Aramori had the crystal after Nectar committed the firewall to kind of sustain in the back, but didn't really matter. They just walked up, and you talked about earlier, Shiv, how lethal Luna Snow is. That's a great call out right now as Kurova, just with that clap, able to do so much damage downrange, able to support his team as they walk forward, as he is the highest healing strategist on his team. Right now, Sentinels looking really damn good. Team Nemesis, though, it's close.
Yeah, and the advantage of using that portal early there by Techie on Sentinels is that it's ready again. 3-minute cooldown, ready for the start of this fight. Both teams are doing it. Whoa! Almost forced him back into the other spawn. I believe it did. That's just some meta placement right there. Just knowing where it might go. And Techie does have that eye off the rip. We got to see if Scatter can push forward past the shield. And there it is, waiting out the cooldowns. Does get a few. Can they follow up on it? On to Craze, and Craze is able to escape. Wow, what a just a great play by the strategist to keep him up in that fight. Did not expect that. Well played.
No, I didn't expect that either. And now Sentinels on the objective, forcing away Nemesis. Mello gone out of the fight. Not ideal considering the Dance of the Butterflies will really help him here. Oh, what a freeze from the back line. On the other side from Sentinels, Kurova hits that freeze on the Eye of Agamotto in the sky, or rather Techie had his Eye of Agamotto frozen, I think, and then now here comes Amazing on the backside. Dink's gonna go down to the Kraken Impact. A little bit of support here now as they bought time for Mello to come back, but this is so much damage to Kraken Impact, forcing a Hello Ultimate in the sky.
Yeah, one thing you may notice at this level of play is how long it takes to get the point off the rip in these fights. These teams are so skilled and talented and such good understanding of cooldowns. But as we say that, it looks like Sentinels will be taking the beginning of this point, as it has not started at all on either side, and forcing Team Nemesis back to the spawn door.
Sent back right now, slowing down the game a little bit. His team Sentinels right now do have that Eye of Agamotto ready. Same thing with the side of Nemesis, but they'll be able to surround Sentinels right now, who are stacking as a unit, right? You do have some members in terms of Crimzo looking around the map, trying to dive onto Amadian, make sure he's sort of out of position. Not a lot of sustain for him because he doesn't have that triple strategist that Amazing does have to support him.
Yeah, it's been difficult to see all these Strange Alts be canceled when we just came from a map where Strange Alts were super impactful early on there. So you're seeing all the ability of this backline to make Strange not be able to get that eye off. And we're going to initiate again on the side of Nemesis with Craze trying to keep the team up with that Freedom Charge. It is essentially another strategist ultimate as it's matched right back. Eye of Agamotto goes out, finds value this time. Can they get focused? They do. Nice pick there on Amazing, using that shield like we were talking about before. Strange shield can block healing from things like Luna Snow. So great idea, not able to find value, but good thought process as they press again. It looks like Nemesis maybe taking this point right back.
Take it back. Strategist also now caught out on the backside, have to take a portal to their team. Nobody else really chasing except it looks like the Captain America, as Kraz went down actually because he took that portal. So it was the portal of doom, the portal of demise for it looks like him. But Crimzo also gets traded. So both Captain Americas kind of struggling at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of value with Cap over these last few days. Seems like he is taking a place back in the front of the meta, at least with how the pros are playing him. But in these last few games, at least, it has looked a little more difficult to get value. But his job is just to distract. Up in the sky, we go again. Not able to find anything with Amadian there. Keeping the shots up on height. Here goes, what do you know? Techie tried to go up and frozen immediately there. Well done by Ricky.
Good freeze indeed. Here comes Mel on the backside as well. Into, oh my goodness, Aramori going down in that Fate of the Worlds. Here comes Agamotto. Does connect on Nectar as well. So right now, Nemesis, they're putting themselves in a pretty big lead as Amazing's ultimate not going to connect onto anybody else. Right now, they're sent back to the spawn again. Team Nemesis played that phenomenally around Scatter with his Eye of Agamotto and Dinks with the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond. So Sentinels trying to figure things out. They're over to the Cloak and Dagger himself as we take a look into the fireworks. July 4th coming up, Shun Shib. By the way, just want to point that out.
Yeah, that could have been a very different story if Techie got that ult off, right? So it goes to show you the small little things that you may not see in the stat lines. That freeze right there from Ricky completely could have changed that fight. Just that freeze alone onto Techie, who is now forced to switch heroes and lose a little bit of ultimate charge there. So a ton of value on stuff that won't be on the scoreboard, and that's why the scoreboard doesn't tell the story. Don't get lost in that. Amadian taking out Nectar here as Nemesis is now playing hyper aggro, and they want this to be a 1-1, pushing to 0.3 on domination. And Nemesis is really showing up with an ult advantage here on the side of Ricky.
And walking up, like you said, with that ult advantage, but we'll have to worry about Techie and Crimzo trying to block off those heals. Scatter as well, building up another Avagamoto. He's been big before. Sentinels don't have that to match.
Crimzo going directly onto that off angle to try to keep the team healthy. Tries to get Strange. Nice play as Korova cleans that up onto Scatter. Up in the sky we go again. Amadian trying to find value there with that Goddess of Death. Not able to get too much, and he gets picked off by Nectar. Nectar playing a very strong role now on Sentinels. Has been one of the newer additions to the starting roster. Is playing very strong here, but like we said, this is in the favor of Nemesis so far. Down one though. Now it's in the favor of Nemesis, who turned this around, the 5v6, and now are ahead. Ultimate out for Korova. Amazing and Nectar both holding on, but Nectar is down. Korova finds Pickett, and so does Amazing. Even though down in numbers, turning this back again. Sentinels will Nemesis. No, they use Mellow. Gonna pop that. I'll take out Techie. Scatter holding on as there's only one up there.
Oh no! Sentinels didn't touch. No, or was that? Yes. Yeah. Oh my God, they didn't touch.
Yeah, and it happens at every level of play, as you saw. Honestly, on that first map there, they did have one holding the touch for them, and I was worried that it was going to happen there. Eyes off for a moment as I'm watching the plays, and it happens on map 2. So you got to have those comms. Everyone playing aggro, everyone wants to find more value, but the biggest value ever is getting that point, dropping off it, and losing that map.
Oh, man. I mean, Ryan was trying to play back and forth, play for his own life. And, you know, that Dance of the Butterflies was massive as well, because I think it picked off, was it Crimzo? Techie was able to live, but he wanted to go peel for Rye, and then they just got a little bit distracted. So, you know, it looks like for Sentinels, they're still figuring something out. They still have that Star-Lord. It seems like Nectar is struggling to find his place in this map right now. I mean, on the Star-Lord specifically, I think that, like you said, he's able to find those eliminations, able to go with those blasters, but unfortunately for him, he's just not been able to kind of synergize with the team right now. We'll see what happens on this upcoming one. I mean, he was on the Ultron earlier and kind of was a very good peel artist for Team Sentinels. But right now, Nectar trying to go for these sort of combination dives with Crimzo on the Psylocke. Wasn't really working out. Now he's over to that Star-Lord. He does have ultimate ready to go.
Yeah, that Galactic Legend can be so valuable, especially with no strategist ultimates up. So here we go, trying to find some sort of that bubble. 55 HP per second, essentially a counter all in itself. A nice find there as Amadian goes down, puts numbers up in their advantage early on, and that's what you need to do right now, Nectar. So good play, aggressive again, but what do you know? We're going to stick inside that bubble and stay healthy. Scatter tries to find one. Amazing turns that right back, and Mellow with a pick onto Nectar. Is just back and forth. These teams so strong.
Yeah, I mean, good pick off there from Mellow, and I've been, like I've mentioned earlier, very impressed with this man in terms of his improvement, or their improvement right now for this team, Team Nemesis. Mellow and them need to kind of come back together around Kraz. Does have that freedom charge. Same thing with Crimzo on his side, so it's even across the board. Gonna have to worry about that Avagamoto, but it should keep everybody healthy in terms of having that freedom charge. So more than likely, Techie's gonna have to hold on to his ultimate mid-fight, whereas Scatter, I think, can go for it whenever he wants.
Cap can play so aggro and aggressive, and it's so fun to watch as you see him just trying to annoy the backline in the off angle. Spin again by Nectar, a combination that is very strong. That bubble with the spin helps get that Galactic Legend back really quickly. Have eyes on that in the future, but you can't right now because Nectar goes down. Amazing onto Scatter, though. Traded once more. 5v5. Amazing make that 2. Crimzo going to clean that up as Ricky goes down. Amazing trying to find another reset, not able to do so. Up in the sky goes the Goddess of Death. A ton of damage out, but right back into the crystals. Great placement there. Well done by the side of Sentinels as Aramori pops crystals and then copies up. Amazing finds Amadian, and they are holding on to this point.
Yeah, Portal now coming back in from Scatter, but down a lot of his team. Gonna have to play heavily around this Luna Snow on the backside of the point, but oh gee, one shot from Amazing, he's just gone. Goodbye, Kraz as well. And this is looking pretty much wraps for Nemesis. I mean, they don't have Portal, they won't have that for the retouch. They do have ultimates at the very least, and Sentinels, they're struggling keeping Nectar alive. I know that he's kind of meant as like a distraction. Whenever he kind of goes in, dashes around, forces focus away. A little bit of a peek, by the way, strategy on the left side. That's the big brain gameplay behind Sentinels. It's that little Groot boy. Now Nemesis now coming through in the choke point, having ultimates ready to go. They do have strategist ults, at least. Sentinels have nothing. So if they mess this up, I mean, it might be pretty much over for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, I see Sentinel's really on top right now in this map, no doubt about it. But like you said, ultimate advantage here. Big ults, by the way, and by this Galactic Legend should be matched here by the dance floor. It is. Amadian finds Crimson early, and that's huge for Team Nemesis. Ayavagamoto finds a few. Will they get more value? No one goes down. Scatter actually going to take out Kurova, on that pick. Does start building up the E charge here. 84 does a lot of damage. Remember, recently in that patch, it has no damage fall off, so feel free to release it at any range to get max damage, and it especially pairs well with that ultimate where you can hit the soul and clean up. So great damage outsourced there, great work there, by Nemesis, who just ran them back. But once again, Sentinels now have ult advantage and are at 99%.
Yep, trading 1 for 2 was Team Sentinels out there, and they can delay for a while for more ultimates through Dinks, through Kraz as well. And same thing for Sentinels, right? They have Aramori, they have Kurova, so they're going to hope to find some eliminations with the Amazing and his ultimate. Kraken Impact could go big because you can get eliminations even through Shredder's ultimates with it.
Queues for days. Now let's see who falls. Ricky taking out Amazing early is a massive start here for Nemesis, up in numbers, but here comes the ultimates matched right back. Eternal Bond on both sides. Will the dunk, good placement. As Techie from downtown goes. Dinks, Amadian falls, Ricky falls, Crimzo, Aramori on the scatter, and everybody on the side of Sentinels is finding one, and that may be enough unless they can really dance here. No, they cannot, and that should be it unless this portal comes through, which I don't think will happen. Just going to be a staggered touch, and they're gonna need a miracle here, but I believe it's over as Sentinels take game 1.
Yeah, what a map. And I imagine stats wise Nectar didn't have the best game, but like I feel like performance wise he was excellent, right? In this game in Marvel Rivals, it feels like you have like a duelist who sort of does the carrying. Like that's the entire role of like the Bucky in this case, is to make sure Rai has enough space, and really that's all Nectar trying to do is annoy, harass, make sure eyes are off of Rai, and gives him that MVP. So right now Nectar kind of played his role perfectly, and that's kind of how the game is. You need a setup guy, right? Not everybody can be that striker in soccer. Some people need to be the setup guy, and for Nectar, he was that character or that player and that team player for the side of Sentinels. And they played it so well versus Team Nemesis, when the only downside, I think both teams are looking vulnerable to a certain degree, right? For Sentinels, they'll get picked off randomly. Like we'll see Amazing get clapped by Ricky, but it's traded back immediately by Sentinels. That's the only weakness I can tell for Team Sentinels right now, is that in some of these fights, it feels like they're going down, they're getting casualties when they really shouldn't. But for Nemesis, they just constantly handle that pressure. Ultimate advantage for Sentinels, and overall just really good fundamentals through that team currently. And Team Nemesis have to regroup for this next map, but I think we're in for a good one for sure, Ship.
Yeah, the fights were so back and forth, just heading to 99 on every map. I mean, yeah, you got to show love to Amazing. Obviously, 18 finals, a little inflated there because that ultimate does give the finals as they reach that threshold. But outside of that, I mean, like you mentioned initially, stats don't tell the whole story. I think Nectar with that dance, Techie bubbling Nectar so he can spin to win over the top of the enemy, get that ult back quickly, and force out just a ton of cooldowns and focus allows these picks to come through. We saw picks even from the backline, Kurova and Aramori. Amazing obviously popping. We had Techie with 10 final hits, obviously a very strong Vanguard, and Crimzo just distracting for days with 8 finals. So Sentinels played really well as a unit, but similar stat lines on Nemesis. So I think this really is going to be a good series, especially after that 2-1 domination W.
Oh yeah, I mean this is going to be a banger for sure. We'll see how the bans adjust as well. Usually in close series like this, I think the ban phase is very interesting because teams, especially a team such as Nemesis, I know they have good coaches, like to go through, like to come back and specifically target ban. We did mention though that we talk about Hell's Heaven not being a great map for the side of Nemesis. It seems like Krakoa is also in that boat. I just feel like domination wise, this team, not necessarily needs some work, but it just feels like there's something off with this team on that map. They looked good though. I think at points they took advantage of Sentinels, played around that Hella composition. It might just be like the compositional thing, right? We talk about how I think Hella's a lot better on maps like Convoy, on a map like Convergence. So they probably will go to another map such as Symbiotic Surface. But I mean, last time Sentinels won on that map in that game before, and you said it's a rematch, Shib.
Yeah, and we look over at Mello. You mentioned maybe domination isn't their thing as a team, but Mello, 14 finals, finding those off angles, it's going to be, all those finals get more value on things like Convergence and Convoy, because those single lane map push points, when that single number gets picked, you maybe don't commit the ultimates nearly as much as you would on Dom just to hold the point, so they find more value there. So we could see the change up there. I think Mello absolutely popped off. Amadian was 6 as well, just a little more than Nectar at 5. So the duelist line looked really good. I think Scatter looked great. The SVP there with 9 on Strange, big ultimate plays. Although there was a lot of shutdowns. So we got the back and forth from the strategists with those shutdowns were insane. And I'm sure we're going to see a ton more valuable plays right after this break. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, and we had a series on our hand, back and forth there on domination. Maybe, you know, Nemesis is not strong point, right? Maybe not a weak point, but don't have as much success there. So this is definitely going to be a series. What are your thoughts on game one?
Yeah, game one, Sentinel was kind of dominated in that third round, but map number 1 and 2, I think it was close for Nemesis. And, we saw that potential off the objective touch by Sentinels. I just want to see what the ban and protect phase looks like as we move into Convergence or Convoy.
Yeah, I think we're going to see something different, right? I'm not sure exactly what the play is yet in terms of who needs to be taken out, but I know we'll see a change as Sentinels have a lot in their bag in terms of composition that they can run, and Nemesis also has a lot in their bag in terms of composition they can run. So I'm sure there's going to be, the coaches are going to have to get involved here and figure out what they can do to get the W and progress forward as the top seed. But we have to dive in real quick to some of my favorite skins that have been dropped in the game, showing it right now. This Iron Fist lockdown with the Ultron virus. This binary fist skin is so cool. I've been seeing it a ton in QP and in ladder. And this Moon Knight skin with Phoenix Knight, me personally looking forward to potentially seeing Phoenix come into this game at some point. So that kind of hint showing that the lore is there. It's exciting for me. What do you think about these skins?
Oh, I love it. I mean, I like the intro as well. I don't know if we have the B-roll to show it, but that walk up with Moon Knight and Phoenix Knight looking just like walking up with the cape behind him, super dope. I know that people are also talking about how maybe that's a little bit of a hint as to the next hero coming. We don't know. I mean, you don't want to say anything. We don't know anything. Shit, we're just casters, right? So, but I mean, I'm so pumped. I mean, just for the skin, and then also, like you said, just the future of this game.
Yeah, the Blade fanboys and girls and other are going to hunt us down for even suggesting something else, but I look forward definitely to seeing Phoenix come into this game for sure. As we move forward to map 2, Sentinels up 1. Remember, best of 5, not best of 3 like has been previously shown. And just a recap here, Sentinels took this match 2-0 last time these two teams met, and we're diving into bans.
Ban phase, Emma on both sides, and it's interesting how I think the difference compared to other regions. I think that North America keeps doing this Emma ban first. I think at least other regions tend to change based on what they played against and stuff in the first ban pick. So it kind of creates this weird meta among metas where the Emma ban or the mag bans come later as well, because you kind of know they're going to protect the mag here, and Emma is very good. So I mean, it does make sense, especially if we look at, I imagine, win rates for Emma at Frost as well. Seems like she just wins a lot of games in the Ignite series, so it's tough to argue about how good the hero is. But as we pass through the first phase of the bans, now we head into that double ban. Looking pretty normal so far, right, Chib?
Yeah, almost identical, as both teams elected to have virtually the same thing across the board last time, the slight change. But yeah, I agree. The Emma ban is almost a necessity because Psylocke just gets unlocked as well. It's just loose to just be a demon with that clone. So you almost have to take out 2 for 1 if you don't get rid of Emma. So there is going to be the lock-in by Cloak. Nemesis has been loving that Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, that Cloak and Dagger definitely been a staple for them, and it's interesting that Luna Snow hasn't been touched so far, considering what Sentinels were doing with that, and same thing with Nemesis. So both teams liking that Luna Snow and not really committing any bans towards it. Meanwhile, Sentinels getting rid of Wolverine as we head to Araco instead of Clintar, which Nemesis previously chose. Now we're going to Araco for them. Groot Protect as well for Sentinels, and we've seen how good Groot can be on this map through teams like FlyQuest. No Mantis ban this time that Sentinels have picked for Team Nemesis. On the opposite side, it's Sentinels dealing with a Mantis ban this map.
Although Sentinels are attacking, it looks like they want to play that Groot. We saw the Groot on defense essentially hold teams into the spawn door until the very last second. So very defensible point, at least on point 1, and then it starts going more towards the offense until point 3. But this map, I love to see it. Teams are clearly loving it as it's been selected a ton here in this tournament. But you look over and you're seeing some unique picks. I'm sure that might change up, but Groot looks like he will be shown on both sides.
Yeah, and interesting that no Ultron bans come through. I mean, we saw that he was in little specific moments versus dive on Ultron, but then once the dive sort of swapped off, once we got through onto different sort of compositions, and maybe Nectar as well wanting to swap to different things, they kind of opted away from that hero. So we'll see if it comes back. Last series, 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, they banned out Ultron, I believe, once towards the very end. Didn't really matter because FlyQuest just kind of won. Now today, different series, different teams for Team Nemesis and Sentinels, they sort of make very similar bans. I feel like the prioritization is kind of in a similar vein. Mantis not touched this time. A lot of people wondering why Mantis is even banned in the first place. It's for this. Team Nemesis running that triple strategist composition. Mantis, Adam Warlock.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
dagger and
that's
the
taking a
sword.
page right out of Sentinel's book, right? I mean, good, strong defense here, holding on tight. This is definitely a very defensible position, as we mentioned, trying to keep him in the door. A lot of the time, we'll see triple Vanguard off the rip here, holding him at the door, but deciding to hold back a little farther. So definitely a different strategy than we've seen in the past here. Amazing. Back on that Bucky. Good pull. As down goes a Madian and Craze as Nectar finds one. And oh, the combination of Wolverine into Groot is a terrifying thing if you don't make that switch to Invis. So Nectar, a very strong wolf, something we haven't seen yet in this series. Good tackle out of the sky onto Scatter. Like clay shooting. Bang, down goes Scatter, and followed up by Amazing.
Yeah, excellent decision making by Nectar, positioning as well. Team Nemesis have to react to it with the thing. So they're just going to kind of run towards Sentinels. As long as Sentinels can sort of live whenever that soul bond is committed, whenever, you know, shots come through from a fantastic shot as Mellow on Adam Warlock, that's always going to be something to look for. But oh no, he does it again.
Wow, and this is insane. These Wolverine plays are disgusting. Nectar finds Mellow, but now we get that res. Amadian comes back, Amazing, taking out Ricky. Will Ricky res up? It's the whole point here of this Guardians comp. There is that res. Numbers haven't changed yet. Amazing in the sky with the dunk. Does not land on very many. Good teleport out. Great escape there, and that's where the advantage of these teleports come into play. Your knowledge of where they go. Nectar onto Ricky, though, again with a pick, but the passives pop. Immediately gets followed up on. Tackles right back into the heel. Great tackle again to fly back into the dance floor. Down goes Craze as Crimzo finds one. Mellow onto Amazing. Numbers still in Sentinel's favor, I believe, as the reses are all popped. And Korova finishes up on Madian. Techie onto Mellow, and that's point one.
Point one pretty quick by Team Sentinels, and I think for Team Nemesis, we see teams play Human Torch alongside this instead of the Star-Lord, even though you don't have that res anymore. Human Torch banned in this matchup, so we'll see what he changes to something else. They actually just full swap, go over to the Storm, even give up Soul Resurgence. They just gave up ultimates in terms of Ricky giving up the Mantis ult to swap over to that Luna Snow, so they just give up on that composition, triple res comp. Instead of playing some sort of Mantis, you know, full dive composition, they just opt out of it. Sentinels fine with that, I imagine.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to try to put some damage into those Groot walls and find a way around this. I mean, we talk about their versatility, able to play a ton here, and I think it's better to do that switch early. Crimzo with the Strangling Prison, countered right back by Amazing, says, not in my house, turns that on to Scatter, but Mellow finds Korova in the back line, too. Mellow, a huge ultimate here. Down goes Aramori, Nectar, and Techie, and Crimzo is a five-piece. Mellow, built different, tries to clean up and get six.
Yeah, and also got tracked down too by Mating coming back. I mean, what a play by Mellow with that ultimate and then with the follow-up. This guy, an absolute star player for Team Nemesis, came through in the clutch when Rai was KOing his entire backline. It was really tough for Team Nemesis to kind of deal with Rai, but not when you have Mellow kind of popping off with that Storm ultimate, then the follow-through afterwards. Amazing work from the Storm player on Team Nemesis. We'll see if they can keep it up.
Yeah, Ricky holding on to alt here. We do have Aramori with the copy, so should see the dance floor likely on both sides. And Techie going to hold on to that Meteor M. Could help cancel some of that out. I think it's a good switch here by Team Nemesis. Really shifting up the comp. We talked about it being a difficult thing to see, but it's clearly working, at least so far. Tackle back in. Techie onto Mellow. Last stand, not able to get too much as the dance floor does get popped. And Amadian using that last stand. Crazeman finding Nectar, turning this back, trying to shut down the Wolverine by playing some counters with the Thing and that bubble by Magneto. Good damage out, alts pop, but now advantage goes to the side of Sentinels, who have two ready, almost three with Amazing.
Yeah, right now, Sentinels trying to maintain the momentum that they had earlier, get it back rather, and now here comes the Meteor M. Slam dunk onto the back line. Bull strategist removed from the side of Team Nemesis. They have to regroup, and you know, right now, the believers in the chat room definitely seeing their team kind of pop off. 76% of people in the chat voted for Sentinels with their channel points to win the series, to win this next map rather. Nemesis only having 24%, so large discrepancy in terms of fan favor for Sentinels right now.
Yeah, you gotta Techie just raining down. You saw the patience there with those left click. When you're playing Magneto, don't hold down the trigger. It's very difficult to force hits when you're not being patient. Be very patient with that left click. You saw a 3-piece there just due to raw understanding and patience. That left click it can do a ton of damage, especially if followed up by a right. So you gotta be calm, cool, and collected. Do not hold that trigger down. Right, amazing holding on to this Kraken impact. Could have a ton of value, but ultimate advantage onside Nemesis. Out goes this Hurricane, which will pull out a ton, and Amazing goes down quickly. Well done by Ricky to follow up there, as Amazing not able to get anything or reset once with the Kraken impact. Here goes the cloak. Mello onto Kurova. Strong play by Nemesis now, showcasing that Storm is still very much in conversation for a top duelist. Madian onto Crimzo. Scatter onto Aramori, and that's going to be a reset for Sentinels, who now are still down in alt advantage on point 3.
Yeah, spawns are right here, so Mello is just sitting trying to get out that damage. I imagine Ryan wants that play back. Went a little bit too far forward, could have been saved by Kurova. Meanwhile, Nectar with a huge pickoff and just gets traded on the backside, so Mello down, Amadian able to find him.
Yeah, here comes the next fight. Like I said, ult advantage on the side of Nemesis, just slightly. Clobbering timeout. Does it clobber, though? Not much. Amadian just raining, forcing forward. Bubble goes out a little early, but they are playing great around that positioning, playing around that natural cover. You'll see that at this level of play a ton. They do not overextend and find themselves out in the open. They're always playing around walls. And there goes the Meteor M slightly after. Almost more value as all the cooldowns are used. Amazing. Crimzo Techie sweeping everyone as the Sentinels clean up Mello to finish off the team. And there goes Mello. Wow, Sentinels playing patiently and turning that right back at Team Nemesis.
Yep, holding this angle as well, just hiding around the corner. Third person peeking, that's kind of what you want to do. That's the big skill in this game, is being able to go back and forth between cover whenever you have right side peeks and constantly just abuse the third person camera that Marvel Rivals presents you with. Now that dive comes in, Crimzo on the thing, like you mentioned, pulls in that Punisher. That's annoying to deal with. Nemesis are reacting, however.
Yeah, and now Nemesis holding on to the Meteor Ram here. Do have that Eternal Bond and the Hurricane. This Hurricane always should be used almost off cooldown. It forces out everything. As you see, crystals go out, dance floor goes out. Everybody just trying to battle back, and Scatter plays off that. Now that the cooldowns are down, Scatter finds one of Kurova, and then they all start falling. The Jenga pieces. Scatter gets another Amadian onto Aramori, and the whole team is swept here. But now Sentinels are going to have that last stand and the Aramori copy for this next fight. But does it battle back between the things clobbering time and the Eternal Bond? Which gets more value? 1 minute on the clock.
We'll have to see. Here comes the throw again. I feel like Sentinels aren't reacting very well to the Storm Ultimate, but you know who's not reacting well to the Wolverine? Actually, never mind. They are reacting well to the Wolverine. On the backside, they're able to go with the clobbering time, also commit Amadian with that final judgment, get the eliminations. But I feel like for the side of Sentinels, they're not really doing a great job dealing with the Storm, right? Dealing with the Punisher. We see a lot of teams kind of adapt and change, but it seems like even with their dance floor, even with the Fate of the Worlds, they tend to fall to Team Nemesis, whereas on the other side of the bracket, I think FlyQuest was reacting well to comps like this.
Yeah, I think Sentinels did a good job, at least with patience there. I'm with you that was a difficult watch, but Sentinels, what they're doing here now is they're committing everything into this final fight. Out goes clobbering time by the side of Crimzo. Do they follow up? They walk back together. Dance floor is popped here by Ricky. Team's keeping the pressure on. The haymakers for days. Down goes Scatter. Nice work here by Crimzo on the thing. Making that switch over to the thing has been valuable, and here comes the Hurricane. Will it find a pick? It does. At least it burns the passive of Wolverine. The team's forced to reset. Mello going to drop back with the team, and it is a very tough fight. Odds are on the side of Sentinels for this fight so far. Ricky trying to build up his claws at 100% now, dealing a ton of HP with that overall HP takedown. Down goes another, the Hurricane again. Amazing this time coming in and sweeping. Down goes two. Amazing, is that enough? Techie throws out the Meteor M. It lands, but it doesn't finish up Ricky, and they are very close to ending this. They do. Sentinels without 3 points.
That is so impressive, Shib. We cannot understate. I don't think we've seen have we seen this whole tournament anybody cap out all of Araco? I think we probably have, but it feels so hard.
Yeah, it's been very difficult. A lot of teams being held on point 3 right there under that bridge. I think what was really strong there by Sentinels, something we briefly touched on, is Sentinels lost that fight right prior to the final fight where they had 15 seconds onto the retake. All they had to do was touch, and then they committed everything. They lost early. The side of Nemesis used some ults, got a pick on that second to last fight. The team reset and didn't commit, which was really smart and really patient. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, you're right. I think Sentinels played that very, very well. And now going over to the defense, you know who we talk about as, you know, the best Storm players right now, Shib, is, you know, team Speedily on Team Envy, and it looks like Mello on Storm. But Rymazing, one of the OGs on this hero, definitely played it back in the day when Storm was even stronger than she is now. She's more of that supportive style, you know, giving your team that damage boost, sort of playing slow, then you ultimate, and usually your ult, you know, forces out other strategist ults and stuff. But, you know, Ry, one of the OGs on Storm for sure, going to play something very similar. They've given up entirely on that Punisher, it seems like, alongside it, just maybe focusing more on that Wolverine.
Yeah, I'm with you that this is now going to be a Hurricane fest. We're going to see that on both sides. It does pull out a lot of cooldowns, like we talked about. It does also, you know, it puts a lot of pressure, and it's terrifying as you see final hits on both sides. But now, this is where I was thinking I'd see it. The Sentinels are playing very aggressive on the hold, up very tight. Nectar trying to get a tackle early. They do, as Nectar finds Scatter, brings it right towards the back line. Will they find value on the pick? Out goes Bubble. Scatter, great positioning. Not able to even break Bubble there, but good idea by Nectar on the tackle. They are forced to retreat here, not able to hold that front spot for long, as they aren't running that group.
Yeah, this is what we would have wanted to see out of 100 Thieves if you were a fan of them, right? Able to live these pulls that come through from Nectar. Now you could call that on Sentinels, which, by the way, they just walk in and everybody falls over on Team Sentinels. Yet again, man, these teams feel so brawly, Shiv, compared to the matchups we saw in FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Storm may be considered more of a poke hero, but you're right. When it comes to these brawl comps playing as a unit and walking in together, Storm with that damage and speed boost, and also just the natural AoE damage from that damage boost form, which is constantly zapping everyone in that circle around her. So you have to play close, you have to play aggressive and play natural cover while being almost on top of the enemy team. So yeah, more of a brawly hero secretly, although the kit may lend itself to look more poke. And here comes Hurricanes very soon. Out goes the dance floor. Aramori copies up. Sentinels kind of on their heels right now as Team Nemesis is up in ultimates.
Yeah, copy came through like you mentioned. Now here's Kurova sitting on the back, trying not to go down to the Meteor M. Oh, nice evasion of it, but they have to make it back to the objective to heal themselves. Oh, the portal to dodge the Meteor M. Are you kidding me? From the side of Mello.
That was genius. Play right on the portal. Use it as an iframe. Gorgeous play again. Mello now coming in with the Hurricane. Scatter finds Nectar early. This is going to go back towards Nemesis for this fight. Ults out. Amadian takes out Crimzo. Crazebang onto Techie, and that should be enough as they take point one.
Excellent phase from Team Nemesis to close out there. The portal from Mello. Unfortunately, Meteor M not going to connect from Techie. And right now, Sentinels are on the back foot, right? They were not able to deal with Amadian with that final judgment with the follow-up from the Hurricane. And right now, Team Nemesis, they're pushing forward. I really wonder what it is that results in so many of these players getting picked someone early, positioning, whatever it may be. It's happening again. Like, I don't know. It feels weird that these players are just going down before the fight even starts, similar to what we saw 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest. I feel like that never happened.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's difficult to comprehend why it's happening, but it has been relatively consistent. A lot of these fights were due to a Wolverine tackle initially, but now we're seeing it just from raw damage at range. With the Punisher, with Storm's damage boost, it could be something along the lines of teams aren't expecting that damage boost. Nectar finding 3 there with a mean last stand as the team sweeps virtually everyone. Down goes all 6. And Sentinels with a huge ultimate there from Nectar, who plays one of the strongest Wolverines. Wolverine, get him out of here in the ban phase if he's against me. I'm terrified of this character.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how gross Wolverine is. We talked Energy mentioned in the interview how disgusting Wolverine can be no matter where you are, especially on a map like this where you have so many angles to kind of come from. Team Nemesis now have to walk up, utilizing some Storm speed to kind of get back as a unit. I mean, they've been able to find picks before on Rymazing. We'll see if they can do it again. I mean, Turret to build up ult charge as well, but Nectar, oh my god, gets pushed off. Nice job from Kraz to keep his team alive.
Yeah, that was a great Yancey streak to knock the tackle away. Here comes the double Hurricane. Which one is more valuable, as everyone is just in the midst of a storm? Who wins? Bubble out. Great play. Dinks, incredible ulti there to play it on the ground as he uses that bond, kind of hidden. Amazing still finds Mello, though, as the numbers are now up for Sentinels. Out goes Scatter, not able to find anything with that Meteor M. Scatter now finds Techie, though. Amazing. We're already at 40%. Storm, one of the Storm's strongest attributes is the fact that Storm can get that ult back with piercing attacks. Those attacks pierce, so in those hallway fights, those Hurricanes come back really quick. Nectar with another mean last stand onto Ricky, though, and that is going to put Sentinels again up as Nectar finds another Mello onto Rymazing to make that less of an advantage. Now, only up 1 for the side of Sentinels. Dinks now on Nectar, and now it's even find out as we get into another fight.
I mean, a little brawly for sure. I mean, that fight at the very beginning looked like a Trader Joe's fruit leather fight room. It just seemed like, you know, so many colors, so many hurricanes kind of flying out. And right now, I mean, Sentinels fortunately losing next. No, Techie again finds Mellow. Where's the healing? It just feels like you mentioned, Shiv, the damage output is so much with the Storm. It's unexpected for these pros right now.
Yeah, they're just not used to it, right? That damage boost with these very pokey abilities from these heroes is finding much more value. And that's where Storm, although kind of taking a backseat in this tournament, is still incredibly strong. And Madian tries to find some damage over the last stand. Not able to. Techie turns it around on Ricky, though, as they walk back. Crimzo onto Dinks, Corova, and Nectar. 2 more as they just keep sweeping these teams in these fights. And we got a minute 40 left.
A minute 40 left, and you know, like you mentioned, Nemesis, I mean, they did so good first point, right? It was a excellent, you know, kind of push quick on that first objective compared to how we've seen it in the past, and now they've been slowed down to a hold. This has been about a 3-minute hold for Sentinels, who right now on the defense with this Wolverine is taking full advantage of Team Nemesis, and they're not really reacting that well. They don't have a Wolverine themselves. They have to play like a Punisher, maybe even something along the lines of Bucky could be the answer, but right now Nemesis, they have to find a pick.
We're seeing a Hurricane every fight here. Amazing, forcing out a ton of cooldowns. Corova gonna use that bond. Crimzo ready with the... he's gonna use clobbering time at the very end of this fight, likely, unless Nemesis sweeps all of them. And again, another team swipe as everyone goes down. Mellow trying to clean this up here as down goes Nectar, and they do get point 2. What a fight again, but this is where that first point, that advantage on time, 5 minutes coming into point 2, works out for them incredibly well. As you see, Krakoa here taking point 2.
Yeah, Dinks has been hitting some huge Terror Capes. That's what's giving them the eliminations, I feel like, with that vulnerability with the chains we talked about. Dinks is able to hit that so consistently because he pretty much plays so much Cloak and Dagger even before the character was considered viable. Right now, Sentinels on the last phase of the map. You know, they have to hold, but they chewed so much time off the clock, at least in the streets phase.
Yeah, it's a great point. Bringing that up, the damage boost, not only from Storm, but also, oh my goodness, Crimzo and Nectar down go 4, make that 5 as Scatter falls. And yeah, Sentinels, they took that last one personally, but now alt advantage on the side of Nemesis. But yeah, I did, just to return to that point, I do agree that damage boost, not only from Storm, but also from Cloak, is so threatening, and that's why these picks are happening for sure.
100%. Yeah, that can change the game, considering, you know, not a lot of Luna on the side of Sentinels, rather. So for the side of Sentinels, pick off immediately, potentially going to come through with the pulls again. For Sentinels, they've been able to win multiple fights in a row. Last stand comes through again.
Good ult there to counter from Ricky to shut that down, but that was mean, as out goes the clobbering time, and not going to get too much value here. A lot of the time you want to count to 12 when you see that dance floor start, and right at the near end at 11, you launch the clobbering so that everybody is vulnerable while they stacked on that ultimate. But good attempt there, not able to find any value, although these pros can still, you know, get picks through that ultimate just with raw focus in ladder. It's not a bad idea to count out some of these strategist ultimates so you know when to engage. Now Nemesis up ult again just by 1. Excuse me, evened out here is Amazing, ready with a Hurricane. Here comes the last stand. Will it find a pick? It does. Down goes Nectar early, and that's massive. As Techie goes down too. Nemesis needs to keep this going.
Shit, this might be like a map practice thing too, because there's that portal on the left side they could have taken, but they went on the left side, sort of the longer angle, and they couldn't disengage. They wanted to, but obviously they didn't play the best on that point of the map. But you know, from Sentinels and how they played so far, it feels like for every 3 fights they win, they lose 1. We'll see if they can win this one.
Yeah, and then you're right about that. It is map knowledge, and this was chosen here by Nemesis. Amazing with 3, and the Hurricane is detrimental. 12 seconds on, finding 3 is a huge start here as Nemesis has 1 ult advantage, but will they be able to hold on for 6 seconds? They got a touch here at the end to keep this going, but this may be the end here for Nemesis on map 2. Great clobbering time. Scatter finds 3. Grazemang onto Amazing, and they do come back. Wow, the Vanguards popping off and holding on.
What a play, man. Kraz and Scatter. They're also on triple Vanguard now alongside the Storm. That might be the play. Here comes Sentinels out of the spawn. No portal block to come through. Nectar in the sky trying to find one. Building last stand super close to it. Korova also does have Cloak and Dagger all ready to go.
And here comes Mellow with the Hurricane, and this could be massive if they find one, but no! Techie gets the pick through, and Nectar tries to clean up another. Down goes Dinks, and that could be the W. Nemesis using everything now, committing fully. Amazing onto Amadian, numbers heavily on the side of Sentinels. There goes Grazemang from Nectar, and another ultimate for Amazing to sweep the rest, and that should be enough as Sentinels take map 2.
Excellent map from both sides, but Sentinels still come out on top. And, you know, we talk about how strong heroes are at the last phase, especially in overtime. I think Wolverine is by far the strongest at stalling that objective, at getting damage down range as well with the passive, alongside just how much damage Wolverine does. I mean, this is the highest damage dealing character in the game in close range when he's fully charged up, fully raged up. And, you know, what a map that was. And Sentinels are now up 2 on Nemesis, put themselves on map point. And right now, Shiv, if they close out versus Nemesis, I think, you know, we have on both sides in Group A and Group B 2 teams that look absolutely disgusting in these grand finals, and they're going to be, you know, in their correct seeding for the playoffs if Sentinels were to win on the next map. But Nemesis, they're going to have to, like, kind of go back to the drawing boards, figure something out, and maybe get rid of Wolverine first, because like you said, Shiv, that was so hard to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of teams not using that invis. It's very difficult to handle Wolverine without it. I mean, you saw the switch up there on the Vanguard line, and I've got to show love to that Vanguard line holding it down there at the final point, almost turning that around, which could have been a wild retake. Honestly, was really impressed there. But scattering Crazy Man, I believe it was like a 2v5, and they still found 3 or something along those lines. So well played, but it wasn't enough. You see there, Mello with 17 finals. You saw this ultimate here on the screen at this exact moment, sweeping, but Amazing and Nectar 17-16, and then you go to Techie, who is dominant over here on this Magneto with 19 final hits and 32k damage. So patient with that left click, and it just really paid off for him.
Hey, that's why there's a team that's a fan of him, you know? That's why there's a whole team called Techie XD, right? So, fair play. I mean, he is Timothy John James. Okay, I'll stop using that one. He is really good, though, basically. That's the point that I'm trying to make. I mean, he can kind of carry games, like you said, on the Magneto. Both can as well. We saw picks from Scatter as well with the Storm. I think that's an under-talked about part for sure, Shiv. I mean, sure, you could probably talk about it with the Storm. How does it feel, having a Storm alongside that Magneto? I mean, it makes her lethality skyrocket, right?
Absolutely. It's similar to when you're using that Punisher roll. If you get that pocket and you're able to dive in, also with a good Loki on the back line too, throwing out crystals under your feet, giving you that extra time on Storm where the team thinks they may find the pick. If the team is really focused on the Storm in that moment and there's something to extend that timer, that raw damage of that Hurricane is enough to overwhelm them and retake that point and just get all those picks. So well done across the board again. Korova on the back line with that Cloak and Dagger, a ton of value with those Eternal Bonds, which seem to be happening nearly every fight. Can get that all back so quickly with that bubble.
Man, it's such a shame as well. I feel like the storylines are not clashing, but it's so fun that on the other side of the bracket you do have, if Sentinels were to win, unfortunately Techie XD is on the other opposite side, right? They have to go against the Group B champions, which are FlyQuest, and then if the side of Sentinels were to win, they would go against Ego Death, who obviously we want to see against FlyQuest. So kind of sad that we don't get to see those play out. But if Sentinels were to win, right, we could still see Nemesis sort of come back and claw their way back in the series, and then it might spice things up, I think, when the playoffs come around the line.
Yeah, I'm with you. It could have been a crazy storyline to see Techie versus Techie. You know what I mean? That would have been pretty funny. Yeah. But Sentinels looking lights out right now. Nemesis really showed up there. They tried to match composition at one point, just slight differences with that Wolverine pick. Wolverine getting a ton of value in all of these games. Another one of those heroes alongside Torch that I just don't want to see against me, but it's difficult to take out both, right? What's your flavor? Which one would you rather drop initially? And we're seeing teams elect to get rid of, Torch, which has a ton to his kit. You talk about the best heroes in the game are the heroes that do something better than the rest. And Torch is one of those heroes that, doesn't necessarily always struggle into hit scan, which is typically Flyer's issue, because he has that escape. He does have that ability to move consistently. So just really well played. And we're going to see more incredible plays right after this break.
Look who just showed up.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
the Eye of Agamotto!
Welcome back, everyone, as we head into the next game of Sentinels over here versus Nemesis. Sentinels looking really good and only need one more to take this home and be the top seed of B side of the bracket.
Yep, Sentinels 2-0, back to form, back to the OG Sentinels that was, Team Nightmare, then on to Team Sentinels that was really dominant for such a long time. Sentinels were that team alongside 100 Thieves, who now lost their series, so they'll have to meet them on the same side of the bracket, which is going to be fun, potentially earlier on, if Sentinels were to win, right? Nemesis still has a chance here, and speaking of Sentinels and how they played, we saw, and you can talk about this guy, I'm sure you have a lot to say about him, Shib, is Techie, right? For Team Sentinels, he was popping off, like you said, had 17 final hits, and as a team, play around him so well.
Yeah, 19, I guess, final hits here for Techie, looking insane. 42 KOs, only fallen 9 times, 32k damage on Magneto. I mean, a lot of value out of those Meteor M's, but outside of that, just the patience on the left click. You saw a ton of follow-up, just always finishing up the KOs. That is important. Damage means nothing to me if you don't clean up those KOs, because at the end of the day, just raw damage, it just feeds the strategist line. You've got to be patient. You got to be understanding that you want targeted damage and you want KOs, because to me, damage doesn't mean a thing if you don't have any of those final hits.
I like how you brought that up, Shib. I like how you brought up the damaging strategist damaging and not finally eliminating people, is because like you said, you build up those strategist ultimates if you just take damage, or if you send damage to the other team and they just heal it up, right? So that is something that pro teams do. We've heard it at least in comms. Sometimes they'll play for strategist ultimate build up, so they'll send their vanguards in, allow chip damage to come through, and you don't really see that, I think, until you reach the highest level. Even in ranked at one above all, a lot of people, don't really care. They just kind of, pump up the damage stats. They're not playing for the team. And it's because, in cases like this, where if you're just dealing a lot of damage, you just build up those strategist ultimates. So, these teams play very well around those compositions, around that sort of idea. And, you really only go in when you know you can win a fight instead of just doing damage for nothing.
Yeah, beautiful call. We saw across the board there on either team, you see a ton of final hits from virtually everyone, obviously, besides the strategist, but that is important. That goes to show how strong these two teams are against each other. There was upwards of the teens on both sides, almost with all four, or at least almost nearing 10. So well done by both teams on the focus there. Very strong ultimates, obviously, and the damage boost pumping into that Hurricane. I'm wondering if we'll see maybe Storm locked out. Odds are probably not, but we see that Torch Protect here for Nemesis, changing it up, and Sentinels are going to match that as well.
Yeah, that's a good variation, I think, or variation for Team Nemesis. That the fact that they've adapted, maybe they want the Torch. Also counter Torch comes through from Sentinel's side, banning out the Captain America. Nemesis, they might get that Magneto banned against them, but I think that at least this is a step in the right direction for them. We've seen this in the MEA, trying to force towards a different composition. We'll see what Sentinels opt to do. I mean, they obviously have to think about it.
Yeah, the ban of Cap here, I think it's just to try to reduce that dive composition they ran last time here on Symbiotic, which was with a Panther. So I'm curious if Panther will come out and if they go with a different dive frontline, maybe something like Venom. I'm curious to see the shakeup here and what they change. Kind of lock in that Magneto. Crazy to see Magneto available this deep into the banning phase. Obviously, a very strong Vanguard right now, and Sentinels, when you have something like Techie on Magneto, is, crazy. So good lock there by them, and we'll see what the final ban is here for Nemesis.
It's funny. It's just like an intense game of tic-tac-toe, right? Where, at the end we might potentially see Mag still available, right? Like you said, for Team Nemesis, if they want to take it, but they go for the Ultron ban and then Ultron Protect.
Yeah, Ultron is super strong with flyers, especially with Human Torch. So I am surprised to see that, because it is. Yeah, we could. It could be, for another damage boost. Absolutely. See a Mantis ban, and then helps a little bit with the sustained healing in the fly. But when you have that Ultron up there dancing with Human Torch, it is a threat beyond all threats. So that is going to be a tough thing to handle here.
And they go for the Mag ban on the opposite side. I want to see, what the full composition looks like, but at least some variation for the side of Nemesis, as Sentinels, they're totally happy getting rid of Team Nemesis, Emma Frost, and also Captain America alongside Magneto. So Vanguard prioritization for them. Meanwhile, for Sentinels, they cannot play that Ultron, in which that they took advantage of in the first map, and also the Wolverine. So they've been targeted a little bit. We'll see if it works out on Symbiotic Surface, in which, this is what we talk about, Shiv, that the change up in terms of the ban phase, the change up in terms of getting rid of heroes that are being a problem to you specifically, is the way to go. It feels like, you might know the meta, you might know what's good, but you kind of know what the other team has in store, right? Their best compositions are still, maybe those ones that you ban out. So you kind of, have to target ban, and Sentinels definitely being focused on Clintar.
Yeah, we've seen a ton of different bans, so it goes to show you how strong the meta is. This rock, paper, scissors format of this game and all hero shooters in general, but now you add in this targeted banning phase that is not universal. It adds so much more to it. We talk about it getting coaches much more involved. We've had conversations with coaches a ton throughout this tournament, but it is just so much more. As you look up in the sky there, really cool with the Celestial up there. So we are going to hold tight here. Sentinel setting up with Nectar up here with the Punisher off the rip, using that damage reduction from Crimzo to hopefully hold on, as the whole team on Nemesis is electing to push right side heavy and go with a little more of an aggressive divey style composition with Hulk and Torch.
Like the change up. Sentinels, though, going to play that counter with the thing. They know what's coming, right? And oh, wait. Nectar just tracked down a Madian for free before he could even, firewall? That was insane.
Really quick, really good tracking, obviously, here, right? You have to at that point. Ultron very fast, so that's just a testament to how strong these players are on these heroes. Right, amazing, taking this space early, numbers up slightly in his advantage here, keeping the pressure on, and they are gonna, just kind of hold him in this corner. Hopefully, just stalling for as long as possible. This is more of an, this is a good attacking position, holding this height. Height is always strong in shooters like this, hero shooters like this, due to the nature that you're always looking down on the head. So just instinctively get more headshots while you're holding that position. If you were always curious about height and why it's impactful. Down again, mellow. One shot there by Nectar.
Oh my God, Nectar is just going insane. This is the tough part. This snowflake from the side of Nemesis has to be used on that Hulk, right? Because they know he takes so much damage, and that's the only way Hulk has that survivability without going to health packs. So everybody else is kind of left out to dry, right? You see that shotgun coming out, able to smoke one of the players of Team Nemesis, and then earlier on, you saw Madian go down, right? He puts the drone on that Human Torch. He's trying to play around that torch for healing and also to help that dive out. But unfortunately, if a Madian doesn't get healed up, he's just kind of gone.
Friends in the audience, if you don't know, look now at this defensible position. If a team holds that top left side, it looks like you as a team should be holding this crevice in the back. It seems to play more defensible. It doesn't catch you out. So this is the counterplay. As you can see here, watch the pros play and you will learn. Sentinels, great job here on defense. Crazy Man, as I'm saying that, finds Aramori early though. And this could go back in their favor, forcing out Qs across the board. Korova matched here with Dinks. Dance Floors are now shoving them into that corner. Ayavagamoto goes out for scatter, and they take out Korova. Nice pick there. Still holding on as Nemesis now up. Rymazing trades with the Madian. Mellow on the Rymazing right back. Out goes the Meteor. Good throw there by Teki, who just does not miss right now.
Yeah, he had to fall back to the point because he sees all the strategies here. Also, Supernova from Mellow is connecting, and you know maybe they can come back through, but Crimzo's low, doesn't have a lot of heals. Actually goes for the copy. Invis Boundary coming out now from Aramori.
Yeah, and that's going to hold a bit, but not for long. Aramori falls there, and one thing you may not note is if you fall when you're using that Loki copy with Invis, is it'll actually keep that up.
Yeah, that was a nice boot, by the way, as well from Mellow. Slammed down on, but I feel like both teams kind of are struggling with disengaging. You know, we saw in the last series what really strong disengages does, right? We've seen that out of FlyQuest. Meanwhile, Nectar trying to run away, can't really escape. Human Torch just flying at you like a missile, and right now Nemesis just getting that cart space the whole time. I would like to see both teams kind of fix up their disengages, but right now in the neutral, Nemesis taking advantage of Sentinels resetting both times, and Mellow looking so good on Human Torch.
Yeah, Torch is such a problem here. Keeping this space and holding them in is, you know, that if you put those auras on the ground and you land on it, you know you can chunk through strategy assaults. So it's threatening to walk through, especially in tight corners. As I say that, down goes Nectar. Mellow doing exactly what I'm discussing. Hulk is great in these tight quarters, knocking people away into a wall and proceeding to keep that damage forward. Well done again by Scatter. Does fall there, though, early on, keeping the team, or excuse me, by Craze there. Rymazing now finally getting this space back. They do already have this corner with a ton of time on the clock, though.
Yeah, Rye going out with the bubble, making sure he can win in the sky against the Invisible Woman shield alongside that torch, but it's a 1v1 Supernova up. He has to go to somebody else, though, to get value out of it, and unfortunately for Rye, I mean, he's the focus right now, so he has to just stay alive. Crimzo, though, set up the Ayavagamoto on the main side.
Yeah, does not find too much. He does land on a few. Rymazing does get the follow-up there onto Craze, and that's going to be one down, but it landed on a few, just wasn't able to completely follow. Rymazing going to take on a Madian right back, so that is going to be, you know, more beneficial for their side as they do have to respawn again with another pick here. Great fallback as a team, or a great push forward, excuse me, as a team to find a few more to force the stagger.
A huge pickoff from Rye. This is the problem, though, with Nemesis, is they have 2 minutes left to go. Sentinels, if they win this next fight, that's momentum back in their favor, even if we move into the third phase of the map. Because I think this composition doesn't do as well in the third phase, and Nectar might turn online. So right now, Nectar has the final judgment. Rye, they'll get stunned on the backside. Rather gets immobilized by that. Hulk also has to back away. He's deleted again. Oh, no. This has been awful from Kraz so far.
Yeah, Nemesis holding on to 5 ultimates here. Sentinels with 3, but Teki still getting value through it. Down goes Craze again. That pick has been happening more than I'm sure they would like on the side of Nemesis, who now have in, you know, 2-3 fight territory max with teleport with 124 on the clock, and they're just getting locked in. This is defensible position here. Sentinels holding on to 3 ultimates, working their way to 5 with Rymazing and Crimzo, likely getting it within this next fight. Nemesis got to get some picks here quickly to make this happen for them. Mellow going to use that Supernova as I discuss it. Teki going to eat some of those hurricanes and throw it right back to tornadoes, excuse me, right back at them. Not much value there, and here comes the last stand, forcing them down into off angles.
Yeah, this is great evasion of the final judgment, and Kraz also goes towards that cart, caps it as well. So perfectly played by Nemesis. That's what you want to see out of this team if you're a fan of them.
Yeah, and Nemesis is still holding on to those ults. It's been slightly too long. I think they kind of waited some stuff out there, which was good, but you got to press forward. I guess they wanted to discuss one fight, one win situation here, as Rymazing already, again, ready to use these tornadoes to keep the team back and own this space. Hulk trying to take it, but no, not able to do so. Forced off towards the point. Scatter does does have this Eye of Agamotto, and this is a great position to use it. You can take that height off the left and drop in with the eye a little more unsuspectingly, but they're going to have to hold the point here shortly as 20 seconds are left here for Nemesis. Here comes the play. Eye of Agamotto with bubble. Very difficult to counter that, and they are going to force out an ultimate. Great, honestly, really good reaction time, but down goes Dinks. As Ryan Amazing turns that right back at him, and here comes the eye in return, and it does find a few, but will they get picks off? Bit out go Crystals. Nectar falls from Ricky. Nemesis is going to potentially push through this, but they are losing this space.
I mean, they had the fit of the world, yeah, able to run down this back line, and here comes Amadian on the high ground. Kraz also towards that objective is going to be able to get healed up as well, so they regained that momentum. Sentinels a little bit too far forward, not finding enough value off of their Eye of Agamotto. Results in them kind of losing this fight slowly. Aramori going to get staggered up by Kraz, and right now in overtime, they do it. They move on to third phase, but again, I'm worried because I just feel like compositionally right now, Nemesis, for every 3 fights they lose, they only can win 1 right now, so they're going to have to string them together in this third phase. It's going to be very hard versus Nectar because he's kind of struggled on the second phase of the map. So imagine what happens when the map gets more open against Flyers.
Goes to show you what I know. I thought they were holding those ults for a little too long, but really just committed to 1 fight, and it worked out for him. A minute on here, though, and this is a defensible position early on. You're going to try to take this fight in this alleyway because it does give you a little bit of an advantage defensively. Nectar shoving in here immediately with the final judgment. Does it get 1? No. But it does break that shield, allowing Techie to take out Scatter. Great play again by Techie, and good communication here by Sentinels as we are starting to see some more Qs pop. Nemesis holding on to Craze, and that should be it within this next fight.
I mean, you still have some delay coming out from Kraz. Nectar able to get blasted down, but the healing is just too much. The strategist keeping him alive, doing a great job. Sentinels also having to commit that copy. Kraz is going to go down. Oh, no, he lives. 1 HP on the left side, comes back to the team. They have strategist ults to re-engage with, though, as Rye stares off in the distance looking for whoever's in the sky, and looks like it's Mellow.
Yeah, Mellow over here with the Ultron bot. Great Eye of Agamotto to find that value out of the sky, take him down, but the dance floor is out to counter that. Dinks, good positioning there. Here comes the Ultron trying to make something happen. Scatter following up as down goes Aramori. Crystal's not going to find any value there. Popped through it as they do fall early, and we do have ultimate advantage once again on the side of Nemesis as Ricky's holding on to that invisible boundary. Will it be enough to push them deep into point 3, or will they get caught here as Ryan Amazing doing a great job owning this height, dancing, using that juke. There's the escape there. If you're getting hit by hit scan, you do have that almost get out of jail free card. Nectar gonna pop this with the bubble, and now the invisible boundaries popped, and they find so much value through it as 5 fall. It's gonna force them into final fight territory.
Yeah, that's huge out of Team Nemesis. They did cost them a few ultimates, but regardless, played so well. Does Scatter have the portal up, by the way, for the portal block, or what's going on here? It looks like he was or did. Something might have happened, or if he's doing it right now. I didn't hear the sound effect. Looks like they're able to get out, though. So Sentinels coming back through. Do have that Jeff to get back, as well as some speed boosts. Ultimate available for Techie at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they didn't have the time or weren't feeling comfortable with it prior to somebody getting out and maybe taking some space or positioning to scare him a little bit. Techie goes up with the meteor, landing down. Ooh, not able to do it. Good shield invis there. Shows you that millisecond reaction time. Mellow gets 2 with the dive. Right, Amazing turns it on to Scatter, Amadian, and Dinks, and this could be enough to take point 3. Will they come back? Nemesis looking really good as another. They do get all 3. Nemesis pushing through with 1 minute on the start of that fight.
Wow. I assumed Nectar would be able to do a lot on Punisher on third phase, and I assumed incorrectly. Nemesis just kind of snowballed, able to win the crucial fights back to back to back, use their strategist ultimates perfectly, Amadian as well, connecting with his ult, just getting so much momentum for their team, and snowballed towards the very end. Sentinels, unfortunately for them, not able to hold in that third phase. Maybe they're going to have to look at the drawing boards because that Punisher, man, just didn't work out, unfortunately.
Yeah, well played again by Nemesis. Really looked more in the favor of Sentinels, who were really shutting things down there on point 2 all the way to final fight territory. But Nemesis stayed calm. They ended up using their ultimates in 1 fight, pushed through, had literally a minute 20 on point 3, but still just owning that and just pushing through when need be. Allowing that invis all was incredible there by the side of Ricky. They got a 5-piece through it because it does obviously hide your team. It's hard to see where they're coming from, and there was I believe we saw a pick from Amadian, we saw a few from Mellow. It was just enough to shove the team back into the spawn door, not able to portal trap them off, but still won that fight.
And right now, Nemesis on their defense, I mean, they feel comfortable with their composition they're running. I think the Invisible Woman as well has been doing pretty solid. And meanwhile, portal play off the map setting up now for Scatter. We'll see if it works out. 5 seconds left to go. Crimzo on Doctor Strange as well. We'll see if they are even thinking about the potential portal play, because there's so much to think about as a pro player. So the counter portal is going to come through or just off the map right now as everybody's under it. Oh no! Bye! See you later! Wait, who was that? Was that a Luna? Wait, it was Luna Snow, wasn't it? Shouldn't she be gone? Where'd she go?
I believe he was floating, although it didn't look like he was. He managed to have a slight jump. They're kind of tricking them into using that defensive portal. They were able to jump right around it. So wow, what
Can
a
you stand on the
play.
portal?
You can if you're hovering. I believe he might have been hovering slightly. I'm not 100% sure, but just, or maybe the portal was placed a little bit off. I'm not
Yeah, because
100%
it was Kurova. Kurova definitely went through that portal. Because we saw Kurova in the spawn. So definitely something happened there. I mean, I want to watch that back. Definitely clip that. Kurova's still dead anyway, regardless, as Dinks has the follow-up on a Crimzo. So Nectar swapped to the Bucky, not enabling them to find too many picks, although they're able to connect onto a few more targets here as Sentinels kind of create some space. But yeah, I mean, Nemesis right now, first hold, first kind of counterplay coming out from Scatter worked out. 1 minute off the clock now. Sentinels, no ultimates built up either, so it was a really rough fight for them as they regroup and stagger Nectar too. Oh no, that's so bad.
Yeah, Nemesis is just playing very calm. I said this prior. They're looking like a different team right now in these fights, where before it was like every ult was matched immediately. They are just playing patient, finding value, and then slowly letting the fights extend while they're up in numbers so that they can get those picks later on and force staggers out by just making these fights last a while. So I like what I'm seeing here from Nemesis, which is why they selected this map.
Yeah, walking up right now, Sentinels kind of do have the counter to go, but an Adian comes in. Ultron's range just going aggressive, forcing away Sentinels, who actually do a good job sort of playing around that corner, ducking back around. Now re-engaged and enabled for them to come back through. Sentinels have some sort of ultimate advantage after he used it, although Ultron builds up those ultimates quickly. Supernova from Mello is here, and everybody's stuck inside, so they're going to have to counter with a Strategist ultimate soon.
Yeah, that's a terrifying position to be in when you see that Supernova, but they do get walked out there with the Bond, and we see Dinks popping ult to counteract that. Ricky holding on to the invisible boundary should they need it. Agamotto gets popped. Scatter and Mello going to take out two. Another huge eye here. Well done, Strange. In this tournament, these eyes of Agamotto, they're not getting frozen immediately. They are finding value. Scatter again. Well played by Nemesis, and now we are at 1 minute and 30 with no ticks on the point.
Yeah, I might have spoke too soon talking about Sentinels getting out of the playoff or getting into the playoffs as the first seed, as Nemesis looked formidable at the current moment. Doing a great job holding. Maybe can turn this back into a reverse sweep if they win this to put themselves in the #1 seed for the playoffs on Thursday next week, or rather this week because it's already Sunday. So right now, Sentinels have ultimates coming into it. Nemesis did use a lot last fight, but Melo's coming up on yet another Supernova, and there's no Stratus ultimates to counter it.
Yeah, roughly even across the board here. Sentinels using that Supernova immediately just to try to take that space and just to kind of use like a visual clutter wall, as we see Amadian now popping that Ultron, trying to, you know, turn that back at him. Does force him back in there. It's essentially a counteract ultimate there, defensive ultimate. Mello now with a ton of hurricane or tornadoes, and there is going to be a 1 as we lose Techie on the offense, and that is a huge pick, losing the Magneto in the defensible positioning of that bubble. Right, Amazing goes down. 40 seconds on the clock. Crimzo still gets one onto a Median, but will it be enough as they did force ultimates after losing numbers? That's a difficult position to be in, as now Nemesis has nothing. Sentinels do have multiple ultimates, and they are going to walk back in here, and it looks like this might be in their favor.
Yep, Kurova, nice shots from him as well. Connects onto the high ground. Here comes the Hulk back into Monster Hulk form. Does have the ultimate available. Meanwhile, Nectar goes for that hook, not able to find it. Hasn't been able to use the Kraken impact necessarily just yet, but here comes Dinks, aggressive with the Fate of the World. You know they'll all be here. We'll see when Nectar wants to pop this. Agamotto is here from Scatter to slow him down, and they actually connect on multiple people with the damage boost. That's so much downrange. Nectar is what had to back up, and he got smoked by Hulk. Removed over time, now ticks down. Sentinels surely going to lose this one unless something else happens from Amazing. Nemesis, they might have turned this series on its head as they win their first map in this best out of 5.
Holding them on point 1 shows you how confident they felt and how confident they looked. What a defense there. Again, Nemesis taking this to game 3 or 4, excuse me, as they shove through and fight back here, trying to make sure that they can clinch this and get the higher seed in this final of Bracket B.
I mean, Nemesis could definitely do it. They maybe have figured something out ban-wise. I mean, they were able to adapt to playing around the Hulk. I think that they kind of struggled in the Streets phase of the game, but then, you know, Kraz came online. Only 2 eliminations on him from the whole time, so he's been doing a great job kind of creating space, also utilizing the ultimate, just kind of being disruptive. You saw in that last fight, Nectar couldn't do anything because of the CC that happened, the crowd control, for those of you who don't know that shortening of the word. And right now, Nectar, you know, it was a tough series again from him. I think this one, it wasn't really his fault necessarily, but right now they got to figure something out on Sentinel's side, kind of adjust to these bans, because at the moment, I mean, they were totally fine running no mag, right? And this is kind of what we talked about, Shib, where maybe the over prioritization of the Emma ban, maybe the over focus of the Magneto ban results in teams getting a little tunnel visioned, right? So as long as you get that Human Torch, it seems like Mello kind of put the team on his back, and they were able to play hard around him with a Median on that Ultron. Sentinel is not able to do that because of the Ultron ban. So Nemesis reacting so well on the map number 3 to the ban phase.
Yeah, we've said it 1,000 times that if you pocket the torch, you have that invis shield, and you have that Ultron bot versus a non-pocketed torch in virtually any way, as they don't have the invis or the Ultron. It is so difficult to win those trades, and you saw the 20 final hits there from the side of Mello, just disgusting on the torch. So yeah, it's very difficult to win those trades, especially when you're putting it into this strong of a duelist.
Yep, 100%. And right now, Nemesis going to that map number 4, they might do it. They could potentially reverse sweep. In EMEA, we almost saw a reverse sweep. Didn't happen. By the way, Melophobia with your MVP, definitely well-deserved, right, Shib? I mean, he was able to do so much damage. Also, secure eliminations, farm supernovas. Like, he was doing everything you could possibly do in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, it was clean, and it showcased 3-0, right? Not able to push through the comp difference, and that's that banning phase win that we saw. We needed, if you're a side of Nemesis, they needed something like that to take this W, and they got it.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can keep it up in the next map. It will be chosen by Sentinels, right? So they can go to a map they feel comfortable on. And Clintar, obviously a better map for Nemesis. Last time Sentinels won that map. Now on the backside, they were able to finally win it. And the ban phase looked quite different than the last time that they played that map. So, I mean, obviously that does sort of change a lot of the dynamic. And in a best out of 5, that's what happens, right, Chip? That's what you mentioned. That's the great part of having a best out of 5, is that we can, you know, see really who the best team is in these ban phases. But we will go to a short break. We'll see what happens on map number 4.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just witnessed Nemesis step it up and take home a win. So now the series is 2-1. Can they have the sweep? What did you think of that match?
Yeah, I think that they definitely could do it. I think right now Nemesis are looking better than they did previously. On map number 1 and 2, they kind of didn't deviate the bans enough. I mean, they looked pretty solid at points, like we saw in Araco at the first point. They snowballed, right? Sentinels just didn't know how to react on the defense. Sentinels then picked it up afterwards with that Wolverine. Now that the Wolverine sort of removed, Sentinels kind of look a little bit lost, right, Shib? I think that they've struggled since that character got out of there. I mean, Punisher hasn't really worked out, unfortunately for them. I mean, they do put Rymazing on that Human Torch, but I feel like it just didn't pan out against Team Nemesis, who on their attack just able to get so much value on that character. I mean, Mello was just going insane.
Yeah, we talk about just the pocket. It's almost impossible to diff a torch if they have a double pocket like that, and you do not at all. So I guarantee we see a ban out there on the side of Sentinels to stop that. But as I say that, the lock-in immediately is going to be that torch. They want to run that right back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. Emma Frost. Yeah, well, Emma Frost is pretty good, so I guess it makes sense why you have to ban Emma Frost first. We'll see what changes happen. What changes come through. Okay, we get an Ultron ban. Okay, so they think that was the problem with the Human Torch. Considering they are going to run Human Torch, you might as well react to what they were going to do, force them onto something like maybe do 2-2-2. I think they were trying it before with a Madian on the Hela, potentially with that Human Torch instead, as a cap ban comes through on a Sentinels, to make sure Crimzo can't play that, make sure they don't have the full dive come through, as Psylocke was available as well in case Nectar ever wanted to go for that Psylocke dive alongside Captain America again. But the both bans available. Wolverine looks like it's being hovered again for Team Nemesis, and it would make sense as we go to Hell's Heaven. This is a very good Wolverine map.
Yeah, back on domination, Sentinels, they've been dominating domination, but really have, especially against Nemesis. So this could be heavily in their favor, at least off the rip. We got to see Nemesis change it up here on their strategy on doms. It's typically been their weak point. They do get rid of that wolf, like you mentioned. Cap's gone too, so less of that divey strap, but they do lock in Ultron on the other side.
Giving some more support to Rymazing, and the Wolverine ban forced them to kind of deviate to something else. So it was either that Wolverine ban or that Ultron ban this time. Ultron, well, because it wasn't protected last time. It was, what was it, the mag protected. So Sentinels are adapting. Mag ban could come through from them, but they go for the Luna Snow ban this time. So it's a Human Torch protect and Ultron protect. Now the last protect available for Team Nemesis. They go for the Hulk protect because they don't want Kraz on something else. I don't know. That's interesting because you could still run Cap, right? So I don't know.
It might be a comfortability thing, where they want to have Hulk. I mean, Hulk has a ton of value. Obviously, Cap being, definitely, I would say stronger, at least in this tournament in terms of presence. But Hulk is comfortable, right? So if you're able to make, make plays and have a presence on the field, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, you're right. I think the Hulk is something Kraz is great at, and there's a lot of very good Hulk players across the world. And I think we saw someone for FlyQuest, earlier on when we saw it was either Spark Chief, Spark Chief playing, right? Yeah, so Spark Chief on that hero looked pretty damn good. Now for Team Nemesis, they're going to be able to play around that hero, play around their Human Torch, but without that Ultron. So we'll see if that changes things for Sentinels. It's these small changes that kind of matter in terms of the macro of this series, right? Because for Sentinels and Nemesis, they're both fighting for that 1 seed, right? We're going to Hell's Heaven up next. Nemesis, this is their worst map. There's no other way to put it, right? Nemesis kind of stink at this map at the current moment. I know that's not a large sample size from a competitive standpoint, right? The fact that we've only seen them on it, I believe, twice, maybe 3 times. Not exactly their best map, so we'll see how they do. I mean, Clintar, they did lose to Sentinels before. It's a good map for them generally, but just against Sentinels, they happen to lose it. This time, they win it. So, momentum hopefully back in their favor for them and their fans. Right now, for Team Nemesis, getting that Hulk is big, but again, like you mentioned, Chip, not going to have that Ultron in the sky alongside the Human Torch. That definitely is a massive factor for that matchup in the sky for Rymazing and Mello.
Yeah, I agree. You talk about just the micro changes being everything. And once again, the one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is you do see now on the opposite side with Sentinels, there's a pocket on that torch. It's going to make it more difficult, although Invis is still in for Ricky to help out with Mello. We'll see which pocket is better with the drone or with the shield as we begin this first fight. Rymazing holding that off angle. Nectar going to put a ton of damage down on to the front line of Craze. And that is not going to be enough to get the pick early, but they're going to reset up here on height.
Yep, chilling at the current moment. Nemesis sort of surrounding the objective. And oh my gosh, Mello goes really low, passive proc. Oh my god, what a save from Kraz. Are you kidding me? He has to back up, but what an immobilization of that torch in the sky from Kraz. Saved his human torch because he doesn't have drone. He's not going to get healed up too consistently. Only had that passive to stay alive. Meanwhile, now Nectar's on the back foot. It's Amazing, the one on that Ultron. Nectar gets the better in the sky onto Mello.
Yeah, that's that infinite value you can get with the lockdown from Hulk. That exile can be, you know, so impactful when you land it at the right time. Nectar gonna follow up Korova onto a Median, and that is gonna be an early Sentinels take here on a map that they may be favored at.
I felt like, honestly, this is the change that Sentinels needed. I mean, the fact they put Nectar over to the Human Torch. Rye is a great Human Torch player, but having Rye on Ultron, Nectar on the Human Torch, I think is something that Sentinels can play around, right? Nectar is an incredibly good Human Torch player, Ultron as well, but maybe that swap is what they need. I mean, Rye maybe more traditionally known as that hit scan player. Usually Nectar plays that Psylocke, plays some of those Divey characters as well, but right now for Nectar, this is that change that I think Sentinels needed to get back in the driver's seat. Nemesis, though, switch to full res composition, running that Adam Warlock alongside the Mantis and the Cloak and Dagger.
Crimzo trying to own this space. Does have Eye ready. Ultimate advantage here for Sentinels. We begin this fight. Amazing. Going to initiate here with Ultron's Rage. Doesn't find much as we do lose bonds on both sides. Out goes Eternal. Do we see any pick here? A lot of the time you'll see these cloaks go right into cloak form after that ult because they know the healing is out. They don't need to worry about it. Instead, they try to find a pick. Amadian onto Nectar. Amazing onto Ricky. Back and forth again as Sentinels are holding on at 55%.
Yeah, but the res is coming through. I mean, that's tough to deal with. And Ricky came back through. Soul Resurgence, shields there. Oh my god, what a snipe from Techie. But it's into a player who can just self-res himself. So Mello's going to be back in the fight. Kraz gets one of the Amazing while the Galactic Legend is coming through from Amadian. And right now we're seeing the value of triple res. Picks came through from Sentinels, but it was just one. It was just one into one, and it was every character that can get brought back. Right now, Sentinels head back to the spawn. Team Nemesis, this could be the change that they needed, is playing triple res alongside. Now Mello has that ultimate. I feel like this is an easier map to get the Resurrect off on the Adam Warlock, but Sentinels, you know, they do have ultimates coming up. Supernova is amazing. It's a big ultimate as well, and Mello could be hunted down.
First time we have seen Warlock today with the res comp. It is a problem. We know Sentinels can do it too, so we'll see if that gets matched out. Doesn't need to be happening yet, as they're 79% here for Sentinels. They are going to start taking this space. You talk about the flyers of Amazing and Nectar. Both being able to do it is a huge advantage. A lot of the time the teams are running a flyer and somebody who runs hit scan almost exclusively as like kind of the talent lineup, but both of them being able to get out here, provide that height and damage as Techie finds Ricky early, but that could be a res available, as we know Warlock res is available from Mello as well. Who, you know, a lot of the time we see that hit scan go on to Warlock, and here comes the initiation. Amazing on the Diggs, Korova on the scatter, but here's the reses as they all come back into the fight.
Yeah, all coming back indeed, but they're immediately going to fall. Unfortunately, they split up towards the point. Well, Kraz actually was the one to go down, so he'll have to come back. They do Soul Bomb. They come back out with the Soul Resurgence. Can they find those eliminations? Nectar goes down.
Yeah, and a reset again as point goes back towards Sentinel's favor. 87% here, keeping the space, and out goes that Legend. But yeah, Amadian gonna find Amazing after the res. Make that two as Korova goes down. Do I see three? Holding it to 99. Ooh, trying to use that. I don't know if I agree with it that early, but maybe it was already transformed, so you just kind of, you know, you have to use it at that point.
Yeah, tough situation for Armory to be in, committing it early, but you have to on Loki, right? Because you don't want to get picked off. So right now, Team Nemesis, no ultimates, right? They just used everything in the previous fight. They do have the Hulk ready to go, but it's against Sentinels. Both Vanguards, you talked about earlier how important these Vanguards have been for at least Nemesis on their side. We saw Scatter and Kraz kind of do some crazy combos. Maybe Crimzo and Techie have it in their banks as well. They do have Strangling Prison, which is one of the best ultimates in the game. Self-res is now available as well for Mello and Ricky in a moment, as I believe those timers are coming up online. Hulk forced to use the ultimate early, just trying to disrupt the backline, potentially help a dive coming out, but with the Soul Bond, he's able to stay in there for a little bit longer and take down Rye. No way.
Yeah, that's good focus and great ultimate usage. We've seen Kratos just pop off here on Hulk, which, you know, it may be a little more, you know, just more difficult to find value with that ultimate. It's a lot of focus and it's a lot of just combination, using that knockback and knockback into an immediate jump to grab him out of the sky and follow up with another knockback. Outside of it, they usually just get healed right back up. Nectar finds Ricky, Amadian onto Armory, back and forth again as Nectar finds Mello. Crazeman got a Korova and Scatter onto Nectar. It's just back and forth at 99.
Yeah, these picks don't matter, though. I mean, it's two characters that now have that cooldown up to res, so Portal's going to have to come through from Sentinels if they want a chance to really win this. At least the people coming back from spawn, though. I mean, they have some portals, right? Kurova has it, so he can't even teleport, and now everybody's kind of coming through, and they're just going to have to give it up and go next round.
Nemesis getting it done on a map that maybe they did not favor. Been working on it. Watch the tapes, and they take home point 1.
What a map, what a play there from Team Nemesis to swap over to that stuff, right? To swap over to that, you know, full triple res composition. And we've seen this at EMEA as well. That's the sort of counter to these divey compositions, right, Shib? It just feels like anytime that you're on Human Torch having to deal with a Mantis, Atom, and the Cloak and Dagger, you lose value because, I mean, the whole point of Human Torch is to go in with a full combo, right? Use all of your cooldowns, slam dunk, kill one or KO one person. But the problem is, like, after you find one person, where's the other ones? And right now, Team Nemesis splitting up so well, avoiding any follow-up damage from Nectar. It's been hard for him in this map.
Yeah, because now not only when you get it picked, you have to worry about like cooldowns being utilized. You have to worry about a second life of them coming back here. And then also just the inherent use of Mantis with sleep. And then you've got Warlock's Bond. So it just does really shut down that dive back and forth. It's just a great comp to run into this dive for sure.
Coming back into it 23 seconds before the point unlocks. Stunned Sentinels slowing it down currently, right? Kurova does have the ultimate available, but it's going to be into Scatter with the Meteor M. Nemesis, though, they have so many ults to work around. Here comes the mating with the blasters, gets bubbled early and just finds Kurova early on. Oh no, that's one of the crucial ultimates they needed. No greens there in time for Maramori. They're gonna have to copy at least one of the members of Team Nemesis, which is in this case a Mantis. So they just get the Soul Resurgence, arguably one of the worst, you know, Stratus ultimates in the game. Trailing Prison's there. The follow-up is there as well from Nectar and Rymazing, so it didn't end up mattering. They're able to take full advantage, but the res from Mello up top, right? They're all together as a unit, healing up. Also Soul Bond available in just a moment. They come back through with their own Soul Resurgence. Nobody is here just yet. Unfortunately, Kurova just shows up now, but the point is in favor of Team Nemesis. You have Mello on the left side trying to get that one shot. Does not connect. Terror Cape as well on the backside, but the follow-up damage from Sentinels is unfortunately not there. Nectar trying to find more, but Amadian again. Now in the Galactic Legend in the sky, not able to, or sorry, Sentinels not able to react to it as the Greens not there in time to save anybody, and Team Nemesis fully advantaged right now.
That positioning on Mello's res was game-changing, holding on to the point when they already capped it with a great spot on the top left behind wall, brings the team back in to retake the point. They're at 43 and still have Craze with ult and should have Scatter soon, so just a great sweep. Goes to show you that Warlock is still no joke, nothing to be messed with, especially when this full res comp is on the table.
Yep, Nectar looking around knowing there's a Hulk back there, but the surround from Nemesis. This is what what Sentinels were doing earlier, or rather Nemesis was doing earlier with the Psylocke and Captain America, doing it yet again with Kraz on the backline. Supernova available from Nectar. Oh, just falls over to Ricky. I mean, that's just unbelievable. The Greens were not there in time yet again. Unfortunately, a common occurrence for this team. Strangely Prison's here, but is the damage not there? The follow-up damage from Rye finally gets one reset. Can he get another one? Dives onto one, finds two. Kraz trades it back in the back. No res as well for Mello. He's going to go down. And again, with the Kraken impact, Rye Amazing able to get 3, make it 4. Rye closes it out. They did use, on top of that, the Eternal Bond. Team Nemesis sent back to spawn. Hulk stagger as well, because unfortunately, they already flipped the point.
Yeah, they're just going to wait this thing out now, buying as much time as possible. He's going to head right towards that window. Smart play there as the team's going to have to reset. Probably not going to try to get the pick there. Nice, Nectar. It's going to give alt charge. A lot of the time you want to try to jump off or use that grenade from Bruce there to force yourself off so it does not go towards the enemy side. But still, good stagger there for the side of Sentinels to try to get some of this percentage back. 84% on the side of Nemesis.
Sentinels need to come back in this fight, right? Losing this map would be terrible. Also, Nemesis look a lot better in Hell's Heaven today. Walking in now with that Soul Resurgence, they create a little bit of space. They walk in as well with their Soul Bond, committing the Greens, and then Kurova's ultimate is Sentinels. They have to react quickly. If they react too slowly, the damage boost can kind of put you on the back foot. Dinks though in the back line, still available with his Terror Cape. It creates a lot of space for Team Nemesis. I mean, No Strider's ultimate's also available. Kurova's going to go down. Aramori, unfortunately, doesn't have ultimate just yet, so everybody else just gets mopped up for Team Nemesis as they, with their cooldowns, able to create so much space on the Sentinels. They couldn't even react, and 90% on the board right now. I mean, Crimzo's getting staggered. He had Strangling Prison. I mean, Portal's going to come through from Nectar now. It's desperation for Sentinels.
My, oh my, has the tides turned. Nemesis in every single one of these fights, taking it home. They are looking incredible right now as they can't even touch.
I think also the portal was coming through, and it got stunned by Hulk, I think, because he just like yeeted it across the map, pretty sure. I mean, maybe somebody in chat will clip it for us to look at afterwards. Chat, Jarvis, clip that, please. Jarvis is the entirety of Twitch chat, apparently. Nemesis, though, like you said, Shib, I mean, now we're tied up. This is crazy. We could have a reverse sweep. We didn't see it in EMEA. It was stopped at the last second. But today, I mean, Nemesis have a good shot at doing so as they figured out Sentinels.
Yeah, this is insane to look at. I mean, we had this conversation that the tides kind of look like they changed here. Nemesis really clutching up. I like the team comp from Nemesis, the shift there. We thought initially if they were going to try to run Torch, it was going to just not work out for them when they had the pocket, but they just made a full comp switch, which I think was the right play. Instead of beating their head into the wall with a similar comp, they just couldn't get it done. So what a change, and it just worked ever since that switch. It was nonstop in their favor. So just big brain plays here by Nemesis, who might have a reverse sweep on their hands.
Yeah, they might have the reverse sweep indeed, and this is the triple res comp, triple strategist comps, sort of kind of being the mainstay, right? You know, when I was I feel bad for saying this, but I did a unranked to Celestial challenge. Sorry, I'll never do it again. Listen, don't ban me, please. I'm sorry. We did it on Ultron, and there were so many games that when the character came out, right, everybody's like, this character doesn't heal enough. Why are you on Ultron? Please swap off Ultron. But what happens is you do need this triple strategist composition to make up for the lack of healing of Ultron, because Ultron is more of that damage dealing character that we talk about. Just does so much downrange. You can also still play. You can win with a 2-2-2 with Ultron comp, especially in silver, platinum, and whatever rank that I was in at the time. Whenever people were like, please, Ultron's the problem, and then we look at the end of the game, it's MVPs across the board. Don't mention it, by the way. But regardless, I think that Ultron, you can, especially at low ranks, you can deal with lacking that healing if you're just aggressive enough, right? If you're able to find those picks, able to not take as much damage, because right now in this game, a ton of people have a problem, Shib. That problem is taking damage, right? People think, okay, I take damage, I get healed. No. Realistically, in hero shooters, fundamentals is to just like not take so much damage, right? Yeah, like in this game, yeah, because strategists are so good, it makes up for the well, honestly, lacking of gameplay from a lot of lower tier players. So realistically, if you're taking less damage, you're helping out your strategist, you're helping your team win.
And that's why it's all about natural cover. If you do have that Ultron and you're struggling and your team is getting wiped, try to make a change into something with a shield. Try to run that double shield if need be. Let Ultron be the force he needs to be. Play around natural cover and try to reduce the amount of damage taken. Like you are mentioning, it's all about KOs, not about raw damage. So you want to play slow, let Ultron get that ult and cycle it towards the back line, and just instead don't put yourself in a risky position. But yeah, I mean, it looked really good there for Nemesis. That res comp, we haven't seen it today, was popping off across the board. And yeah, I love the change as Mello makes that, the res there is nothing to scoff at. I think it won them that point.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Warlock is so good as well on that point. I mean, it feels like you could just get that res off. Also, like you said, I mean, Mello getting that res over the top side on that second round. So just great work from him. And yeah, I will never do a unranked to Celestial challenge again. That's you know what? I look at I look at YouTube and I see Otter just constantly doing his unranked to Celestial challenge, and I'm like, man, that is bullying. But anyway, we're gonna get a short break. We'll see you guys for map number 5 in just a moment.
Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로지
Welcome back, everyone. Will the reverse sweep happen 2-2? Nemesis versus Sentinels. This is what you want to see. If you want to watch a good game, me personally love the good game. Wow, Nemesis, really well played.
Yeah, Nemesis looking good, man. I mean, now we get to go to a map that Sentinels pick again. In Domination, that was the map they needed to win on, right? We talked about how Hell's Heaven, not exactly the best Nemesis map so far. I mean, they lost it to Shroud X, right? So it's obviously very small sample size. That's why we have to stress that part because so few games compared to practice, compared to behind the scenes when all of these teams are actually preparing for this $3 million tournament. So for Team Nemesis, turning it around on that map is huge. I think that would be a massive momentum shift. Sentinels, I don't know. Shiv, do you think it's finally time to stop banning Emma Frost first, or are we still going with that?
I'm curious if this is the time, but we do see Sentinels instantaneously, both sides. Bye-bye Emma, as is tradition here. But yeah, I think we need to see a shakeup. I do like that counter. It's like if they're going to run Torch, we're going to run Rez, and we'll make those picks less valuable. So unique strategy and thought process there. As we're heading over to Holiday Jolly, another convergence map here. I thought it was going to be another domination. That was incorrect, but this is going to be another tight match, man. And I think Nemesis definitely has the momentum. Sentinels got to get back up on their feet here.
That they do. I mean, yeah, after that, what is it? I believe after round 3, or sorry, game 3, it resets. So you can pick from any single map, correct? Or it just goes back in order.
I believe so. Yeah, it might have to go back in order, but either way, I do think that no matter what, Nemesis, the fact that they were able to come back on a map that they have been struggling with heavy goes to show you they have been working on the flaws, right? They've been bouncing back from what they've been dealing with in the past, and they are showing up today as we see a different ban out here. Bye-bye Psylocke for Nemesis.
Yeah, they were hovering the Human Torch ban, but without the Ultron. We'll see if Sentinels want to protect that, they still have the Ultron. They just, they banned it on the opposite side. We'll see if they want to protect the Human Torch. Nemesis on their side. They hovered it, went towards the Wolverine. They thought against it just because of how strong Nectar and the Wolverine was. And there it is, protect of the Human Torch. I wonder if we'll see a Mantis ban potentially here, because we have Cap, we have Human Torch. Okay, it's going to be an Ultron ban rather. So I'm curious to see if Sentinels want to play triple, right? Because that is available. That's something they can do, make that Human Torch a lot more of a threat. Meanwhile, Loki ban came through from Sentinels as well, as alongside that Ultron ban to make sure the Human Torch is not as dangerous. But Nemesis kind of proved they can flex off the Human Torch if need be.
Yeah, I want to see if it's a different story here, as we did see success there for Sentinels on another one of those push maps with the flyer domination, right? So we'll see if that changes up here with Torch now being the focus instead of Storm. And, you know, the ban phase not too different from what we've seen in the past, except for they're really trying to limit what we can see from the sky. We see Techie obviously consistently getting that Magneto and finding a ton of value. I'm surprised maybe, you know, some teams have elected to get rid of Magneto prior to Emma and finding value that way, but they want to keep that around. We see Nectar now going to be on, at least so far, the Hela, and that is a different change here as what they've been running the last few matches.
Man, Hall Jalia, I think that's a solid map for the Hela, but we saw in the Hunter Thieves match that, you know, didn't really matter playing the Hela. It seems like versus these Human Torch teams in general, it seems to be very hard to play it. But now we head into it early. This is the lineup we were talking about earlier, by the way. This is the one that SJP died to. Kraz across the map, got the lineup.
Yeah, this is the thing. So just a reminder, if you take damage from this lineup and you don't get KO'd, just make sure you stand near a strategist and do not let them heal you up just yet. Wait till the map starts. Wait for that 15 seconds because it will give them ult charge. Try to turn that around on them by playing smart, but there is a ton of mines there. You don't want to play that game when there's that many lined up, but you can kind of play ahead of that and try to find some value in reverse rather than just getting cleaned up by that lineup.
And I'm sure that there's like 3 nerds looking out there like, why are you showing that? I can't believe you would show my kid in tech when like everybody does it. It's like literally like everybody and their mother does it at this point. Like I literally know my mom will log on the game and do it and get a free elimination. It's that easy. But regardless, Team Nemesis gonna lock on that Star-Lord, which is interesting, alongside Mellow on the Human Torch. It's just to have the opportunity, I suppose, to flex back over to the triple res. Meanwhile, Sentinels, they do like Crimzo on that Captain America. That's why they protected it. And Nectar, like you mentioned, Shiv, gonna have him on that Hela. But Mellow, I mean, he's gonna be so hard to hit. And he also has the Luna Snowflake as well. But Kraz out of Hulk form, didn't see in the kill feed, but did go down, or a KO feed. Is Kraz gonna fall? Everybody has to reset now once that Hulk is removed.
Yeah, typically when you see Star-Lord, it's either you're running res or you're running that Magneto bubble comp, and your job is to just all off cooldown as fast as possible. So that's what we're seeing here. But Sentinels cleaning up everyone, sending them back to the spawn door slowly but surely. Great positioning, great first fight. Nemesis gonna have to bounce back here. I wonder if we'll see any changes. Probably not yet, as no ults have been launched. But yeah, actually, we do see a Madian make that switch immediately over to Hela instead of that Star-Lord for the spin to win.
Ooh. That should be fun. We get the matchup again between Nectar and a Madian. Haven't seen Nectar play too much Hela so far. It's usually Rye whenever that character is unbanned, but also, you know, in old Sentinels gameplay, they would ban Hela first. So nowadays, Hela's still strong, but Flyers tend to have their sort of counterplay just by, you know, hovering around angles, playing around walls. Meanwhile, Team Nemesis, they're going to walk into this left side. Walls being broken for a Madian, kind of playing without the team. Going to come in late to maybe find this rotate as Sentinels get collapsed upon. Team Nemesis sort of rotating all the way around. You can see that the angle by Madian and Main being so annoying. Just looking for that Hela on the backside as Madian actually loses a shot, has to go get to the health pack, so he's slowed down. Meanwhile, for Sentinels, they're sort of hard controlling this point. 2 minutes is already off the clock. They have the Captain American ultimate from Crimzo, forcing out Dinks and his ult, but Mello's already able to find one. I mean, unfortunately, Nectar losing out on the high ground. Didn't have the team to support him. Bubbles coming through. Nectar could swap to Dr. Strength, but he's not going to. They come back, force out Invisible Boundary. Here comes the Meteor over the high ground. Does it connect into a bubble? Mello on the opposite side able to find Aramori. So through these ultimate, Sentinels unfortunately losing member after member. They need to find something out of this Supernova, but it's met by Scatter and his Meteor M to counter it. So the point fully in control of Team Nemesis. No Dr. Strange portals either. A Madian kind of zoning out with the Goddess of Death. They're going to wait it out. Maybe have somebody touch last second. It's going to be Crimzo to be there on Sentinel's side to delay a little bit longer. Shield comes out to save the Hela. Has to dive to the high ground. Here comes Nectar in the high ground. Does get one on the back. Dink goes down also into the Invisible Boundary. Nice support job there from Aramori. And into the sky, Nectar's looking for Mello, but it's Kurova to find the final hit. Dropping to the ground is that body, the Ragdoll. And everybody else now from Team Nemesis gets sent back to the spawn with a minute left.
What a retake and what good patience by Aramori. A lot of the time when you come in as a strat and you see your team almost losing that point, you just launch it. Aramori, patient, waiting until it got the most value until the very end there when the team was looking dangerous and used all their cooldowns, and then popping that boundary. Allowed the team to stay up as they have found Kraz over on the right angle, trying to, you know, play off the backside. Is going to be found out there and run after by Crimzo, who does almost have that ultimate. hit Sentinels. It's the final fight here. Can they hold on? On point one, but Mello, that early pick on Arai is massive for Mello, who now is giving their team a slight advantage in this next fight, which could be their final fight to take this first point.
Yeah, what a read by Mello now coming in. Over the top, here comes a Freedom Charge in the backside, and Nemesis, they don't have anything to react to it except that opening pickoff that they got. Crimzo kind of just doing all he can to force ultimates out. Here comes Ricky with the invisible boundary. Very defensive. Pulled back in as well on Crimzo, so huge support job from Ricky, but unfortunately not able to find the elimination. Now on the point side, Nemesis still looking for that final tick. They're getting engaged upon by Kurova with a dance floor as Dinks pops his own. 1-to-1 scatter in the sky with the Meteor M. Can he find elimination? It's Amadian to do so. Rymazing trying to counter it on the backside. Unfortunately cannot do it. Goddess of Death in the sky as well. So much damage downrange now. Meteor M to counter the Goddess of Death. And the bubble again from Scatter. So right now, Nemesis, his Vanguards, putting an absolute carry job online as Nemesis cap out the point in overtime.
Yeah, Nemesis, great job there, finding value with the ult and still holding on. Patient. Mello didn't have to use it. Craze didn't have to use it, and they still get 2 more picks to stagger the team on point 2. So that is a great fight, final fight there. Good patience, an incredible bubble, defensive utilization of cooldowns, shutting down massive things like Techie, who had to launch that ult just a little bit too early, unfortunately, to shut down the strat line. So well played across the board by Nemesis again, shoving through point 1, and now are going to try to use this momentum to take the W and win this series against Sentinels. Will they keep this going?
2 minutes left. Mello pops the Supernova onto the... Oh, right! No! An unfortunate redirection into the sky on his face. The Supernova wasn't even intended for him, but it didn't matter. He's going to fall. So is the rest of his team. Crimzo as well. I mean, wait, Kraz also committed the Freedom Charge. I don't know how necessary it was, but regardless, Nemesis going to the spawn camp. I mean, finding staggers is one to Aramori. Oh no, the streak phase. We talked about it earlier, Shib, how brutal it's been for a lot of professional teams to even find some semblance of momentum here. Crimzo coming into touch though. He's going to be here with the bubble as well, but so much damage, so many people looking towards him. Eventually he'll fall. And oh wait, invisible boundaries here, but oh no, Techie's going to fall. So now missing both Vanguards. They're trying to sustain in the Stratus Ultimates, but once they're over, I worry for Sentinels in the street's phase.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult point to shut through this quickly, and Nemesis just gets it done. What? Wow, that was insane teamwork. Really well played. Way to stagger through everyone. That is the key. You got to refight as a team. They try to get back there and lost their Vanguards on point, just trying to hold on. The strat all came out a little bit too late, unfortunately, and they just kind of walked through them at that point. It was just a matter of when that boundary fell, the team would fall after, and Sentinels got to get their feet under them here as they have 2 ults compared to Nemesis 1 on this next fight.
2 minutes left. Far rotate coming in from Sentinels. I mean, that's all the way around the map. They do have Crimzo to stall, and that's the rotate they made. I mean, it's such a clean rotate from them. That's what Sentinels is so good at, making those unconventional long rotations around the map. Scatter got picked off as well. Rye onto Kraz. Both Vanguards removed, and it's beautiful right now. Absolutely clinical from Sentinel's side as the staggers eventually come out. 1 minute and 50 seconds left now. Nemesis have to regroup.
Yeah, good fight there by Sentinels. I think it kind of got their confidence back, looked more aggressive, didn't have to burn too much. Going to even out in ults here. Rymazing very close as well to getting that Supernova. We're going to check out this next fight, but it is more difficult, like I said, for Flyers with Hella on the field. But out of everyone in the sky, Johnny is the one that can avoid that hit scan the most. A ton of escapability and just that natural juke. We had the conversation route using that melee in the sky. It does make you very difficult to land headshots on as your head and body are constantly contorting in weird positions. Just a really good movement technique. And here we go in the sky with the Meteor M. Does find Nectar out of the sky, believe. That's crazy. Good fight there as they continue the space forward. Scatter finds Aramori. It's another pick up for Nemesis on the attack. And they're going to continue pressing forward as Sentinels or just have this dance floor and nothing else.
Yeah, it seems to be enough right now for Team Sentinels. I mean, they're able to kind of push back Team Nemesis. Oh, Kraz again, just a little bit late on the backside with the ultimate, but they're able to find Kurova. Everybody else here towards the point. Goddess of Death as well is enough to send back Sentinels back towards the spawn.
I mean, Captain America finding 3 after that ult, which I thought was just a slight bit late, is going to be enough for them to push forward and act like they won that fight prior to any of those issues. So well done there by Kraz, who just kind of used that momentum and popped off on Cap, said on your left, and just walked through the enemy team as they go into final fight territory. We do have this Goddess of Death up for Nectar. We do have Aramori ready with the invisible boundary. Same with Ricky. Let's see who gets this done on nearly the final fight.
Ready to go, playing it slow. Nemesis walks on in. The Nectar Again, just looking for those shots, like you mentioned. Goddess of Death, a lot of body shots into him. Aiden, unfortunately, not going to be able to find the elimination, but here he comes into the sky, met by the Meteor M from Scatter, and they delete him out of the Hella Form. Yeet into the back line, not able to find the elimination. Boundary towards the cart, but they've already lost Aramori and Nectar. Oh no! Aramori's ultimate is unfortunately all for naught as she goes down. Nemesis wiped the entire floor of Sentinels in overtime. You do have Crimzo to deal with, but what a play from Team Nemesis, able to walk in with their ultimates and secure the final point against Sentinels.
Yeah, I think honestly that's just a 0.2 diff right there. You got to buy some time on 0.2, and they just kind of walked through it. That's a very defensible position, and they kind of just got staggered through until that final fight, and they were forced to use cooldowns and ultimates, which at that point it's just like a, you know, we talk about the slinky effect going down the stairs. It just kept falling down, forcing out ultimates while the opposition didn't have to use anything, and they were just getting more and more value in every fight as Nemesis shoves through all three. It's their game to lose as we see who gets the top side bracket and who gets the higher seed as we push through the final stages of this group stage.
Yeah, but what a way to do it. What a way to end it. I mean, the Hall of Dajalia, great map to do it on as well. I think we saw that in the previous match with FlyQuest. So, I mean, this seems to be the final map of choice for a lot of pro teams. And, you know, the most tense situations, right, Chib? It seems to be always on this map to end it all, which is kind of exciting. I mean, it's such a good map to end it on just because of how first point is. The streets phase as well can kind of be like Aegis Path where it's snowbally, but we've seen teams hold in the second phase of the map, and right now it's back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah, the fights have been so even. It's just a matter of momentum and staggering. I feel like that's the only difference maker we're seeing in this specific matchup. I do think this is a very defensible map, especially on point 3 with that spawn being so close. It's another one of those maps that Strange can get value out with ultimate should you know, decide to make that switch towards the end, but it is a very defensible third point. So this, like I said, Nemesis, they are looking up. I'm sure they're feeling confident. I'm sure the comms are getting a little bit hesitant as they're shaking a little bit, chasing their way to try to get the top seed and get ever closer to that 70k from the first start. So here we go with a nice off angle here from Rivars, taking that positioning in building, deciding against it. Gonna get in the line of the strats as Cap plays that assault from the left side. And here we go with our first fight. We do have Magneto holding that positioning forward there for the side of Techie. Techie, obviously a very mean Magneto, gets a ton of value with that left click. Ultimates are gaining on both sides. Right now, Aramori in the lead. Amazing finds a Madian. Mellow onto Techie. Traded again, but that is going to be a Vanguard for a duelist. Which do you find more value with? I do not know. It all depends on this next fight.
All matters for sure coming into this upcoming fight. 3 minutes left now. Team Nemesis still sitting pretty good. I mean, Sentinels trying to set up their rotations, trying to set up their flanks. Amazing in the main side. Now, Mello's understanding where he is, still sitting above the point, right? Just kind of chucking those fireballs, but right at the moment, right, Nemesis just kind of playing back on their side, comfortable to sort of force away the side of Sentinels, and they're doing so again, just walking up, creating a little bit of space. Ultimate's almost built for both Luna Snow players alongside Invisible Boundary, but Ricky's a little bit later with his armor. He has theirs early because they took so much Vanguard damage early on without going down. Here comes a Madian over the top side, trying to find an elimination onto his Squishy, but has to crow away. Understand Crimzo is there. Shots again coming from Nectar. It's tough to hit that Human Torch in this guy. I mean, he's just so evasive. Now they come in with a dive. Kraz goes in. Madian's going to fall on the opposite side. Amazing able to get the one shot. And unfortunately, the strategist ultimate's a little bit too late. Still in here. Also has the Supernova. So, Scatter shuts down Kurova. Invisible Boundary. I mean, that can't save you, Kurova. Unfortunately, needed a bit of a shield there from your Magneto. But now Nemesis, they back up. They also have portals from Madian coming through, so they'll have man advantage in a moment. But the yeet from Techie shuts down Dinks. Supernova as well from Mellow in the sky, though. They'll have the teleporter advantage. The Goddess of Death in the sky is trying to get some value, but it's blocked by the Doctor Strange. Amazing able to find Tricky. And Nectar, no way, at the very last second, found two onto both the Madian and Mellow. So with those two eliminations, I don't know if they can even do it with the portal up.
Yeah, no, that was too much right there. Gonna have to force reset. We'll see if the Strange portal comes in, but I don't think it even has time to spike the switch, so not gonna be seeing that. Well done by Nectar. We haven't seen a ton of value with the Goddess of Death in the sky in this tournament, but that was everything for point 1 as Sentinels are gonna ride this momentum with 4 minutes on the clock. They need to show up here on point 2. Point 2 being very defensible like we discussed. This needs to be a fast push if they want enough time to push through point 3. We've seen the sweeps in ladder. You understand that sometimes you sweep through, the enemy figures something out, and they do it right back. This could be the case. What a game we have on our hands as Nemesis wants to showcase they are a top team, and Sentinels wants to show that they are going to remain a top team as we go into our final few minutes of this match.
Ryan trying to take out that Captain America, forcing him away. Now Mello over the top side. Kind of just takes that 1v1, so both of these Captain Americas dealing with each other on the outside, but nobody really creating too much space. However, it's Crimzo on the backline, actually. Just kidding, as he's dove already early onto Ricky, though they trade back Nectar. Doesn't matter. I mean, they've lost Scatter as well. So right now, Nemesis is just getting dismantled. They do commit an ultimate, the Goddess of Death, and it's actually from a pretty good distance as both try to just fall. So they trade it back, and unfortunately, the advantage Sentinels have created, it seems like they lose immediately.
Yeah, I think that was a surprising fight. I didn't expect it to turn out like that. It kind of seemed a little back and forth. Still going to be kind of held at this point as Nemesis is owning the height here. Mel, this is a good defensible position for Flyers around this cover. A lot of the cover can be broken, but not the height that you can take. So it works well for something like Torch. There is that natural touching point up there that you can kind of stand on should you need more hiding. Nemesis with Krazeman going to find Korova early. Mello going to win that 1v1 with the help of the bubble and the invis pocket. Very difficult to win that when you have that kind of cover. Kray's going to take out Nectar, and Techie goes down too as they're just staggering the rest of the team. Goodbye, Aramori.
And this is what we talked about on Araco, that went wrong for Nemesis, right? They were losing multiple fights in a row. Sentinels now losing 2 in a row in the Streets phase. 2 minutes left to go. I mean, they need to win desperately, but even if they were to win one here, the cart is in such a weird spot, they might have to fight again, especially without that Doctor Strange portal to block the spawns. It's going to be difficult for Sentinels to snowball this into the 3rd phase of the map, but they do have every single ultimate. Graz has to commit the Freedom Charge early, does get counter engaged as well with a Supernova and the dance floor committed by Sentinels, but it's met with a Meteor M. Will it find anybody? It's blocked by both the Vanguards. It was blocked by the Captain America and the Magneto. Now, Rymazing and crew walking up forward, understanding they have a pretty big advantage in terms of ultimates. Force the dance floor out early from the side of Crimzo. Supernova here, Meteor M to counter it on top of the invisible boundary. But Rye, again, takes down a Madian. Oh no, on the flank. Good job from Rymazing in the sky, but he's met by Mello. Scatter trades back Nectar as well, so both of the Hellas are removed. Rye desperately trying to run away. And Team Nemesis, they hold on yet again. This is awful right now for Sentinels as they lost the 3rd fight in a row.
1 minute and a dream here for Nemesis, trying to show up and prove to everyone that they are a team to look out for. Obviously had a ton of success in the past and now are just trying to prove to everyone that they can take a tournament like this home, as Mello popping off and the entirety of Nemesis is looking really clean on this defensible position. 50 seconds on the clock.
Huge shot from a Madian in the main side as well. They've walked back into his shots many a times. Right now, Nectar has to walk back, right back from spawn. Rymazing taking so many pot shots from a Madian. That's why we see this guy as one of the best Hella players in the game. Pops the ultimate early into the backside of Sentinels, who just have to evacuate the location. Is Techie going to go down as well as Rymazing's able to find Crash, so that's something. At least you get rid of the Captain America with all those walls removed. So much damage came down range. Also, you can float now on the map. I mean, 15 seconds left to go. Sentinels do walk up. Last fight territory. Now Nectar does have ultimate ready to go. Madian just used his. They have nothing on the defensive side. Scatter did just build up the Meteor M, though, to counter Nectar's ultimate potentially, or Rye with the Supernova, but they have to deal with the Vanguards right now. Scatter is just kind of securing this objective, just kind of playing around the payload currently. Here comes Kraz on the backside to at least make sure they're pressured out, but Nectar's there to match him, walks up forward. Do they want to go for this ultimate early? No, they can commit the dance forward to Crimzo's Freedom Charge, but oh no, Madian again takes out Nectar, and now that's a huge ultimate in this fight removed. After that happened, Meteor M comes through, but the bubble's there. Also, the Captain America Freedom Charge to keep him healthy is also here, so that Meteor M not going to find too much as Kraz able to do whatever he wants. Overtime ticks down. It's now or never for Nemesis. The reverse sweep is still possible for them. Scatter misses the Meteor M, unfortunately. Also has to deal with so many fire tornadoes. The invisible boundary keeps him healthy for now. Both teams, I'm sure, are panicking at the current moment, as in last fight territory, no more ults are up. Rye on the flank does take out a Madian, but on the backside, Nectar only finds one. Gets the res on Armori, who just went down, so that's a huge pick from him alongside that resurrect. But oh no, the Vanguards, yet again, Korova and Techie fall. Nobody else is there, and Sentinels get stopped. Nemesis are your #1 seed out of Group B.
The reverse sweep is real as Nemesis comes back from an 0-2 to take it home. What a W. Nemesis looking insane, and I cannot wait to talk to them about these changes that that they made in the conversation. What a W, and so well played by the entirety of the team. But you gotta show some love there to the Torch with the MVP. Well deserved.
Yeah, Melo, such an improved player, has done such an amazing job on that Human Torch throughout the series and just in general in the Ignite series. I think is leveled up for sure. Same thing with everybody across the board. I mean, Amadian, we already knew how good he is on Hella. I think he's probably a top 3, top 2 Hella currently. You know, we have to see him versus Delena. We have to see him versus some of the other good Hella players. But I think it's a bit of a hard matchup for Nectar, if I'm honest with you. Like, it's not necessarily Nectar's favorite matchup. I think he's like the Psylocke player. He can kind of flex over to the Ultron or the Human Torch, but Amazing, you know, I'm used to him seeing him on the Hella to match the other side. I mean, obviously it's a Amadian. I think it's going to be hard to match him with both duelist players, but right now, I mean, well deserved by Team Nemesis. What a reverse sweep from them. It's the first we've seen in this tournament, at least in this best out of 5 series.
Yeah, I like to call out to Amadian there on the Hella. He has always had a very strong Hella play, and it's finally coming into fruition here. We haven't seen a lot of it in this tournament in general. Hella kind of taking a back seat, but when you do have Torch up, it does help kind of bide some time and also put some pressure on so that Torch can't be free to just dominate. But when you have a Hella on your side that is popping off, it enables the entirety of your team to take space just due to the raw damage of every left click. 14 finals there for Amadian. Melo right behind with 13, and then Kraz, man, you got to show some extra love to a Cap with 11 final hits, and that is a tough thing to do on a hero that is known for just distracting and not necessarily known for getting a ton of picks.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, both of the Vanguards, you said Kraz, you said Scatter. I mean, they're so good currently on Nemesis. That for sure can't be understated. I mean, no diss to Techie or Crimzo, but right now for Team Nemesis, I mean, they're looking like a pretty good unit. I think I'd be scared of them in Group B or coming out of Group B, because I think every team that's competed, had to go against both Nemesis and Sentinels, and it's been kind of a not a slaughter on the side. It's been very back and forth. I think between every series we've seen, and Sentinels definitely don't seem to be that team that is the #1 seed right now. It's Nemesis. In terms of their ban phase, it worked out perfectly, and as these teams kind of progress, Shib, it's looking like we're seeing a more defined meta.
Yeah, I think they just kind of steamrolled. I think that when we saw Nemesis on that point 2, it was almost game, just mentally. They shoved through point 3 relatively quickly. It was just a momentum shift. Ever since that first win, I cannot believe we saw this reverse sweep. First time in this tournament, a full reverse sweep. So well played. You never give up. Anything can happen. The power of belief. What a bunch of beauties as they shove right through. And I can't believe it. Now are the top seed on bracket B.
Yeah, I mean, I had to eat my words, I'll be honest. I had to eat my words. I was talking about like how Sentinels is getting #1 seed earlier on map 2, and then they cast a curse almost for Sentinels as Team Nemesis. I mean, they looked so good. Obviously we don't have any favorites here, so for Team Nemesis, that's huge for them. We're happy to see a team succeed such as Nemesis when, a tournament like this is a great way to perform, to show your skills, to show your how good your org is, how good your teammates are and your players are. Right now, Nemesis look like a team to beat for sure out of Group B, like you mentioned, and they, in this Human Torch composition are going to be really tough to beat.
Yeah, they've always been known as Old Shikigami as a team that can do some unique things and come back from difficult situations. They used to call it the Shikigami slingshot, and they definitely just pulled the old bow backwards and shot forward there, taking back the sweep. Nemesis looked so good, but we are going to have a conversation with Artie, the head coach, and I can't wait to get into the thought process behind this sweep and what their discussions were. How are you doing today, my friend?
Hey guys, doing pretty good. Obviously, we're feeling really, really solid after that. I mean, hey, we got 100% win rate in the rematches so far, so.
Gotta love to see it. I have the biggest question I have for you is, what were the comms like in that 2-0 when you were down 2? Was it just a let's try to get 1, or how did that look?
So, I mean, the comms were mostly just about like the overall game plan of just, hey, what's been working, what hasn't been working. In our scrims, we have been practicing sort of very set things, but we could tell that Sen has also been very much targeting certain things against us. So on that third map, I just sort of went up and I was like, hey guys, what if we just stopped with the mag protect and we just protect the torch? Because at the end of the day, Melophobia, he is the brightest in the sky. And so you got to play to the player's strengths. The other thing as well is noticing who on the other team we can try to target against. Crimzo is, you just take away his Captain America. There's really nothing else he could play. So.
Yeah, no, you could see that. What's up, Artie? By the way, good to see you again. Obviously from China in a different NetEase game. It's good to talk to you again. And obviously, you guys are looking pretty good. I mean, you talked about how your team is definitely going to be making it far and making some waves right now. And you could see why. I think that this team was a perpetual dark horse, kind of like from Shikigami now moving over to Team Nemesis. What sort of changed? I think in the roster. What is the biggest thing that you would say Team Nemesis has done differently over the course of the past couple weeks?
Mostly, I think it's just been confidence, and it's just been getting reps in. I think that not much has changed with the players over the last few weeks. I mean, obviously, when they joined into Nemesis, the only change in the roster is adding me into the mix, and I haven't really done much. I have just been sort of on the sidelines, just making sure that the team is practicing to their strengths, doing the best that they can every single day in scrims, and making sure that we're learning from everything. I think that as the players just sort of gain confidence and they gain the understanding like, hey, we are one of the best teams in the world. Hey, we are one of the best teams to do it. Then they stop sort of really hyper focusing on sort of the bigger picture of the mistakes. Just like, I think we have to change this and this is like, no, clean up the small stuff and your big stuff is fine already.
The next question, from a coaching perspective, I've always wondered when you guys switched over to Guardians on that hard pocket of torch. And first of all, I love the mellow, brightest in the sky, really cool line, obviously. But when you made that Guardian switch to counter the hard pocket torch, is that the answer? Is that the answer that teams need to be looking for?
I mean, triple support res comp is just so strong, right? And we were running pretty much only triple support res for, I think, 2.5 weeks in scrims. Like, straight up, we have not been doing much other than just practicing. So we have a lot of reps in on it. But it is a very, very strong comp against a lot of different things. And so if they leave it open, we have that as an option to pivot to. The call is always going to be like, hey, the worst case scenario, doesn't matter what they run. If whatever we're doing isn't working, add them triple support res comp.
That would make sense. No, you can see exactly why. I mean, that comp is absolutely disgusting, like you said already. And now, going up against Ego Death, that seems to be the team you guys will be playing. And, we've seen them kind of have an upset win over FlyQuest on the Black Panther sort of compositions. I know that's a entirely different sort of puzzle to solve. I mean, it seems like they got solved on the upper, in their side of the upper bracket and the lower bracket earlier on in the tournament. But, what is it like for you as the coach of this team of Team Nemesis to kind of figure out how to play against the comp like that with Ego Death on the Black Panther and then they're just dive comps in general?
Yeah, I mean, we had a scare with Black Panther the last time we went up against Sentinels for sure. And so now there's another team that runs Black Panther. Okay, kind of scary, but at the same time, in scrims, we've never been worried about Ego Death. I love those guys. They're super great scrim partners. And so it's going to be kind of fun to run it back with them since it's been a few weeks since we've played. But I think that we're not so worried about their comps. We're not really worried about Black Panther. I think that for us, we were kind of scared that if we lost today, we would go up against Envy. So I think it's better that we're up against Ego Death. Like, this was, once we realized, like, hey, we're going up against Sentinels, it's like, okay, we'll watch the finals to see what happens, but we're not losing tomorrow. Like, we can't lose against Sentinels. It's fourth seed or nothing.
You heard it here first. The battle of the scrim partners coming up here next weekend. Do you have any major things you want to? It's been a pleasure talking to you. First of all, do you have anything you want to say to teams, the players, anyone you want to thank? Now's your time.
Oh, I mean, just huge shout out to everybody at Nemesis. Like, all of the players, so good. Every single one of them has been putting in a ton of work. Even our substitute players, they're always there when they can be. And honestly, every single one of them has been putting in the effort to get us here. And so just a huge shout out to them. Big shout out to FlyQuest actually as well. FlyQuest has been warming us up before a lot of our matches. We've been warming up FlyQuest for a lot of their matches. And honestly, I'm really hoping for FlyQuest versus Nemesis, sort of like grand finals. But honestly, a big shout out to you guys as well. I love watching the cast, and Dustin, it's good to see you on this side as well. So honestly, huge thanks for being here, and thanks for bringing us out.
Appreciate you. Thanks for the kind words. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, Artie. Appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Hopefully, get to see you on the desk in the future.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right, well, it's Artie from Nemesis, also a fellow castership. We worked with him in the China for Netties as well. It was a great time. So now we get to see that team moving on to the playoffs as the #1 seed. I mean, that's just a crazy match that we just saw. It's going to take a while to sort of recuperate from that as we enter the playoffs. That's what they were talking about. That's what Artie was talking about. Is that Sentinels versus Envy? That's going to be scary considering so many people thought Envy was the best team in this entire tournament. So that's brutal. As the #2 seed, you're unfortunately be going against Envy, so not ideal.
What a starting lineup here. And Nemesis, a team that maybe, was in the conversation of wanting to show up, showcase that they're an incredibly strong team. A reverse sweep going into the playoffs next week, riding that momentum. That is going to be a huge confidence boost as they face, you can see their Ego Death. The lineup here, FlyQuest versus Techie to start us off. We got Sentinels and Envy after that. 100 Thieves versus Shroud X, and then cleaning up that day next Thursday with Team Nemesis versus Ego Death. And you will see Vicky, Kitty, and Cozy running these games, and these are going to be a ton of fun to watch. Make sure you show up at 7 p.m. EST, catch the first game.
Or 4 p.m. PST, for us Westerners over here, okay? Shit, don't forget about me over here in Arizona, bud. But, no, you're right. I mean, it's going to be so much fun. EST, PST, whatever else you want to say, CEST. A lot of fun games coming up. I mean, I don't know who's going to win in that Envy Sentinel series now. Like, if we've heard Sentinels or how good Envy is, I mean, that's going to be scary for sure for the side of Team Sentinels. But right now, FlyQuest versus Techie will be that first game to start us off, and that'll be a banger of a series as well because, like I said, Techie, they do have that sort of underdog mentality and that unsigned roster. It's going to be super fun to watch them again.
Yeah, they're a confident team, and I think that's the key. We talk about confidence being so key as you see Nemesis just stepping back into it, knowing that it's not over and pulling out the win. 2 upsets today. And just statistically, you would say that they were upsets, although we're still very early on into this Ignite as a whole. So we're still kind of making our own judgment. Still, fan bases are growing. Winning like that is definitely a way to get people behind you, keep that momentum, and press you forward into the playoffs. What a day today.
Yeah, what a day indeed. I mean, it's going to be so much fun, and I hope you guys have gotten your Twitch drops, by the way. And the, Magic Skin is entering your accounts immediately. It'll show up in your mail. So, make sure you got those bad boys, Shib. It's been awesome casting today with you, man. And I think overall, I'm super excited to see Thursday. I mean, that's going to be so much fun. $70,000 for first place. I mean, it's going to be so fun.
Yeah, a lot riding here, a lot of money on the line for such an early stage of the tournament. We talk about that all the time, but yes, it's been so much fun working with you as always, my friend, and we will catch you guys next Thursday, 7 p.m. EST for the next wave of playoff games.